Global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everybody, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast Season 3, Episode 41. Kind of a special episode today, not just because of our three lovely guests, but it's basically almost, not quite, but almost entirely a Zelda episode. Zelda's 40th. We have three different things we're going to be going over for us. So it's going to feel like three topics in one, but it's going to be a lot to talk about. Talking about how what the Zelda series means to each of us on an individual level in our lives, whatever. Maybe for some of us, our careers, at least for me, Zelda's done some shit for my career. Kind of crazy. But then we could also be going over our top 10 Zelda games today using the IGN list that a lot of people don't like to just kick off the conversation. And then we'll get to all of our individual lists. And I think I threw something else in there too. I can't even remember what it was. Oh, yeah. Maybe some predictions for anything we might think actually might happen this year for the 40th anniversary. Whether you think for some reason Nintendo's going to squeeze it in the next 48 hours, or maybe they're going to do what they usually do and wait till the summer, which is typically when they announce their Zelda anniversary stuff. But anyways, we can talk about what we want or expect to happen for that. And then, yeah, our other thing we're going to talk about today, just kind of another Switch 2 check-in, a little 8-month check-in. Just give our thoughts on Switch 2 so far to date. How happy are we with it? Are we happy with the power and the performance we're seeing from the games, the game releases in general, from third party, first party, any concerns we have, what we think the future might hold? Lots of stuff to talk about there, of course. But that's pretty much it. We don't really have anything else unless for some reason there are some dealer's choices out there. Maybe the other co-hosts have something cooking. We'll see. That being said, let's go around the room and introduce everyone. First off, let's start off with someone who hasn't been on a hell of a long time, the Geek Apprentice.
Yes, hello. Thank you for having me on. I can be hard to get sometimes. But yeah, I'm the Geek Apprentice. I make videos on YouTube about Zelda and Animal Crossing and the Hunger Games. And I'm usually very inconsistent because I have a toddler. So I'm glad to be on again, though.
Totally understandable. As a father of three.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of want to go back to the toddler days. I don't mean to scare you about the teenage years. I'm just the toddler days.
Oh, no, I'm soaking in every second right now because he's only a year and a half. So
enjoy.
Not even in the terrible twos or terrible threes yet.
That is a fun age. Enjoy that.
Very fun.
I love the earrings.
Thank you.
I know. My fiance saw them in the video someone else had. So she's like, they have Triforce earrings. Why don't I have those? I'm like, all right, well, remember that one down for her birthday. Okay. This is the thing. When you're the significant other, you got to pay attention and mark things down when they say stuff like that. She's going to forget about it in like 5 months. And I'll be like, hey, happy birthday. Remember? I listen.
They were a cheap Target find from like 10 years ago, but still.
I'm sure I can find some online somewhere.
Amazon has everything.
Yeah. Or if they don't, Etsy probably has some homemade ones. We got the lovely moderator of the channel and co-host of the NinTopics podcast, Joyce DJ.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I don't do anything. I just annoy Nate and talk about Zelda. That's what I do.
Yeah. Well, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think you've annoyed every person who's ever been banned on my channel.
Hopefully. I'm
That's a
hoping
good
so.
thing, yeah.
I mean, there might be some intent behind that. I'm just hopefully they all have negative thoughts about you. Of course, to be fair,
I
I've
really
banned a
hope they
number of
do.
people that I know have negative thoughts about me. So then we got Tiger Time.
What is up, guys? Great to be back, as always. Yeah, here I am.
Dude, I felt so guilty. You were coming on today, and I was like adding the channel links down below, and I'm like, why am I not subscribed to his channel?
You're good. I noticed that's
I felt so bad. I was like, what the heck am I doing? I have you on the show multiple times. I clearly like your personality. I never subscribed.
I saw that notification. Yeah, thanks for subbing. I didn't know you weren't before this, so you kind of outed yourself there, but hey.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Appreciate it.
Look, I'm a busy guy. You know, things happen.
Yeah.
That said, let's get up to the Spice Lord, Eric Moore.
Hello. I also annoy Nate. So
Yeah, got grouchy at him today over a bathroom.
You did. Yeah, whatever.
It is what it is. Spice Lord.
Yeah,
He's here.
I am.
Mostly clean shaved.
Mostly.
I just love the baby face look I always have.
You're right.
Because when you come in with your splotchy beard, I was kind of like, dude, you look like caveman style. Like,
Yeah. I just don't care.
yeah, I mean, that's, I guess that's true.
Was it the beard or the loincloth?
Yeah.
I suppose.
Good question.
Suppose. Then we got Gamer Classic.
How we doing, people? It's good to be back. I feel like I haven't seen you all in forever now, but I'm happy to be
we got
here.
A very weird last couple of months with all of us missing episodes, which is just very unusual. But life happens. Then we have the Stash Man.
Hey guys, how's it going? Happy to be here. I'm a little under the weather today. Michaela's sick. I'm not feeling great. So that's what I'm dealing with right now.
We got a
Been there.
sickness in our
Did
household
you
too.
suck down some medicine?
Michaela did. I'm not going to, otherwise
You're not at that
my head
point
would
yet.
hit the desk.
Oh, well, I mean, if you take the nighttime medicine, especially, that'll knock you the hell out.
Yeah,
I appreciate the 85 jacket, even though we're celebrating 86.
yeah. I don't have an 86 jacket.
I know you don't have an 86.
I was born in
jacket.
85, you know.
It would be me that would have that.
Yeah, staying busy, guys. A lot of game reviews. I have a lot of editing right now that are already done. Stuff just nonstop.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Awesome. And then there's me, guys. Nintendo Prime. I post daily news, and you know, I'm the king clickbaiter. Is the intro. We'll probably forever and always say, even when a new intro comes someday and Gamer edits together, I'm sure clickbaiter is going to stick around forever because that's the number one thing said about me on the internet. That's not true. There's actually some other things said about me. There's some nastier words said about me, but you know what? None of that matters because we're talking Zelda today. And let's see, we basically have two main topics at the moment. Let's talk about what's a dealer's choice. So let's just toss it around and maybe we give Stash a little break from running topics. He's a little under the weather. Talk a little bit less. Birdman, what would you like to take?
Let's see. Let's do 8 months in. How are we feeling about the Switch today?
All right, cool. then I'll take the Zelda one, and we'll just leave it alone unless Stash and Eric decide they want to do a dealer's choice later.
Or actually, can I take that back? Can I do a dealer's choice?
Oh shit! Yeah, you can do dealer's choice. Well, fuck.
Is that okay with everyone? Yeah, let's do a dealer's choice.
You're not allowed to do dealer's choice ever.
I got a fun one.
All right. So you're doing a dealer's choice. You don't have to tell that. That's a mystery. You don't have to reveal right now. Eric will take whatever. I'll take Zelda. In fact, let's probably start with the Zelda one because I know some of our guests aren't going to necessarily be here the whole time, which is fine. So let's get the Zelda one going first. Which I don't know if we have banners for it yet. Probably not. I'll make a banner here once I get the topic introduced. So for Zelda's 40th is this week. Let's just get that out of the way. As of the 21st, which is this Saturday, the Legend of Zelda franchise will have turned 40 years old. Fun little fact, I also turned 40 this year. It's almost like this was meant to be from the day I was born. That being said, Zelda has played a huge role in many people's lives growing up, and obviously even today with the youngins. Especially with the franchise expanding so much with Breath of the Wild, bringing in so many new players that have never experienced Zelda before, including my fiance. So I thought it would be really fun this week to go over some different things. And the first thing that we want to talk about is just what does the franchise actually mean to us? Because we have our top 10 lists. Yeah, we can talk about our predictions, but really it's about what it means to us first, because it's been 40 years of this. And for some of us, we've been here practically the whole time. Maybe some of us have only been here for the last 10 years, 15 years, 20, whatever. But Zelda means different things to different people, and some people don't even like Zelda. And maybe somehow we have people on this show that don't like Zelda. I have no idea. That'd be a little weird today, but it can happen. For all I know, GameBird's going to say, fuck Zelda. It's the worst franchise ever.
You know me.
Yeah, I know you. Exactly. He hates Zelda. See that Majora's Mask back there? That's just, he hates that game so much. There for dart target practice.
Just like Gino for you.
Yeah. So I don't have. So do you see a Gino behind me? See, I'm not that obsessed with my hate. See, I do a bunch of Mario soap and stuff from the movie back there. Just people don't think I keep it clean around here. Well, proof I do buy soap. All right, so let's go around the room and talk about what Zelda means to us. And let's before Stash gets worn the fuck out, let's have him go first and tell us what does the Zelda franchise mean to you, man?
Well, it means a lot. Obviously, it's really kind of where it all started for me. Obviously, I started with the NES. First game I played was Super Mario Brothers. This is back in '88. So I have a lot of stories. Actually, I done a collaboration video that'll go up this week with Nishquick, who's been on the channel. And obviously, I was writing down my notes, and I'm like, I mean, this would be an hour-long video just with what I have to say. I have to condense it down. And so, of course, I have these stories here I'm looking at. And so I'll give you, I don't know, version of them then, since I can talk a little bit longer here. So where it did start was 1989. It's probably the most formidable one. I had played Zelda before that, but it was for my 5th birthday. And leading up to that, I had never been able to choose a video game to purchase. It was always my older brother's choices, Richard and John, because I'm the youngest and I don't know any better, apparently. And so I don't get to choose a game. So when we go out, first off, being able to go out to buy a game was a big deal. I think we all remember that because we rented video games back in the day. Our local library here in Phoenix used to rent out Nintendo games, which was awesome. Like that was the reason to go to the library, to see if there's any video games that we haven't played yet, because it was free. But it was finally my turn. So I said, okay, I'm very excited. My mom's like, all right, we're going to go to Target, go pick out the game. Do you have any idea what you want? Like, of course I do. I already know what I want, but I'm not going to say. And my oldest brother, Richard, had asked if he could go with us. And it was like, well, for what? It's my birthday. And I already knew why he wanted to go with us. And he's still the same way today. But it was to try and influence the decision and to try and basically take the decision away from me and talk my mom into not letting me get a certain game. And that's what happened. So we get to Target. Obviously, I said, yeah, Mom, of course. I want The Legend of Zelda. You know this. And my brother told my mom, do not let him buy this. He will not like it. You have to do a ton of reading in the game. Okay. We can't even get far. I can't. John can't. My middle brother. He's going to hate it. He's going to be so mad that he bought this game. And then once it's opened, he won't be able to return it. And he's literally saying this to my mom in the aisle, the video game aisle. And I can hear all this. And I'm just like, I'm fuming, dude. I'm so pissed. So my mom literally said, she literally said that, Steve, I think it's best that we listen to Richard. And dude, it was my one chance to buy a game. And at this age, you don't have any money. You don't have any buying power. Yeah. Your birthday is your buying power. And so I was told to choose another game, and I was so mad. But I was also like, you got to keep it respectful too, because it was a big deal again to just buy a game. And so I chose Adventure Island, which I'm sure you guys are all familiar with. And it's a fine game. It's obviously not The Legend of Zelda. So we get home, I'm playing it. I've been playing it for like an hour or two. And my mom comes in, she asked, so how do you like the game? Is it everything you wanted? I'm like, well, no. It's not even the game I wanted. You know that. You already knew this, Mom. So she says, do you really not like it? Like, you really want it? I'm like, no, I don't. I did not want this. I wanted Zelda. I really did. And so she said, okay, grab the game, grab the box. We're going back to Target. I was like, really? But how are they going to let us return it? It's already open. She said, we'll figure it out. So we went back. Mom must have talked to the manager. Obviously, there's a really strict, the policy's still strict today. You guys all know that. Once you open a game, that's it. Party's over, man. You're stuck with that game. Unless you want to trade it into GameStop for $5 after you just paid $70 for it. So I ended up being able to get The Legend of Zelda. And I was very happy. And obviously I beat the game. And beating the game was a really special story too, because I remember waking up a Saturday morning at like 3 a.m. And this is after I got really far the night before. I think I stayed up to probably, I don't know, 10 or 11. And I found where World 9 is, bombed the location. And I went in for a second. I heard the music, because obviously the music changes in the final ninth dungeon. I'm like, oh shit. Like, I can't start this right now. Like, I need to be fresh. I need some sleep. I need a good runway, right? So I was like, all right, I'm going to have to go to bed anyways, because I'm going to be told to go to bed, because that was the age of that. So I was like, all right. Again, you guys will remember this, kids. You didn't have TVs everywhere. There was a TV in the living room. And then I think a year or two before this, our grandparents bought us a TV for the kids, for the three of us to share. So we all shared this one TV, and it was in my brother's room. So I also had to factor in that, again, I'm the youngest. So if I want to use the TV, I have to hope that they have other plans. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to use it, right? And so I was like, okay, well, what if I just wake up before them? They'll probably sleep till 6 or 7. That might give me enough time to beat the game. I don't know. So that's what I did. I got up at 3. And if you guys remember this too, I turned the TV on with the remote and pressed mute immediately, because you never know what the volume is. You know what I mean? When you turn it on, and my brother's sleeping in that room. So like I'm sneaking in, and I'm like, I hope that the glow from the CRT TV doesn't wake him up. So I mute it real quick, turn the volume down, and then unmute it so I can still hear it, but the volume's on like level 2. And he wakes up around like 7, and my brother John was like, "Oh shit! Like, where are you? Are you at the end of the game?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude." I'm like, "I'm at the end," and he was really happy for me. I'm like, "Are you up now?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch you beat this. Like, this is a big moment." And so I was able to, of course, turn it up. We put it on the speakers because we had it hooked up to the receiver. And yeah, that's when I beat The Legend of Zelda. And obviously that was a really special moment. That's growing up, we didn't have guides. Nobody my age knew how to beat the game. Because I think I beat it when I was, would have been when I was 5, so in 1990. Nobody my age was playing The Legend of Zelda. That was way too hard for them. And if they were, they didn't get far. My brothers, of course, didn't get far. Nobody knew. There was no internet. You just had to figure it out. Yes. So we just had to figure it out back then. And that's what I've done ever since with all the games. I still don't use guides. I think it takes a lot of the joy out of the video games. That was my first Zelda story, okay? That's the basis. I'm going to give you some very fast hits real quick, and then we'll pass it off. The next one that was really cool was middle school. I stayed home sick for an entire week of school to play Ocarina of Time. I faked sick. My mom knows this now, of course. She's watched the podcast, and she's watched it when I told this story. And I remember seeing her, and she's like, "I can't believe you," and like shoves me. Like, what? I was like, "What are you doing?" I had no idea what she was even thinking about. She's like, "Your story about Zelda." She's like, "You really weren't sick?" I'm like, "Oh, Mom." I'm like, "Yeah."
That's awesome.
The first couple of days, I honestly I didn't feel great. I mean, I could have went to school, but yeah, for the rest of the week, yeah, no, I wasn't sick. I don't want to play the game. I can't believe you. I can't believe you lied like that. I'm like, Mom, it was for Zelda. This is first 3D Zelda. You know how long I waited for this? I said, you remember when it came out on Super Nintendo? That was an excruciatingly long wait. And it was funny. My mom would take the N64 controller before she'd leave for work, and she'd hide it in her room. I don't know if your parents ever did this. Like, if you're going to be homesick, they'd hide something like your controller. And so she'd hide it. And of course, I looked for it, found it, took that mental snapshot image of exactly how the controller looked, exactly how the wire was wound up. So I could put it back, about 30 minutes before Mom would usually get home, exactly how it was. And I do it 30 minutes before. That way the N64 is also not hot. Because Mom would check the temperature of not just of me, but of the N64 too. That's how she rolled. So that was really fun because, again, we didn't have cell phones. It was a different time. I had a pager. I had a clear blue Motorola pager back then. And so, of course, when I came back to school, everyone's like, dude, we thought you were dead. Like, are you okay? Like, I'm better than ever, man. I just beat Ocarina of Time. They're like, what? It's like, yeah, dude, that's what I did the whole week. And so it was very funny back then. Senior year of high school, got my apartment right before graduating, and christened it, as I like to say, with beating Wind Waker at my first place on a flat screen TV that I saved up for, which these had just came out back then. It had progressive scan. You guys remember how big of a deal that was to actually be able to use the progressive scan feature on the GameCube? It was like cutting edge back then. Camping out for 3 days. in front of Best Buy for the Nintendo Wii, which of course was to play Twilight Princess at launch. That was a great one. This one was really good too. I was managing Island restaurants, for 10 years. I managed that restaurant chain here in Arizona and in California. And at the time I was in San Diego at Mission Beach, living out there. And I had woke up on my day off. And I was stretching, getting ready to go to basketball at the gym. And I had like a side ache really bad. And I'm like, that's weird. I'm just stretching. It got worse and worse throughout the day to the point that I was like completely hunched over. Like completely. And I remember telling my cousin, because he just moved out there to come live with me in Cali for the summer. My cousin Jim. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm not feeling good. I think I'm gonna go to urgent care and go see what's up. I'm like, this something's not right. So I drove myself to urgent care. And mind you, I'd only lived in San Diego for a handful of months. And doctor got me on the table. He's using his little hammer. And he's like hammering my stomach, right? And he was like, your appendix is about to burst. Like immediately, I'm going to call the emergency room. I'm going to tell them you're on your way right now. You need to go directly there. Like, who drove you here? It's like, I drove. What do you mean you drove? I'm like, I don't know, dude. I didn't think you were going to tell me I need to go to the emergency room immediately. He's like, oh my God. He's like, do you want an ambulance? I'm like, no, I don't want to pay for that. I'll drive myself. I drove myself here. He's like, I understand. He's like, that's fine. I get it. He's like, just go straight there. And so, of course, working in the restaurant business, there's a lot of heavy lifting involved. And so I had to get an emergency appendectomy. And the moral of this story is that, well, of course, I couldn't go back to work for like 2 weeks. So what do you think that freed up time to do? Play Skyward Sword. Yes. Finally got to play it. And of course, there is motion controls, and I just got, stitched up literally at an appendectomy. So it wasn't always comfortable, but it was a really special moment because once you start like working in the workforce and you're managing, that you're never going to get time off. There's never going to be a perfect window ever to play a game and have, once again, a nice runway to actually just relax and play this straight through. Unless, of course, you have to have an emergency appendectomy and then you can't go to work. And I had my runway. And so I know exactly what I'm going to do. It's time to play Skyward Sword and beat it, play it from beginning to end. And so that was a really special moment. And then my last one, which I think is very funny because, just at the age I'm at, I don't know if anyone else has done this, but I was at Loan Depot. And again, I was with Loan Depot Mortgage for 10 years. And I was interviewing for the director of operations position. And they were asking how I got so good at troubleshooting all of our systems. They're like, you fix stuff that IT has no clue how to do. Like, how do you do it, but also do all the other jobs that you do? And like actually your main job, because that's not my main job to fix things, obviously. And I said, you know what? I was like, I don't know if you guys will understand this. You might think I'm being funny, but I'm not. I said, I think it goes back to childhood, like to being a kid with The Legend of Zelda. I said, honestly, the way I'm able to solve problems and troubleshoot is because, honestly, playing The Legend of Zelda, learning all the trial and error and doing it my whole life. So you got to understand, I started playing this when I was 4. That was when we had first rented it. And it's never stopped. And of course, it's that I play other video games too that are similar with problem solving, but I don't use guides. I don't do any of that. Like, I am the guide. I figure it out for myself. And so when I'm doing stuff like this at work, it's like second nature. And
Stash,
of course,
I
I
could
got
totally
the job.
Stash. I could totally, if this still existed. Obviously, it doesn't today. But if you remember the Nintendo hotline where people would call in when they're
Yes.
stuck on a game, I could totally picture you doing that job.
Dude, I would have
Like,
loved
oh
to
yeah,
do
dude,
it.
I got your back. Push the blocks to
Side
the
note,
right
I'm glad you
3 times,
brought
then
that
forward
up.
and light the 2 torches, and you're good.
Also, I want to mention this. I'm glad you brought that up, just because this is interesting for all of us. My cousin Jim messaged me like a month ago, and he said, "Hey, you know, a lot of the family like watches the podcast, right?" I'm like, "No, I had no idea." Like, honestly, I had no idea. And he said, "We have a family member that worked at Nintendo." I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" Yeah. And
Was it an uncle?
he said his cousin, his cousin Jamie, I think his cousin Jamie or Natalie, her husband worked at Nintendo Power, at the Nintendo Power hotline. He worked
it's on the
doing
tip
that
line.
job.
That's
I'm like,
cool.
no way.
That's
Yeah.
Might have
And,
talked to him.
he's-
I need some help in the games back in the day.
Well, he was saying, he's like, you should have him on the podcast as a guest, and you guys could talk to him. Like, that's a really good idea.
That'd
And
be
he
sick.
said he'd be
cool.
down to do it. So yeah, just heads up. That would be really fun. I think that would be an interesting guest to have on. He doesn't do podcast or anything, but he would obviously do that. But at any rate, those are my stories. Did end up getting the job, and my director at the time, Caroline, really cool, big gamer as well. She was maybe a year or two older than me. I'm 40 now, so she's probably like 42. And she grew up on Nintendo. In fact, she was there to like camp out for the Nintendo Switch and the NES Mini and the Super Nintendo Mini. And we made sure like everyone in the office that wanted one got one. So we'd send people. Home Depot and Best Buy were across the street from each other. So we could just send people in line to go make sure we all got it. So I knew she would understand the reference. Like, there was obviously a panel of people, but she got it. She obviously, I think that helped me get the job because she understood what Zelda is. So those are some of the stories. Thank you guys for listening.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. All right. Let's go to one of our guests. How about Geek Apprentice? What does Zelda mean to you?
Oh gosh. So what's funny is I've answered this type of question like 3 other times for like other collaborations in my own video and like in the past 2 weeks, and I'm like, it's almost like it's an anniversary or something, and this keeps coming up. So at its core, it's childhood family memories. My family, I'm the youngest of 3. I have 2 older brothers, so naturally I learned about gaming through them. I was exposed to Ocarina of Time at the ripe age of 3. I can tell you it's not rated E for everyone. But I loved watching my brothers play it. That's typically my extent of gaming as a young child, was watching them. They would play the games. And funny thing, and I talk about this a lot whenever I stream, is my mom played the games with us. My dad couldn't care less, but my mom was the one that was like, she was helping solve the puzzles for my brothers on the Sega Genesis when I was like 2 years old because they couldn't figure it out. But she would play with us, and she had no idea what was happening. But for her, she was like, this is something all 3 of my kids like, so I'm going to join them so that we can have family time together. And like till this day, she'll know. She knew about the Animal Crossing trailer or whatever for the Switch 2 edition before I did. She texted me and was like, hey, did you know there's new stuff for Animal Crossing? I was like, excuse you, how do you know this before me? So that's my mom. But like, as far as Zelda is concerned, I have vivid memories of being a child and watching my brothers play, again, specifically Ocarina of Time. But my mom did not know what the enemy names were, so it didn't matter what my brothers were fighting. She would just shout from wherever she was in the house, kill the Stalfos! because she knew that was the name of one of the enemies. So she would shout that, and she messes up the names a lot. So she doesn't have a channel, but I think it'd be funny if she streamed herself doing games, but she refuses. But like she couldn't remember the name Wizrobe when she was playing Breath of the Wild several years back, and she kept calling him Whizbangs. So her name is Scared of Whizbangs.
I love this. I have a similar thing that I'll mention when it gets around to me. I love that though. That makes me so happy.
Oh yeah, my mom's hilarious. And the third thing she misnamed is she couldn't say Kakariko Village, so she would call it Karaoke Village. It was just great. Awesome. So at its core, Zelda is like childhood memories, but somewhere around Wind Waker is when we kind of fell off the wagon, if you will. Because my eldest brother definitely fell into the camp of, oh, Wind Waker's too childish looking, so he stopped playing. My other brother was like, Zelda, what do I care? I love it. And my mom and I, once again, my mom would annoy the crap out of my other brother with the Tingle Tuner and Wind Waker to the point where like he's throwing fits, and I don't blame him. When every 2 seconds you're doing the button that makes him go, hey, yeah, that would drive me insane too. But my brothers both just got interested in other kinds of games, and I didn't have friends that played video games, so I kind of didn't keep up with it either, except Animal Crossing was like the only game I kind of kept up with. But then I went to college, and I moved like 13 hours away, so I had to get all new set of friends, and I found friends who played video games, particularly Zelda. One thing led to another, and this would have been during like Zelda Tube in its infancy, and I was lost down the rabbit hole because I was like, oh, in my mind, there was Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, and Link's Awakening, and maybe some other game that I realized later was Twilight Princess. I didn't know about any of this other stuff. So I went to look up, my brother suggested, hey, why don't you look up a Let's Play for Twilight Princess? That's the last one that we started to play and we never finished. And I was like, oh, okay. I think we started it on my Wii. And I looked up the Let's Play, and that just massive rabbit hole. I was like, there's a timeline. Is there? There's all this lore, and I didn't know. And I went insane, which led me to finding Game Over Jesse's channel, which I was majoring in theater. I got my degree in theater, and I did dabble in some voice acting. So then I learned what Discord was. I joined Game Over Jesse's Discord. They had a little, it was him and Capt Bergerson. They had a little audition for like, hey, we're going to let viewers send in a little audio clip of themselves, and they can do some voiceovers and videos if we like how they sound. Within 10 minutes of me sending mine, Jesse messaged me and said, oh my gosh, we want your voice. And I was like, why? But okay. I was excited. And that led to me voicing one video, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. And then it was, hey, do you want to just be in our podcast? And I was like, okay. Again, I had just started doing the YouTube thing. I didn't know what I was going to do with it. To be fair, I'm not sure I still know what I'm doing with it all these years later, because I started in 2018 when I graduated. And then, yeah, everything kind of just blossomed from there, and it led to being able to find an online community, which I would have never been able to conceive of at the time. So it's childhood memories, but it's also just, I don't know, all this, I still call it a hobby now, with the streaming and the videos, and it's super fun to finally have people I can talk about these games with, because my brothers aren't super interested anymore, and I didn't have in-person friends who cared about video games, which, not that everyone has to like video games, but it's nice to, you know, be like, oh my gosh, did you see that new trailer for Tears of the Kingdom? And have a bunch of people be like, I sure did, let's talk about it. And it's, yeah, it's really cool. And I have bazillions of memories with that, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Love hearing these stories, man. You know what? Let's go to someone who maybe doesn't have as deep of a history, but maybe we'll be surprised. How about Eric? What does Zelda mean to you?
Oh, man. The games, I haven't played a ton of them. But obviously, throughout yours and mine friendship, I've watched you play pretty much all of them. So I feel like I've played all of them. Well, wait, hold on. I guess I have played parts of all of them because anytime you went to the bathroom, you're like, here, play.
Dude, that was a huge thing back in the day. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that still a thing with kids today? Like just watching their friends play games?
We used to do that all the time. Yeah.
I know they watch like live streamers and like people like Queso and stuff now, but I'm like, how about actually watching your friend play the game like in person? It happened a lot.
Yeah,
Anyways, go
that
on.
was the thing.
Yeah. But so there's that. The games, like I said, I haven't played a ton of them, but Zelda in itself, the franchise has opened up a bunch of different things. Honestly, without Zelda, we probably wouldn't be sitting here. The podcast, things like that. I even know I never would have went to E3, at least the first time, without Zelda. So it has opened a ton of doors and things that I never thought I'd be able to do. So yeah, the new games are freaking fantastic, and I'm looking forward to see what they bring out next. But yeah, no, it's been wonderful because it's opened a lot of doors for me. So,
All right, let's hop on over to guest Tiger Time. What's the Zelda franchise mean to you, man?
Yeah, it actually means a ton. I think during my first podcast appearance, I mentioned how I don't even know if it's my memory, if it's one of those like you see a picture as a kid and you might believe it, but you're not really sure if it was real. There's this photo of me in my mom's lap and Zelda's on in the background, NES Zelda. And she's like got me down in her lap and then a controller in her hand. So I'm kind of like between her and the controller. And I feel like I look at that picture and kind of see where I'm at now with games. And I'm kind of like, all right, that's where the seed was planted,
Mm-hmm.
And then growing up, I had an NES, SNES, N64, and the first game I played was either NES Zelda or Excite Bike. I don't really remember which one, but both awesome in different ways. But yeah, I remember playing that NES Zelda, and my mom would, she'd watch me play, and she still doesn't really understand what's going on in games that she plays, but she has a good time, which honestly, it's all you can ask for. Yeah. So when I specifically see NES Zelda, I just think about like how that's where the little gamer seed was planted. But then when I was growing up, it was really Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I had the Pikachu N64, and it was awesome. I'd have my cousin over, and again, me and him would do that thing. One of us would be playing and the other would just be sitting on the couch. And in a lot of ways, it was even somehow better than local multiplayer, like actually playing together. Cause it was just, I don't know. It was fun to have someone watching and kind of getting a different perspective. But I think about those times in my bedroom eating like cheese balls and like 64-ounce bags of gummy bears. We'd go crazy on all that stuff. But I think particularly Majora's Mask that's a game that's always stuck in my head. And that's kind of when I realized, because I'd played Ocarina of Time first, and then I played Majora's Mask. My older cousin gave it to me, and it was just like, I don't know. When he gave it to me, I was almost kind of like, is this some weird N64 Zelda hack? Like, what is this game? And it kind of made me realize that I like weird games when I didn't before. I was like, this is crazy. There's a smiling moon. I like the danger in this game, but at the same time, when I was a kid, it was kind of freaky. So I think that it showed me, though, I love weird art styles, and it kind of set the foundation for, I have this interesting comparison with Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. And I actually kind of like the weirder, crazier, shorter experience than kind of the bright. And Ocarina of Time has those scary moments, of course, but I feel like every Zelda game has kind of taught me a little bit more about my tastes. So then I kind of think back to Link to the Past too. That was a game that I fell in love with trying to like speed run it, I guess, before I even knew what speed running was, because it was so freaking replayable. And particularly that game, they had the little player's handbook. I don't remember what it was called, but it was, they used to come with every game, basically.
Mhm.
Those little booklets.
The little
And-
manuals. Yeah.
Yeah, the manuals. Yeah, exactly. The art in that was so good. I don't know if you guys remember, but
Yes.
it was killer.
Totally.
The
I
enemy
missed
designs.
that.
Yeah.
I miss that stuff so much. Manuals, man.
I know that they were the best. Yeah, I'd read through those things like on the bus and stuff. 'Cause that way I could kind of be playing the game in my mind when I couldn't, So particularly that one, I remember the enemies were so cool looking, and you could kind of read the little lore about them, and it just kind of like brought the game to life in a really cool way. And that's what sticks in my head about Link to the Past. And fun fact about me, I kind of grew up on an island, kind of off the coast. And so obviously growing up there, you can probably see the natural connection. Wind Waker was like the coolest game I'd ever played. It was like, I could connect to it in such a crazy way, especially with the young Link. Cause I was I think I was like 8 when I played it. So it was like Toon Link and I were hitting it off. Cause I was like, okay, this guy's also a small dude trying to find his way off this island. And it was like the coolest thing. And I thought it was like the most beautiful game I'd ever seen. And it also had kind of a weird mystery of the sea aspect. Like I always felt like I could find something cool out there. And again, just kind of that relating it to my hometown with the Wind Waker was always a really special touch that the Wind Waker will always have for me, for sure. But then interestingly, after that, of course, Twilight Princess. And again, I probably played that, it came out 4 years later. I probably played it when I was like 10 or 11 or 12. And so it was just like a cool progression because Link's obviously older in that, and he's kind of a young man. So it was like Link and I were aging together. It was this fun little journey. But again, it was cool because Twilight Princess to me was like, oh, Zelda's going weird again. Like Majora's Mask kind of showed me that I liked. And I don't know. I remember specifically again with that game, my cousin and I, we kind of started hanging out again, and that game kind of brought us together again. So Minish Cap, all the Game Boy DS games, they all bring me back to like, I don't know, mostly bus trips. Like I'd try to sneak in as many minutes as I could on the bus trips. We'd go to the YMCA. That was an awesome trip because I got a little extra time. I remember trying to play Link's Awakening, and like if there was any daylight at all, not being able to see and play the game, the struggles there with the Game Boy. There's just like some core memory that's unlocked when I play every game. Minish Cap, I remember my aunt took that away from us as kind of, again, a punishment, kind of like hiding the controller, except she went just full game. Like, nope, no chance of playing this. I'm going to hide it. So she put it on top of the fridge for some reason. And I never saw it again. It just it disappeared into one of those house black holes that I feel like we've all experienced, that sometimes somehow things just disappear. And even when you move out of a space, it's still not there. So it's like, where are these going? So I never beat that as a kid. So luckily I got to revisit that. And kind of the final kind of chronological memory here is I was in college in the 2015 to 2017 era. And I'd kind of just been caught up in life and gotten really busy, kind of like you were saying, the Geek Apprentice. Like it just, I don't know. I still played games, but I wasn't really connected with it. And so, Breath of the Wild, like I feel like it was for so many people, was so interesting. Just like seeing it and trying to think open world Zelda and like, how's this going to work? And then obviously playing it, and you never forget that moment when you first walk out onto the Great Plateau. And I don't know, it just really, I feel like particularly the Great Plateau is like, oh, this weirdly somehow, I actually made a video about this. It kind of feels like home, even though I've never been here before, and that's a really special feeling that not every game can create. But particularly, I was like, this is why games are awesome. Like this is the best form of storytelling out there, in my opinion, because you can't necessarily immerse yourself and feel that way unless you're in a game. And again, it was like, oh yeah, what am I doing? What is this 2-year hiatus? I got to get on this backlog and start playing these games. And I remember Tears of the Kingdom. I almost lost my relationship because I was like, I got to play this 15 hours a day. Like I couldn't stop. I'd take it off the dock. And she'd think we were going to watch TV together. And I just like still have it handheld, and we survived luckily. But yeah, these games, the Zelda games are special. They just,
Bless you.
oh, was that a sneeze? Yeah, bless you. Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, they just, I don't know. Anytime I play a Zelda game, it unlocks a memory for me. It creates a feeling even beyond just a memory. Like, I feel like not every memory can do that. Like not every memory, when you have it, you feel how you felt in that moment. With the Zelda games, it's like, I remember myself and my cousin playing, but I also like feel just that nostalgia. Like it's there whenever I play. So they're good. They're good.
All
yeah.
right. Thanks.
I love, by the way, I love hearing all these stories. Makes me so happy.
Yeah, it's really cool to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes you very,
Getting
very
a little
happy,
emotional. I'm not gonna lie.
Hmm?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I said I'm getting a
don't-
little emotional. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm
I
getting
don't
a
know if
little
anyone saw. I
emotional.
went like this earlier. I had a little tear come to my eye at some of these stories. Zelda's one of the few video games I get actually emotional about. That said, it's not my turn. Let's hear Game Bird Classic. What's it mean to you,
Oh
buddy?
boy, man, where do I even start with this? And like Thunderstash, Nishquick reached out to me to collab on his new video that's going to be coming soon about, sharing fondest memories. And it was so hard for me just thinking of like every game from the series, all the memories throughout my entire life, since a little boy. What memory meant the most to me. And so definitely check out his video when that drops to hear what I came up with. But like Thunderstash, I started with, I've got it over here. I've got my little show and tell. I started with this gold cartridge.
Yeah, man.
And this NES, it was a hand-me-down NES that was gifted to me, I think when I was 4 years old. And this, I didn't even have the Mario and Duck Hunt yet. I had NES in this. And this game changed my life. And it, like was kind of mentioned earlier, without this combination, I don't know if there'd be a Game Bird Classic today, because this is really what shaped me as a gamer. Zelda's been my favorite video game series since. Nothing's come close for me. And I learned so much from that game at a young age. I learned, as corny as it might sound to some people, but I learned perseverance. The game was way too hard for a 4-year-old to play, period.
Good point.
Yeah.
I learned perseverance. I also I learned or the game sparked my imagination and my sense of adventure at a really young age as well. And it took me at least a couple years to beat this game, maybe even longer. I don't recall exactly when, but I'll never forget burning every bush, bombing every wall, every rock to find all the secrets and everything that's to be discovered in this game. And I don't know, that like that starting moments where it's dangerous to go alone, take this, and you get a sword and you're off, and that theme song kicks in, just stuck with me. And shifting from that to getting my hands on the Super Nintendo, which became my favorite console of all time, and still might be my favorite console of all time. The Switch 1 came close, but I think about all the series that I care so much about, whether it's Mario or Metroid or Final Fantasy, and what what happened to those series on the Super Nintendo and how they really evolved into their peak pure forms, especially A Link to the Past, which to this day I still consider a perfect 10 out of 10 game. I mean, the music alone, the dungeons, the bosses, and I don't know, going from this first game to A Link to the Past and how magical. And I think that was the very first time. And of course, I said this a million times as a child. I said it every generation, but I believe Link to the Past was the first time I ever thought to myself, it's never going to get better than this. Like this is going to be the best sounding, the best looking, the best gameplay. There's nowhere beyond here. Yeah, I don't know. Ocarina of Time, again, that another one that like made such a massive impact on my childhood, and taking an adventure that I grew up with, starting with The Legend of Zelda at 4 years old, and then entering the realm of 3D and that opening title sequence with the piano and just that, oh my God moment, that goosebumps, like, holy crap, I can't even believe I'm playing this right now moment. And all the deep memories. And, Stash mentioned about how there was no internet. There was no like looking up, what do I do? And the memories with Ocarina of Time, especially, and Majora's Mask as well. But Ocarina of Time, I remember so vividly of being on the schoolyard, and just talking to kids. And, secrets were such a big part of video games, and someone sharing a secret that they found out, and you'd be like, nah, bullshit, dude. Like, there's no way. But then you still go home and you put a bomb next to that one tree or that next wall just in case it was true. And so many memories like that. Majora's Mask, Tiger Time. This game was so weird and quirky and moody, and made such an impression on me. And this was the first and only game that I ever bought a walkthrough for. I bought the premium. Still have it. I think I showed it on the show one time. I still have it to this day because I had to have every item, I had to explore every nook and cranny of this fascinating world. In the game, the time system, the 3-day cycle, the kind of Groundhog's Day 3-day cycle where everything you do affects the next day, and certain people are only at certain places at certain times on certain days where you can move along the quest or get a mask, was so unbelievable to me and felt so far ahead of its time. I had never experienced anything like that on a console game before. And I often think about just kind of the sense of dread that game for the first time in a Zelda, there was tense moments in the series, but that game, that sense of dread, thinking about like how you got closer to those final hours, how the music would get a little bit more up, a little bit more disturbing until you're in those final hours. And the theme in Clock Town is like horrifying. Dread-inducing music. Just such a great memory. To Wind Waker, I mean, this game blew my mind, and I was the odd kid. I'll never forget coming to school. I was in 8th grade when Wind Waker got like officially revealed. There was, I forget if it was E3 or Space World, when that first trailer dropped for Wind Waker, and they revealed the new art style, and a lot of the kids were expecting that Space World, that more Ocarina of Time, a little bit more of photorealism. And I remember everyone laughing about it and saying how bad it looked. And I watched that trailer, and I was the weirdo because I thought the game looked so unbelievably next gen. I couldn't believe how insane the graphics were on it. The characters weren't all jaggy or polygonal at all, or with like the derpy, like photorealistic faces. It looked like a Saturday morning cartoon with smooth, clean lines. And Link, there's a scene in the trailer I'll never forget where he's like scaling a wall, and you see the pupils moving left and right as he's like kind of checking, and him in the barrel sneaking up, attacking one of the moblins, and the moblin grabs his ass and jumps in the air and like reacting to where he got hit, and just my mind being blown by this. But I remember getting like teased about that, and people, even back then, just thinking I was a Zelda fanboy. But I legit thought the game was stunning, and just like my excitement in seeing such a different look for the series. And to this day, one of my favorite things about when we get new Zelda games is the new art style. What's the new art style going to be? It's one of my most hype moments, and it was probably the only disappointing part about Tears of the Kingdom getting announced. I was so thrilled about that game. The only thing I complained about the announcement, it's like, oh, well, they're using the same art style again, which you expect in a sequel. But I always get amped to see what the next game is going to look like. And yeah, I don't know. This, Stash even mentioned like, at work, your problem solving skills. And that takes me back. I remember when, one of my good friends invited me to do an escape room because I had never done one before. And like those Zelda skills came in clutch. Like every escape room.
You brought your bombs in there.
Yeah.
Did you have to light two torches?
Yep. but light a couple torches, push a couple blocks, But the other thing too is a huge part of this that I haven't really mentioned yet is the music. And how important the music is to me. And it's so fascinating that like I could hear almost like any song from the series randomly could pop on YouTube or whatever, or because I do listen to video game music, and like I know the song, I know the game, I know the moment or whatnot. And I don't know. Music also has such a profound impact on you. And I can't think of a series that has, maybe Mario and Final Fantasy are up there, but a series that's had as profound of an impact musically on me as The Legend of Zelda. And the vibe, kind of Tiger Time, you mentioned how each game kind of teaches you something new about yourself. There's always a new tonal vibe to each entry. Some games are darker than others. Some are a bit more emotional than others. Some have a bit better sense of adventure and a little bit more brighter in their storytelling than others. They're each very, very unique, and it have hit me differently each time. But for me, it's always a huge event. To me, it's the biggest event of every generation. And not only do I prepare for it with either vacation time or, in the past when I didn't have a job that had vacation, so I'd always do the nose plug. It was my signature move. I'll never forget. In fact, I'll never forget my best friend who got to come on the show, my buddy Colin, who manages our fantasy critic game league right now. When I met him, he had a big party, and I had just met him and stuff through one of my other good friends. And we hit it off over video games. We shared a lot of the same video game history and a love for the same series. And the Wii was coming out the next day. And I was already planning to show up early in the morning and wait outside. So was he. So he's like, hey, dude, you want to stay the night and can't show up at the mall outside of EB Games or GameStop, whatever it was, at 3 a.m? And I'm like, hell yeah, I'm down. I'll just call out of work. So we line up. We're in the mall. It's 4 a.m, 5 a.m, and I was working at Costco at the time. I called Costco and I plugged my phone. It's me. I'm really and I just met Colin, so he's just like, what is this guy doing? I'm like, I can't come in. I'm so sorry. Awesome. But the point is, it's always I plan for every release, and when I met my wife and stuff and we got married, she, we were married through and together through Tears of the Kingdom. And I had to let her know in advance, just so you know, this is a once in 5 to 7 years event. And this day is really special to me. And I just want to prepare because I'm probably going to tapped out. And it's emotional for me too. It's not emotional in the sense that when a game comes out, I cry. But there's a physical reaction, there's an emotional reaction And yeah, I don't know. I've never quite felt the same for any release in my whole life, and I think that's just a testament to the power of this series and the impact it's had on me as a gamer. And I mentioned there might not be a Game Bird Classic without it, but with that comes, I'm on this amazing podcast with amazing friends that have made Nintendo Prime, Thundersash Gaming, Eric Moore, and all the wonderful guests like you guys and everyone who tunes in every Wednesday night. Like, this is stuff that I feel so blessed about, and such a massive highlight for my week. And again, I go back to, like, it all started with this gold cartridge right here. So Legend of Zelda, thank you for an amazing 40 years. And I'm looking forward to 40 more, because I know if there's one game I know I'll be playing in my 80s, it's Zelda. Unless it goes games of service microtransaction slop, then I don't know.
Extra $5 to unlock the Master Sword.
Mm-hmm. No. And even then, he said, "I don't know." So there's still a chance. There's
the morbid curiosity.
There's the.
I also actually one last point I'll make. I mentioned this it was one of my first episodes as a co-host. I asked the podcast, and it was so funny because Thundersash laughed and was like, "Dude, I've thought about that many times. I have a weird irrational fear of either finding out I'm terminal and not going to make it to a Zelda launch in the future, like not making it to a new Zelda, or something happening to me on the way to go pick up the new Zelda." Like, it's been a weird irrational fear that I've had for years.
Yeah.
I'm like, does anyone else ever worry about this, that a game's going to be looming right on the horizon and you're just not quite going to make it?
The closest I have is I gave birth 10 days before because of wisdom. So that was not something right away. I wanted to, but I was like, I haven't slept in like 10 days. So no.
See, I haven't had that yet, but I turned 40 this year, getting over the hill. And what's interesting is I had a prediction back in high school that I would die when I'm 50. So I'm not worried about the next 3D Zelda, but I'm a little concerned I might not make it to the one after. So that is in the back of my mind that I made that prediction, and I'm really hoping that prediction is right. But
what was the context for this?
All right, I'll play it for you.
The context was I didn't. Thanks, Dad. The context was back then I thought 50 was ancient, and so I would see lots of old people. My mom. Okay, let me put the context here. My mom was a social worker, and she dealt with a lot of different types of clients. And some of them were obviously people that were extremely elderly. And I would see how much pain they're in and how much suffering they're in, every single day, just to even sometimes breathe. And I was like, shit, I should be dead at 50 then.
Okay.
Now I know in hindsight that was just me being a naive child, not understanding that those people were much older than 50. Right. But so I'm hoping that prediction is completely incorrect, and I actually have a letter. Do you guys remember at school they make you write a letter to your future self?
Yeah, the time capsule.
A letter to my future self that you will die at 50. So
that's insane.
So that's kind of the story there.
That's funny.
That is funny.
Well, there's only one person that still has to go. No, I'm just kidding. Joycey.
Huh?
What does Zelda mean to you?
Oh, that's right. I'm part of the podcast. I thought I was just watching for a while. Okay. I'm so into everybody's story. I'm like, wow, really? So, a lot of you, or not a lot of you, but some of you have seen me on the NinTopics podcast. So if you've heard this story before, I apologize. And also, if you're also used to me being on Mike's podcast, then I'm always hot, and this light has me melting. So, okay. Woo, child. All right. It was a dark and stormy night. No, seriously. When I was a child, young child back in the 80s, so I am actually older than Zelda. I'm over the hill, Nate. Come on over. It's fine. You don't die. Your bones don't suddenly get brittle and fall off. Like nothing bad happens. I swear.
That's at 50. That's in the
Yeah. The 50
No.
of them.
My mom's almost 80 and she's still hot. She still gets
Yeah.
hit on. So I'm not really worried. But anyway, so my dad was back in the 80s. He was like a computer and software engineer, which was like huge back then. And my mom is just very, very studious. She's always very office job, straightforward kind of person. So they unfortunately divorced when I was around 2. So my dad had the video games, and my mom was like, video games? What are you talking about? We don't play video games. What's wrong with you? Go read a book. No problem. I like to read too. So it wasn't really a punishment, and I didn't think it was odd, right? But my dad was like, well, your brother had the Nintendo. So now that brother is too old or older, your turn, you could play with it, whatever. And of course, I played Mario. My brother and I beat Contra together, which was an amazing moment.
Yep.
And then there was this little gold cartridge, and I was like, what's a Zelda? I don't know a Zelda. Pop that sucker in. And the strange old man said, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And he gives me this little wooden sword. And that was the day. I don't even remember what day it was. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but I didn't know you could bomb walls. I didn't know what this game was about. I'm just roaming around, hitting enemies, going into different caves and finding, oh, wow, you could bomb walls in dungeons. And y'all know the Dark Nut room, the blue ones that take like 5 hits, and it slows down the screen to 1 frame per second. And I loved every second of that joint. You couldn't tell me nothing. And again, like the guys have already said, we did not have guides. If you're lucky, you have friends that are playing the same game. You had to go to school and talk to them or whatever and try to figure it out. And nobody played Zelda, so I was kind of on my own. Imagine my surprise when I got grown and I was like, this is only a 5-hour game. What are you talking about? What? I spent hours in Zelda, in the first Zelda. I spent hours in that game, days, full weekends, like, because I saw my while I lived mainly with my mom, I saw my dad all the time. He lived right around the corner from us. I saw my dad all the time. And he's like, well, baby girl, do you want to go get in the car and listen to some music and let's go get White Castle? Mind you, I love White Castle. And I'm like, what's wrong with you? Bring me back some White Castle. I'm playing Zelda. Weirdo. So that was my thing. When I was around 10 or 11, A Link to the Past comes out. And because I played so much Zelda and everything like that my worldview was very, very small of video games. So whatever my dad just kind of had there is what I played. So that's how I also got introduced to Castlevania and some other games as well. But Zelda was my jam. So a few years later, again, SNES comes out. Due to people, my dad got remarried and other family things, I kind of end up being like the forgotten one. And it was okay. I understood, new family, we got to make room. I get it. But for that Christmas, they had totally forgotten about me on Christmas, and it was fine. But late at night, we come home from a big family Christmas to do, and my dad and my stepmom, they were like, oh, Santa still has gifts for you. I never believed in Santa, so I was like, y'all want to just give it to me in the morning? I'm going to bed, and they're like, no, Santa has a gift for you. Go sit by the tree. And I'm like, okay. I'm falling asleep at the tree, okay? And I hear them coming down the stairs, and by the way, I could hear all the tissue paper and wrapping and cutting upstairs. I mean, come on. So they come downstairs, and Santa left this for you. And I'm like, thanks, Daddy. I mean, Santa, open up the bag. It was an SNES, and it was all for me. It was mine. Brother wasn't there to take over. This is mine right here. This is mine. And it came, of course, with Mario. It's my favorite Mario, and I never can remember the exact name. Super Mario World. I think, right?
Mario World. Yeah.
Thank you.
My favorite. That's my favorite too.
Yes. And that's why I like wonder so much because it gives me that vibe of that game.
Mhm.
Anyway, so I had that one, and then of course A Link to the Past was in there. So we got to get to Mario, but Link comes first, in my life. And talk about mind blown. Going from 8-bit and the game slowing down to 1 frame per second, jumping into A Link to the Past. It's like gaming's never going to get better than this. Nothing is ever going to blow my mind like this. Whatever. And I'll talk more about that when we get into our favorites and everything. So some time goes on. I get older. My mom and I, in our side of the family, we had to move to Texas. Her job moved here. So my dad was back in Missouri and my mom didn't let me play video games. So, kind of fell out of touch with that, years go on, late teens, early. Oh, you're too old for video games. Who wants to play? Nobody plays video games anymore. What are we, 12? There was that attitude around me. So years go by and I just don't think about gaming. I would hear different things, but never really paid attention to it. And one day I was at home and I'm like very late 20s, about to turn 30 or something like that. And just so happened there was a commercial on the television and it was for Twilight Princess. That's how long it had been. And
Joycey, you're saying after A Link to the Past, it had been till Twilight Princess? Okay. I just want to make sure I didn't miss a game.
Yeah, I went for a very, very long time. Like I played like other little Zelda games, like with my cousins and stuff like that.
Sure,
but I never.
Sure.
But my mom was like, "You're not sitting down in front of a TV. Go outside." I got plenty of outside time. I read books all the time, so
right,
whatever. So all this time had passed, and I'm too old to play video games. But let me tell you something about Link. Link and I had a special thing going on, okay? And I just left him. No Dear John letter, no goodbye, no nothing. I literally left him at my dad's house, and I'm pretty sure my dad gave that SNES away. But I was watching a commercial, and it was Twilight Princess. And I remember I used to love Zelda. I said, when did Link start looking like this? And like, what? We're riding horseback now. Oh my God, Ganon. That's Ganon. I swear I remember Ganon, but I can't remember what trailer it was. And it was for the Wii. And I was like, but you're a little cartoon and they still make Zelda games. What? Is Sheik Zelda in this one? I heard something about that. Who is Sheik? I went out that weekend because I finally had grown-up people money, and I'm like, I live alone. My mama don't pay a damn bill in this house. I went with my adult money, and I got myself a Wii, and of course, I got Twilight Princess. And then I got online, and I'm seeing all these games I've missed. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of heartbreaking in a way because I said, there's a whole part of myself that I just let go because I was supposed to, and I felt a way about that, but it wasn't necessarily anybody's fault. It's just the kind of the way things are. And, my mom genuinely thought that video games were going to rot my brain. Right. Yeah. Because back then, all of the boomers.
That's what they all thought.
Yeah, that's what they all thought. They thought Pokemon was the devil. Mortal Kombat was going to take us all to hell. Everything was just blood, gore, video games bad. This was a very different time because the boomers actually had a good argument back then. Now I don't know anybody who's trying to make that argument stick because we were the hardcore gamers as kids, so we shouldn't have that argument. But anyway,
not to interrupt, Joycey, but I feel very blessed that my mom was the opposite. She loved that I would stay home and play video games, and she'd always be like, I'm so glad my son's a gamer and isn't out there doing drugs. My mom would always say that. Yeah. She would always, my whole childhood, it was like, I'm so happy my son's a gamer and he's not out there selling drugs or doing drugs.
Yeah, I got a lot of that too.
Yeah. The thing is that, I think my mom and my dad, in a way, they tried to put me in this bubble. Like bad things don't happen as long as you listen to what I say. And I had those kind of parents, listen to what I say or I'm gonna knock you out. So 80s, we were 80s kids, y'all. So that's the way the boomers handled it. No gentle parenting for us. But anyway, I looked online and I saw these games that I missed, and I was like, should I even play this now? Don't I have to play them in order? Things like that. And I just sat down and I was playing Twilight Princess. Funny story, and I told this on the NintenByte podcast, but I'll tell you guys. So we get to the Temple of Time, and I'm like, all right, I'm going through this game. I'm going pretty smooth. Like, me and Link didn't miss a beat. Like, we just got back together and everything. It's beautiful, honey. And then I saw what the boss was for the Temple of Time in Twilight Princess. And I said, I gotta look up, don't I? Oh Lord, I gotta look up. And judging by all the crawly things I've seen in this temple, child, I looked up and I was suddenly in Australia. Didn't save or nothing. I said, no. I have acute arachnophobia. So, which is wild because I live in Texas, and in Texas, like, yes, the bugs are 10 times bigger than, we're basically like the little Amazon down here. So I was freaked out, didn't come back to the game for about 4 months. And I said, look, we're going to have to play this. Because the thing is, it's not that we haven't seen this particular enemy before, but this one was really, really realistic. I'm pretty sure Australia has a 8-legged spider with a big eye on the back. Just saying. The spiders over there are no joke. So, but I go back and I'm like, okay, it's fake. It can't hurt you. Because the Skulltulas, for whatever reason, they didn't scare me. But Aragoma scared the shit out of me. I'm a grown woman, by the way, at this time. Just saying. And I finally went back and I got over it. And then it was the final scene of that is absolutely hilarious after you defeat that boss. So I was like, it was worth going back. And I had actually restarted the whole game knowing that part was coming. But then I got through it and it was fine. And then I went back and I played all the old games I could get my hands on. I bought myself 3DS. I found all the old the 3DS games. I somehow I forgot who gave it to me. I think one of my coworkers did. From way back when. They're 2DS, so I could play, I think it was Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. So basically, all this time, me and Link were separated by forces not out of our own, and I don't usually take men back. But Link's different. I basically just went through a divorce, the equivalent of a divorce last year. So I was like, I don't take you back if you act a fool. But Link acted right. So he's like, come on, girl. We used to go on adventures together. What are you doing? Just sitting there being an adult, paying bills and shit? Yeah, I designed a video game. And it's because of Zelda, though. To bring it back a little bit more serious, it is because of The Legend of Zelda, though. I got to catch up. And then also being older, it's like, okay, let's spread out a little bit. So I was able to get on the hype train for the OG Switch, right? And when Breath of the Wild was coming down the pipeline, and I think I had finished, I forgot which game it was, but I finished one of the other Zelda games like a few years before the Switch came out. So that's when it was Zelda Wii U. We called it Zelda Wii U. And then we got Breath of the Wild, and then we found out it was coming out on the Switch and everything. And I remember that time period, just, and I had just gotten back into playing games, and I found so many gamers online on YouTube. And I was like, people play games online? Should have started a channel then, but I didn't think. And so I was back in the gaming community. It was fun. And all this energy and excitement for Zelda. It's like, I have found my people. I said, this is my village. I should live here. Because these are the same people who are the same age as me, who are just as psyched as I am. So this is obviously not just a hobby for kids. So, and like Tiger Time was saying, I did everything I could possibly do when I first got Breath of the Wild. And, you're in the little cave and and Zelda's telling you to wake up. I did everything I could possibly do in that cave because I said, once I go out there, I said, I know it's going to be a big deal. And I had noticed, I was like, we don't have a title screen anymore. That's interesting. Go out into the Great Plateau, and that's when the cutscene hits.
So good.
Tears. Okay. Tears. I said, I'm finally getting my moment. It felt like, in a way, I'm getting my moment. Y'all got to party together when Ocarina of Time came out, and I said, I'm witnessing the next gen's Ocarina of Time moment, and I'm still glad that I'm here, a part of this. And all I could think was, started from the bottom, now we here. Started from 8 bits, and now we're here at Breath of the Wild. You know, so we'll talk more as the show keeps going, but that's my gaming story. But like I said, I Twilight Princess is what brought me back. Twilight Princess on the Wii is what brought me back.
I love that it was both Zelda that brought you in and Zelda that brought you back. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, thank you. Link's my boy Blue. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting this isn't a regular live stream where I just shout random shit in the chat and Nate just laughs. You know, or he cries. It depends on what I'm saying.
It's your first time on the podcast. Everybody shouts random shit on this podcast. So, Jesus,
dum diddy. Y'all don't know what that one's from. Anyway. Oh, and speaking of which, I am wearing my Zelda.
Hey, Minish Cap.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I love the shirt. All right.
Thank you.
I guess it means it is my turn. Sorry, I was gone for a moment, guys. Those not watching the video version.
All right, so we can all take a break then, since Nate's back.
I was trying to get ice water, and it was just a bigger struggle than it needed to be. Let me tell you. All right, so what does Zelda mean to me? Look, guys, I could literally talk everyone's ears off for hours on this. I've done it before on live streams and on former podcasts, like the Nintendo Prime podcast. Talked about it many a time. So I'm going to try to condense a lot of it. For starters, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Zelda. I don't mean like alive, but I wouldn't. The Nintendo Prime YouTube channel wouldn't exist, because this Nintendo Prime YouTube channel used to be the Zelda Informer YouTube channel, which is a website I was editor-in-chief of for a decade. That website I would have never been editor-in-chief of if I didn't run other fan websites, including my own, such as Zelda Domain, made on geocities.com back in 1998. Inspired to do that after playing Ocarina of Time. So I literally, this whole career, the reason you even know who I am is due to The Legend of Zelda. Now, that's interesting. That's neat. You guys know I love Zelda, and if you don't know, you just haven't been around long enough to see it, because we haven't really had, I didn't go like crazy with Echoes of Wisdom back in 2024. So like the last time I went crazy about Zelda was in 2023. And because there was no DLC or anything with Tears of the Kingdom, that kind of came and went. But by the time we got past the summer, haven't really talked a ton of Zelda since then, beyond just like predicting things about future of the franchise. And then there was Age of Imprisonment, which I did call my game of the year last year because of how much I love Zelda. Now, Zelda's importance to me isn't really about what I do here on YouTube or any of that. Started playing Zelda. Ironically, I was about 7 years old. I was born in 86. And I've heard of Zelda. My dad was kind of the gamer in the house. He had the NES and everything, but he would pretty much never let me play it. And he didn't have The Legend of Zelda in his collection. He had a lot of other really good games, but he didn't have Zelda because the NES was kind of from his childhood. My parents had me very young, so they were like 18. So like a lot of his stuff that he got was from his parents. And I didn't have a Game Boy until I was 8, and I was riding the bus and I saw someone playing in front of me this really cool looking game on a Game Boy, and I knew what a Game Boy was. And I asked him if I could play it. He said no. I said, "You're gonna let me play it?" He said no. So I punched him on the shoulder and took it. In that Game Boy was Link's Awakening. I took the Game Boy home that night. I did. Of course, I got busted.
Wow.
It's at like 3 a.m. playing it because I was sneaking batteries because I didn't have the power cable because it wasn't my Game Boy.
Well, I think we need to go back to the fact that you stole a Game Boy.
Yeah, this is a story I've told before. Legitimately told. This is how my Zelda journey began.
That's a fun story.
His Zelda origin story is a tale of crime.
It is. It is. So it's easier for me to like smile about it now after everything that happened, but obviously it was a pretty big asshole move. I got in so much trouble. Oh my god, I didn't get to play video games for like 6 months. It was bad. Anyways, so obviously the next day my mom marches me to school, makes me find the person, give the Game Boy back, all that. But I couldn't help after being grounded, and I did apologize. I felt a little bad, especially after I realized how badass this game was. I'm like, sucks for this kid. He can't play it right now. Really,
Jeez.
As you're illegally enjoying his Game Boy.
Yeah.
That's so predatory.
Oh, by the way, I deleted his save file too. So, anyways, I was just an asshole.
You didn't tell us that part before. Good Lord.
I got an in-school suspension, and that
No reason for that.
that kind of woke me the fuck up.
Yeah, there's literally 3 files. Just rude.
I hated it when people did that when you rent a game and
Well, at least I
they
understood
delete
with the
the
game
save
rentals.
files.
I understand with the game rentals because, like, yeah,
No, because if there's 3 slots and you rent it, you return it, and then the next weekend you rent it, and they're all clear now except for one, there's no reason for that. We both of our files could have coexisted, and another one could have, but you just wanted to delete all of them because you're an asshole. Not you, but this is what people would do when you rent games.
I'm an asshole. No, game rentals for me back then, the save files were always all taken up, so you always had to delete if you wanted to play it for yourself. I always felt bad because I always wondered if it was like someone is actually going to re-rent this. So I would look at the save files and look at the play time on them and be like,
I did that.
Yeah.
Or the oldest one.
Only played for
The
like
oldest
40
one,
minutes.
too.
That's the one
Yeah.
I'm going to delete. If I see one on here that's got like 20 hours, dude, they might be renting this shit again. So
Yeah, I'm not touching that. Yeah.
yeah, I'm like, I'll delete the 40-minute one because I don't think they had a good time. And they only lost 40 minutes. They can get that back if they really want it. That wasn't always the case. There was one game I rented. I can't remember what it was, but it had 3 save files filled up, and all of them were over 30 hours. And I'm like, oh fuck. So then I tried to play one of them, and I didn't know what the fuck was going on. So I'm like, someone's gonna be mad at me. I'm deleting. It is what it is. Because I definitely rented that game multiple times. Several people. It might have been one person and their friends doing it. I don't fucking know. Anyways, so
I
Zelda.
used to judge the names on the save files. I used to just judge by the name. Like if I saw a name like Kimothy, I'd be like, this kid sucks.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Fuck that kid. Okay, so Game Boy, I had to return it obviously the next day, apologize and all that. I didn't actually get in like any trouble with the school or even that kid's parents, because apparently that kid's parents were pissed that he even brought it to school because he wasn't supposed to. So he was already in trouble that he even brought it to school. So we both were in trouble basically. We kind of became friends after that for a while, but kind of weird that that's how we became friends. We both did things we weren't supposed to be doing. But I got grounded, obviously, and wasn't allowed to touch the NES or anything. I could go to school. I could come home and do chores, eat, go to bed, read a book if I want. I was always allowed to read books, not comic books. Oh, no. They had to take it with the fun stuff. So no book, no pictures in the books. You're reading chapter. So I started getting into Harry Potter and stuff. So you know what? And it ended up working out for me. But the whole time in school, me and this kid, because he was grounded too, because he broke the rules and took shit to school and he wasn't supposed to. This whole time, him and I were in class drawing pictures from Link's Awakening, dreaming of when we could play that game again. It was awesome.
Intended.
Well,
I
didn't
was
know
just about to say
Ooh,
pun
that's
intended.
know that at the time, right? Had no idea, hadn't beat the game yet. So obviously, you know, my biggest want, you know, for that upcoming Christmas was I want a Game Boy, I want Link's Awakening, I want a Game Boy, I want Link's Awakening. And then my grandma ended up surprising me and getting that for me. So that was really nice of her, much to my parents' chagrin. You gave him what he stole. I can't steal it now. I have. Grandma's thinking. She's thinking. My grandma was the one who always had my back with video games. My parents, even though my dad liked the game, it really wasn't a lot of. They were trying to get me to do other things, which I did plenty. I was playing sports around and everything else, but
I feel like you were the type of kid that, like, if you had to return it, you broke it. That way, it was like, well, none of us get Game Boy.
no, I wasn't that mean. I actually felt pretty guilty that I did that because I'd never done anything like that before. But also we had like this little kid gang at the school, and I was the leader of it. So normally I didn't have to do anything. I would just say, "Give it to me," and they would. So,
You were the kid who took other children's PB&Js and did
no.
We didn't
bully people. So we had like two little kid gangs on the playground, and all we would do is compete against each other for supremacy. But we wouldn't like steal people's lunch money or do any of that kind of shit. But whenever I would people to give me something, they would give it to me, and I would always give it back to him. And to be fair, if that kid would have let me play it on the bus, I would have just handed it back to him when I got off the bus. But of course, a couple of my little friend gang were on the bus. And so there was a little bit of encouragement when I said, "Hey, no, you're going to give it to me." And they said, "No." They both kind of looked at me like, "You going to fucking take that?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm the leader."
Your cortisol was spiking.
Yeah, you don't fucking say no to me.
Testosterone, cortisol.
I had to do something. Anyways, wasn't good. Obviously, ended up working out. We became friends, and it was all cool. And it opened my mind to be like more accepting of all other people, not just people in my friend group. So I actually ended up being kind of a nice moment, nice learning moment. And then,
Did you all hug at the end?
Once we both were grounded, yeah, we did. He was the only kid in school that played Zelda besides me, so it was awesome. Like we actually bonded over Zelda for a while until he ended up going back to the public schools, like a couple of grades later. Anyways. So so that's how I discovered Zelda was Link's Awakening. And then we had my grandma had a computer with dial-up. So I was curious, like, you know, there has to be other games besides this one. This game ended as just a dream. Okay, well, there's got to be other Zelda games. This can't be it. So I looked up, and sure enough, this is, you know, Zelda 1, Zelda 2 on NES. So, you know, I'm trying to tell my dad, "Hey, Dad, you want to try some Zelda? Take me to Blockbuster quick." So we went to Blockbuster, rented both. I ended up both having a really good time playing the Zelda 1 and 2. And then from there, just kept playing all the new Zeldas. Eventually got a SNES, played a Link to the Past, had an N64. Never owned at the time Ocarina of Time. But I might as well have. So I could make X amount of money per week doing chores. And from 1998 through, I want to say, like January of 2000, I had a copy of Ocarina of Time rented out from Blockbuster because I took my money I made every week to extend my rental. So it literally, I spent probably way more than it would have been just to buy the game, but I didn't want to stop playing. I literally did not want to stop. I did not want to return it. But I also knew I can't just keep it. My parents are going to get fines and all this shit. They might not let us rent anymore. I mean, whatever. I don't want to do that. It wasn't crossing my mind as a kid that, you know what, if I just stop playing for like 5 months, I could just buy the fucking thing and keep my money. But whatever. So I just kept re-renting it. And it's just how long it took me to beat it, because I was, you know, you might be like, "Oh, you're a kid." I'm like, yeah, but a kid that was playing 5 sports and in musicals and in choir and band and all this. Like, I was very, very busy. Plus, I was starting to get into women around that time. You know, I'm 12, 13. I'm starting to be like, "Oh, yeah, I like women. This is kind of, I hit on them a little bit." So, like, I had a really full life. So it taking that long to beat the game isn't really surprising. And it wasn't because I wasn't playing it every day. I just wasn't doing 5-6 hour sessions every day. Plus I had Eric that I was hanging out with, and we would do things as well. Lots of outside stuff because like we always knew that we'd do a sleepover and do all nighters playing games. But in order to make our parents less mad about it, during the day we'd play outside. So it's like, oh, you guys were up all night playing video games. We were up all day playing outside. You didn't say anything then. Try to balance it out. The argument didn't work very well. There were sometimes that we got busted with it. It did not end well. But it's like you know we're gonna do this every time, right? Like, we just got better at sneaking around and not getting caught being up. It helps that like Eric. It was always at Eric's house because at my house the problem was the TV in the basement. My dad would keep sleeping in the basement. His house, nobody was in the basement but me and him, where the big TV was. So it was very easy to get away with it. We just have to like pay attention to like footsteps. We hear footsteps in the kitchen, everything shut down. They didn't do the thing like Stash's mom and walk up and see if it was warm. So we got away with quite a bit. I think one of the nights that we got busted. To be fair, we were making like DiGiorno pizzas at like 3 a.m. And it went ding, and we got busted that time. Yeah, she didn't let us eat the pizzas, but she said eat the pizzas and go to bed.
No way! Wow.
So at least right, the food's made already. Let's not waste it. The DiGiornos are expensive. Eat that shit. Go to sleep. Anyways, so yeah, there was just a lot of Zelda playing throughout my life from that point forward. As I said, it led to me making a website dedicated to Ocarina of Time at the time. Then I expanded it to the other Zelda games, making guide content and covering like the little scant news that I would get from like Nintendo Power magazine back then because there wasn't a lot of actual news on the internet. And just to kind of condense this down because I could be talking all night about this stuff. Zelda has done things for me on a personal level that I didn't know video games could. I'm sure people on this show have maybe seen it, maybe not. There's that fan-made mini movie called Escape. It is about a little girl who has parents that are very argumentative, slightly abusive even at times. And the only way that she's able to survive all that is she escapes into the world of The Legend of Zelda through playing the game. Even after the mom takes the system and smashes it, she closes her eyes to go to sleep, and she's right back in the game. A way to handle that kind of... It was a really, really well put together short film. And it reminded me of my childhood. And this is no offense to my parents. I love them. They're amazing people. But they argued a shitload growing up. I can't remember a day that there weren't just nonstop arguments. And video games were like one of the ways I can kind of like shut it all out. And Zelda was especially the one that, like, if I'm playing Zelda, dude, I don't know what the fuck's going on around me. I'm just in it. And so it really helped me deal with some of that stuff back then. And then it helped me at other key points in my life. For some reason, every time a new Zelda game comes out, there's something kind of dramatic going on in my life. I'm kind of scared what's going to what dramatic things happening with the next Zelda game that comes out, because it happened with Tears of the Kingdom. It happened with Breath of the Wild. I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like, please don't have... I want one game release to come out where there's nothing dramatic going on that I need to play it just to get away. I don't want to get away. I want to be in addition to positives in my life. But that's the thing. The Zelda series has always been that way for me. It's been a way to escape all the bullshit going on. And it's still that way. Even now, like, you know, I've had a really hard time, obviously, with some of my family stuff going on that's well known publicly at this point. And I got through some of that playing Zelda, booting Tears of the Kingdom back up and getting lost in the world again, just to get my mind off of things. And in your mind, with what I was going through with my son, it's never really completely away from it. But he likes Tears of the Kingdom. So I'd be thinking of him while playing. It almost felt like we were back when he first started playing. I'd start a new file and just be helping him get through some early stuff in the game. And it was a way to help me process things. And Zelda has just always kind of been that series to me. It is my favorite video game series of all time. I've had a very emotional history with the series. It has led to the career that I have today. God forbid I ever thought this would be a fucking career. And the crazy thing is, growing up, is I didn't know very many people who played Zelda. Like, at all.
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo in general. Like once we got past the SNES, dude, everyone was PlayStation, Xbox. There wasn't hardly anyone in my school playing Nintendo. They was viewed as a kiddie system for babies. I got made fun of. Still get made fun of. Ironically, to this day, playing Nintendo. I just don't give a shit anymore. Literally, just don't give a shit anymore. It's like, okay, cool. I'm fucking 39. Am I supposed to give a shit what you think about my life at this point? You worry about yourself. I'm sure you got some shit that I can make fun of. I just don't care. But yeah, it's just really interesting how the series has evolved with me. And like when people have seen, like even on my YouTube channel, like when Tears of the Kingdom got revealed, that's one of the first like major Zelda moments as Nintendo Prime. I went fucking nuts in that hotel room on live stream. Dude, people saw my stomach with my hernia for the first time because I couldn't control I like literally flew back onto the hotel bed and my shirt went up. Didn't know that wasn't supposed to happen. And then I was so excited. I went off screen and came back on with my E3 2016 Breath of the Wild shirt. Just like pumped. Literally told Doug Bowser to shut the fuck up. Shut up, Doug Bowser. Nobody wants to hear you because I needed time to process what just happened. And like that was a raw moment. That was not like an exaggerated moment for the live stream. That was literally raw emotions that would have happened even if I wasn't live. And Eric has seen that sometimes in the past, not live, seen some of those reactions, not just to Zelda, but Zelda's the one that usually, especially 3D ones, that get like the biggest reaction. So Zelda's just always been a really, really special series to me, and it always will be. And regardless if there's a day that I ever slow down in gaming and don't play, you know, right now I'm probably beating actually beating about 6 or 7 games a year. If it ever gets down to the point where I'm really not beating games anymore, Zelda will always be the one that gets beat. That'll be the one I'll always make time until my hands literally don't work. And at that point, I'm going to hope there's some other handicap devices I can use to continue to play. Because the series just means that much to me. I mean, it's gotten to the point where my fiance, who I've been with for 15 years, she wasn't like a gamer at all, besides like playing some Mario and Donkey Kong growing up, but she didn't really play games. After hearing me IRL, forget the YouTube channel, in real life, nonstop trying to talk about Breath of the Wild for like 5 years, she was like, okay, he keeps fucking talking about this fucking game. Okay, you know what? Maybe I should try it. Just to see. I didn't even know she was trying. I was not home when this happened. I come home. Honey, you playing Breath of the Wild? Whose save file are you on? Mine. Oh. Honey, you're off the intro area. How long have you been playing this fucking game? I don't know. I started playing at 7 a.m. Honey, it's 4 p.m. I'm like, having a good time, are we?
That's the best.
And she's like, I really suck at the controls, but dude, this game, there's just so much. I love exploring. I'm like, yes. I'm talking about, baby. That's one of the best things in Breath of the Wild. All that exploration. There's always something everywhere. It's awesome, even if it's a stupid Korok seed. And she just fell in love with Breath of the Wild to the point now that like she's got Zelda shirts now, Breath of the Wild shirts. She's got like Zelda swimsuits and stuff now. She's not as into Zelda as me, but all she keeps asking me since she beat Tears of the Kingdom is, hey, when's the next one? I'm like, honey, it's like 6 to 7 year waits for games like this. So I wish you can go back and play some of the old ones. She tries them. I don't like these ones. I guess you don't like them as much. You're into the open world. I get that. Okay, yeah, the other more linear ones probably won't feel your kind of style, your kind of pace. It's not as explorative. I get it. And even Tears of the Kingdom, when she played it, she initially was like, I don't think I really like this, because like the intro area in Tears of the Kingdom was just not as good. It's just not. And she's like, I just told her, just keep playing. Give it a little while. You know, just get out off the top island and get like another 10 hours in. And if you're not feeling it, it's fine. 10 hours later, she's like, honey, I might like this more than Breath of the Wild. I'm like, yes, that's my woman. She's awesome. Dude, she was duplication glitching to get money in the game. what the fuck? She's never done a glitch in her whole life. And here she is, jumping, parasail, pause, grab the items, drop them all, unpause. Woo! Double everything. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? You can still do that, by the way, in the game, guys. You just got to delete all the data off your thing, put the physical cartridge back in, don't update the game. You can still duplication glitch. But it was insane. There's other ways to duplication glitch. It was way more complicated. When the game updated on its own, she was mad that the duplication glitch went away because one of the things that happens, like in the first half, I don't know what you had, the first half of me playing Tears of the Kingdom, you're broke as fuck.
Yep.
And almost all your money is going to like buying arrows.
Yep.
And she's like, fuck this. I could just like duplication glitch a bunch of fucking diamonds and sell them. Yes, you can. So she literally did like 6 straight hours of just farming diamonds like that just so she could max out her rupees. It was insane. Anyways, and then when they got fixed, like, this game isn't as good without the duplication. So I'm like, no, it's just as good. But honey, you got like 900,000 rupees. I think you're good. I don't think you need a duplication glitch anymore. I think you're fine. Well, I ran out of muddle buds. I'm like, yeah, you go down and farm some. I don't know what to tell you. There's a couple places you can buy some. It is what it is. Because that's a really fun ability. And Tears of the Kingdom to make all the enemies fight each other. But yeah, no, she ended up having a really good time. The fact that she was even doing a glitch at all, I'm like, dude, you're deep into Zelda now. And you're getting to the point of doing glitches. Shit, man. I wish I would have got you in back in the Ocarina of Time days, dude. You could have learned how to do the fucking side steps and glitch through the walls. Like, oh my God, dude. Like, you could end up doing a dungeon out of order. Like, man, I didn't know you back then. Couldn't get you into it back then. But, like, that's just a special moment to me because I never thought in my wildest dreams that my fiance, who I've been with for 15 years, would ever be into Zelda like I was. And I didn't care that she wasn't. That's not why I'm with her. But then as I'm already in love with her, this happens. Got my perfect woman, man. So, yeah, Zelda's amazing. And it's going to be amazing probably the rest of my life, even if they end up being that microtransaction trash Gamebird's trying to bring up. I can always go back and replay the oldies.
They can do that part after we're dead.
Zelda's one of the few franchises that I will occasionally replay here and there. And I know, like, this is one I have to bring this up. And Eric saw a lot of me playing Wind Waker back in the day. That was one because like, he had a sale forever.
That was one of the ones that you just handed me the controller and went, here.
Go this way. I just said, just make sure I'm still pointed this direction. Yep. I'll be back in like 20 minutes. Whole time I'm on the phone talking to my girlfriend. I'm like, look, this is kind of a boring part of the game. I've done this enough. I don't need to keep sailing for 20 minutes before I get to where I need to be. Thankfully they did fix the Wii U version with the quick sale, but yeah, it was Zelda is literally my favorite thing to do in video games. There's nothing that really tops it. I'm not saying all the Zelda games are like it's all you grab all 18, 19, 20 games and there's my top 20 games of all time. No, of course not. I enjoy a lot of other games. But the franchise itself, there's not a single game franchise in the world that I enjoy as consistently as Zelda. Everything, even Echoes of Wisdom, which to me was just okay. That just okay is better to me than Mario Wonder.
Well,
that's how much Zelda does it for me. That's how much Zelda does it for me. So, yeah, that's what I got. All right. Speaking of what people got, IGN had some balls this week. They had some balls this week. They wanted to put out their top 10 games of all time. So we're going to give our top 10. But first, we got to glance at IGN's as a baseline. I actually haven't seen their top 10. I've just seen people shit talking it all week, which happens because no one disagrees. Like, no one agrees.
I also didn't see it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it either. Was it Logan Plant again?
It might have been. That could be the problem. That might be the issue. Maybe it's a Logan Plant article. We'll see. Yeah. So you see the top 10 Legend of Zelda games of all time. They posted that this week for the 40th anniversary. And it is by the IGN staff. So this would suggest they pulled the staff.
He's in there somewhere, probably.
Yeah. He's probably one of the ones they pulled. Yeah. But they probably pulled the whole staff and then combined them all together to try to come up with the list. I've done this before when I worked at Zelda Inform. We came up with the top 10, and literally everyone submitted their own top 10. And then there was a point system based on where you put games. And then, there's no perfect way to really put it all together, but you try to make it work. So this is a collab effort from the whole team, or whatever team bothered to answer. So Pierre Snyder probably put his input in. Logan Plant definitely put his in, and others. So number 10, they got Twilight Princess. Made the top 10. So,
That's gonna draw flies.
yeah, that might have drawn some of the ire. We'll see. And they do at least give some reasons. I got to give them credit. We're not going to spend the time to go over all their context because we have our own list to get through. But they do at least give some reasons for it. And it looks like Kat Bailey wrote the reason for Twilight Princess, so she might be one of the main reasons it made the top 10. Then they got the original Zelda at 9.
Ballsy right there.
Yeah, this one I think might have pissed some people off too, because I think a lot of people think a huge chunk of the series is better than the original game. But there is something to be said for the game that started it all. Without it,
in a way, yeah, it's still
without it, none of the rest are there. And Brendan Graber wrote the section for that one. Then you see A Link Between Worlds coming in at 8. And the section for this one was written by, again, Kat Bailey. She was the one who compiled everything too. Link's Awakening coming in at number 7. Remember, this game has been remade, guys, on Switch, and had a remastering of sorts on Game Boy Color, where they had the color dungeon in DX. Back then. Yeah.
DX.
And that one's written by Jada Griffin, the section for that one. They have Wind Waker at 6. All right. Now we get to the top 5. This is usually where the controversy always happens, is in the top 5. Where people always get pissed. So Jonathan Dornbush wrote that part. We got Majora's Mask at 5.
nice.
All right.
I'm not upset with that.
Yep. You got Jada Griffin wrote that section. Ocarina of Time at 4. That might have pissed some people off.
Definitely.
A lot of people have Ocarina of Time at number 1.
Personally, it's higher for me.
Yeah. And seeing it not in the top 3 might hurt some people. So you don't want to see my list later. That one's written by Pierre Snyder, of course. No surprise there. Good old Pierre, of course, is going to write the Ocarina of Time section. Yeah. Anyone who enjoyed IGN back in the day, you know how much he loves this game. So, of course,
I love Pierre.
He wanted to write that. I have a lot of respect for Pierre.
Yeah.
All right, Link to the Past.
This is a travesty.
At number 3.
I'm insulted.
This is good. So, written by Brendan Graber.
You got that instruction manual art right there. Beautiful.
Yeah.
True.
They were talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
love
wish
it.
they did this stuff though. At least
Really,
an instruction manual. Just have it be art. Just put like 4 pages of art.
Hey, not only
And
that,
really
but
cool to-
smelling it.
Right.
really cool to see the crossover with Batman as well, getting Clayface.
Right.
And Zelda. Really
Classic. Of course.
And I like that recommended article to me is Crimson Desert, because I am really excited for that game. Moving on. And by the way, a lot of people are starting to get excited for this game because they're starting to realize that like they're doing all the things that people claim they want video games to do.
Yeah. I see that too.
I've seen a lot of people talk about, what do you mean they're not doing this? They're not doing that. Wait, what? They're just making an old school video game? Yeah. Yeah.
And so many people have questioned the reality of this game.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
Like if it's even real. I'm like, yeah, I played it. What are you
I
talking
literally
about?
played it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, if they wouldn't have cut us off, we could have kept going. That world's fucking massive.
Yes.
It is huge.
Yes.
It is a game that's going to take thousands of hours for anyone who gets into it. It is a
gonna be nuts.
massive game. I don't know if you just want to power through the story, if it takes a lot. That I have no idea, because we didn't get to do a lot of the quests, so I'm not really sure how that's structured outside of the few that we got to do in the demo. But all right, Breath of the Wild at 2.
Okay.
All right, and that was with my Tom Marks. And you see Tears of the Kingdom at 1. Again, that one was, I guess, written by everyone. There's no author on that section, so. Wait, no, maybe it comes on here. No, there's nothing else. So that was their list. And look, personally, I don't actually think it's that bad of a list. I just, it's their opinion. It's a cumulative list of a bunch of people. Yeah. So I don't really get too angry usually about people's top 10s because it's all personal, and who am I to tell them what to enjoy over others?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's fair. Yeah.
I care less.
I highly disagree. A Link to the Past should be everybody's number 1. If it's not, I understand, but you're wrong.
I can't finish
You're
that
really
game.
gonna hate my list as well, Joycey. All right.
You know what, Nate? You hush. Greek Apprentice. Now, girl, I thought we was vibing like low key as the only girl, and you telling me you didn't finish A Link to the Past?
When I get to my top 10, there's 3 major games that I have to like kind of explain why they're not on the list.
Yeah, I'm gonna need an explanation for A Link to the Past.
So the question I have for you guys is, because I know my list is gonna piss people off the most. So do I go first or do I go last?
Go first.
Well,
Go first.
wait. Let's all go around the room first, though, and say kind of our thoughts on their list, on the IGN one.
I'm cool with it.
You're cool with it?
Yeah. Look, again, to each their own, right?
Yeah.
This is what you guys like the best. Who am I
Yeah.
to say any different? You know, that's great. That's fine.
At least they cared enough to make a list.
Yeah, I like that they do it because
Yeah.
it creates conversation. You know.
Yeah.
And there's a huge website, and Nintendo's probably doing nothing for Zelda this week. So like, this is kind of neat to have like the biggest media website. At least draw attention back to the Zelda series during the anniversary.
Yeah. I like it. It's you know, the list doesn't match my personal list at all. Both in its arrangement of titles or even titles that may be in it or may not be in it. But again, like you guys said, these are other people's opinions, and each game means something different to, you know, each and every one of us, or the time that we played it. You know, I have a friend who one of their favorite games of all time is Persona 4, and it will probably always be in their top because it was at a time where they had a lot of medical stuff. They were battling cancer, and they had that game on their you know, their was it Vita that or PSP? I forget that Persona 4. I can't remember, but they had the portable version, Golden, and they played through it at a really tough time in their life. Won that battle. But Persona 4 will always be a very special title to them, no matter what.
Game.
So
That's fair.
timing and where you are in your life can play a really huge role on how you feel about certain experiences.
Sometimes it's when you got into the series, you know.
Yep.
Because sometimes you hold that game in a much higher regard. Eric, thoughts on the IGN list?
Yep. I mean,
It's a
as you
list.
said, it's their list. Who am I to say they're wrong?
I was hoping the list just really offended Eric. He got pissed.
Sucks major balls.
You know what I
hate it.
you know what I
Absolutely, it's trash. There you go.
You know what I wish they would have did with this list if they were doing anything different? I would have liked to see a panel gotten together and actually debate it on a show to come up with the
Yeah.
list. And like I thought about like us doing it for this show, but I was like, nah, it'll take way too long. But we could always plan it for the future to try to like actually debate and argue and see if we can come to. We're never going to agree on the exact order because we have our personal order, but it come to we're okay with that game being there, even if we don't think it should be.
The best
else.
part's the arguing, though. That's going to be the most like people getting heated because the fact of the matter is we're all very passionate about video games. We're all very passionate about the series. So like getting pissed that our like a game that means so much to us is getting knocked by everyone else on the panel.
And you know why I know that's a really great idea? Because Kind of Funny Games has done it on making some lists and done huge, like 3-hour, 4-hour debates. And it was highly entertaining watching how passionate they all were for certain games they wanted to be there. And others say, fuck that game, it's a piece of shit. I'm like, dude, this is fucking great.
Well, guys, we kind of had a moment like that on the podcast. We did a ranking and I got super heated and you were laughing, Nate, and everyone was eating it up. It was when you ranked the Bravely Default remaster so do you remember this? Do you guys remember this? And then you were putting like ranking hype for like Fortnite above it and like all the like that was that really lame survival kids or whatever it was called. Yeah. You ranked above Bravely Default remaster. I'm like, dude, this is absolute bullshit.
New experiences over old, baby. I'm consistent. New over old. Fortnite, by the way, only ranks so high because I make sure my wife didn't kill me. Because she loves Fortnite. So, like, what's the funny thing is, she loves it for the exploration. She doesn't actually like shooting people. So when people attack her, then she's like, all right, fuck you. And then she goes and takes off. She's always Once fired upon, it's over.
Nice.
Anyways, did she get annoyed? She plays with me. She's like, "Why are you running and shooting that person?" I'm like, "Honey, that's what you're supposed to do in this game."
That's what the game is.
No. You only shoot if they shoot you first. I'm like, they're shooting you first because we're trying to be the last to survive. Yeah, we can just survive. We'll just build a fort over here and chill. You can build a fort. I'm gonna go kill some people.
In the game.
Dude, she would get so mad at me. So you're halfway across the map. Don't worry, I'll hop in a car. I'll be at your fort in a moment. Whoops, I ran through your fort. My bad.
That is so something my husband would do.
Right now, I'm running at like 10 FPS. Give me a break. Anyways, all right, cool. So I'll do my top 10 first for Zelda. I'll start at number 10. Spirit Tracks. I really enjoy the game. The funny thing is, I hate the game before it. And hate might be a strong word, but we always talk about on these lists, like, when you get to the bottom, it's like, it's just your least favorite. No, I wish Phantom Hourglass just didn't exist. Wow. I legitimately do not like that. I think it's a trash game.
I really liked the character.
A couple of the boss fights are actually really, really fun. But a lot of
what was this guy's name?
Which one?
He's one of the best sidekicks ever in the series.
Yeah, I forget his name. The guy.
He's on the cover. I always forget his name.
Lineback.
Yeah, I like that dude.
Good art.
That was
good
a
story
memorable
art.
NPC. Yeah.
He's an S tier companion for the series.
Yeah.
But I do agree with Nate.
He's only S tier because Tingle has never been allowed to be the permanent companion, which missed opportunity.
I actually agree with that. I do agree with that.
Could be the next game. We'll see. But yeah, Spirit Tracks basically fixed everything I did not like about Phantom Hourglass, and then also gave so much new as well. I remember everyone being mad about the train, and the train actually ended up being super fucking fun. Really, really enjoyed that game a ton. One of my favorite handheld Zeldas.
Super good music.
Oh, the music. That Malodus theme at the end. The Malodus theme, and then when all the sages come back with the instruments, and
Nate, I got to be real, man. I really like this pick for number 10. I actually really like this. I'm a big Spirit Tracks fan myself.
I think people don't talk about it enough.
I think I've always loved trains. I think the train setting is just a really cool setting in general. I love like JRPGs where there's like a train heist or like a murder mystery. Anytime there's even Nate, you're a WoW player. There's a raid that takes place on a train. Like that sort of thing is super cool to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I also like I've enjoyed every entry in the Zelda series, but if I had to pick my least favorite, it's probably Phantom Hourglass. So I don't hate the game, but I think it's my one of my least favorites, if not my least favorite.
What about crossbow training?
I actually like crossbow training more.
But I do like crossbow training better.
Yeah. There's one reason. There's one reason alone.
It's wild.
I'll say why, and I don't know if this is it for you, Nate, but for me, this just really killed it, and they fixed it in Spirit Tracks.
Temple of the
In
Ocean.
Phantom Hourglass, you check off something in the story, you go back to the main dungeon, and you complete the first floor, and you're timed. First floor, you leave, you go do the next story bit, you come back. Well, you have to redo the first floor that you already beat and do the second floor in a time limit. And then you leave, and then you come back. Oh, you got to start the first floor again. You got to redo all those puzzles, all those fights, and you got to redo all of the second floor again, and you do the third floor for the first time. Then you leave. Oh, you're back at the first. I just like that level of repetition. To me, felt like, people complain about padding and Wind Waker or Twilight Princess with like the tier collecting. To me, that really felt like padding, like forcing me to do the same floors of a dungeon a dozen times with the time limit. To me, I personally didn't care for. I love the dual screen, like the boss fights I thought were fantastic. The music is great, but that one thing just really moved that game down
horrible
for me.
Absolutely horrible.
But I still like it. I don't dislike it. It's just
I dislike Temple Hourglass. Literally, Temple of the Ocean King alone makes me never want to touch that game again. And then like it's funny, people are like, really, it's your worst? What about Triforce Heroes? Yeah, I actually like Triforce Heroes. Four Swords Adventures. Yeah, Four Swords Adventures. I like that game. Oh, Link's Cross Country. Yeah, I like Link's Cross. Oh, Cadence of Hyrule. Yeah. CDI games. Okay. Well, CDI games are below.
We don't talk about the CDI games.
Wouldn't it be funny
Even
if
the
I
creators don't acknowledge them.
Yeah.
wouldn't it be funny if I had one on my list? Speaking of number 9, Zelda's Adventure. No, I don't have one. So no, number 9. This is where the next two picks are where people sometimes get a little upset, and my list has changed a lot over the years. My Spirit Tracks used to be in my top 5, but like as time goes on and you reflect on things, you start to realize, okay, you know, maybe I didn't enjoy it as much as I once did. Like it didn't hold up as well over time, so Spirit Tracks kind of started dropping down the list. And ironically, the same thing happened for me with a former top 5 Zelda game for me, and that is Wind Waker at number 9. And I'm not even counting like the HD one where they fixed some stuff, because they got rid of the Tingle Quest, and that alone is an insult of all insults. That Tingle Tuner quest is one of the best quests in Zelda, and I know not everyone got to experience it because it required the GBA thing and all that, but it's really fucking good. And Tingle gets a bad rap because most people just haven't actually played anything that involves story with him. He's got a very fascinating story, not just in Wind Waker, but even in the Tingle games. People would actually probably sympathize with him a lot. He actually would connect, I think, with our real life situations if people actually played these things. But they don't. They just view him as this goofy, quirky 30-something wearing tights, making maps. But there's a reason he's that way. Go play the Tingle games to find out. That said, Wind Waker, it's just beautiful game. Obviously, one of the biggest games that holds up from a visual perspective, even the original release on GameCube. Love so much about it. The combat, and how like whimsical and just floaty it kind of is. Which is, they ended up bringing that over to Smash Bros. When they brought Toon Link in. Love the story. The Puppet Ganon stuff was really cool towards the end. But you know, when you have things like the Triforce Quest, that was literally padding, because they cut out content, as we found out in interviews and stuff like that. Like there was just literally content they cut out for time reasons, and they replaced it with that shitty thing, which they made a little better in the HD version, but still, it's still there. It's still part of the game. It's such an important game to my childhood. I don't think being in the top 10, even at number 9, any Zelda game that makes my top 10 is special, because this series is special to me. And we're up to like, what? How many games are we up to? Like 19, 20? You call them spinoffs, we're like at 30.
21.
Yeah. You call them spinoffs, we're even higher. So being in my top 10, that's already my top 1/3 of any Zelda experience I've ever had. So it's already a big deal to be up here. But it did drop out of my top 5 over time after reflecting on things. But hey, at number 9, I enjoy it more than Spirit Tracks. Spirit Tracks doesn't exist without it. At number 8, Twilight Princess. Love Twilight Princess. Probably the best dungeons in the series. And maybe some of the most epic setup boss fights that are actually really easy. Like, it's one of the weirdest things. Like, it's these epic boss fight. Like, it's just these behemoths. So, dude, it feels like I'm about to play Shadow of the Colossus, baby. And then it's like the fucking easiest boss I've ever done.
Yeah.
That's the thing that like kind of knocks it down, is like, dude, the dungeons are so great. And even like the mini boss fights are like, dude, these are actually really cool. Then you get to the main boss fight, I'm like, dude, the mini boss was harder. What the fuck? So epic. And then you're so easy. Why? You're supposed to be the hardest thing in the dungeon. I had a harder time figuring out how to change the water level in the last room. The fuck is this? Like, so that's the thing, is like, best dungeons in it. Love Ilia. Love the story of the Twilight Realm and Midna and all that. It is, you know, I still get little tear jerks during the Midna's Lament section when she basically was almost dead. And then you felt like Zelda sacrificed herself in that moment. And then obviously when she breaks the mirror at the end, like such an emotional connection. One of the better stories in Zelda to be able to do that. That is until other things that also make it not on the list when it used to be in my top 5. I don't think Ganondorf should have been in this game. I think it was a mistake. Zant was built up pretty fucking badass, and then suddenly he's a pansy, and Ganondorf's the real bad guy, except Ganondorf's easier than Zant. Again, keeping that theme of you get to the big baddie and they're actually a joke. But Zant wasn't a joke. We tried to face Zant. Zant practically killed us. Ganondorf's never come close to doing that to me. And now Zant's just like this crazy psycho babbling kid who was just jealous. Like, this is stupid. He was a badass. You fucking ruined the character of Zant. Even the Zant boss fight. Look, that boss fight was way better than the final fight with Ganondorf.
Hey,
So
Nate.
I
was gonna say real quick, Xant is low key like the Khaleesi.
Yes.
Because it's so unfair, because I'm ready for Xant to literally blow up Hyrule in some very quirky and wild, crazy fashion or something. And it's Ganon. And I like Ganon, but I was like, why are you in me and Xant's business right now? Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. But no, I still really enjoy the game because I think it has the best dungeons in terms of like getting to that final boss. And even when you first get into the boss fight, how epic it feels. Like it's just a really, really good for that. Really good storytelling. So it is in my top 10, but it is dropped down just because I have more nitpicks about the game than I used to back in the day. The more that I've played it and thought about it since then, it's like, okay, all right, I can't really put this in my top 5 because I got too many easy complaints about things that do actually legitimately bug me every time I boot up the game. Like I can't not think about it. At number 7, I got A Link Between Worlds. This is where I have a controversial stance. I don't really have any specific flaws with this game necessarily. But this is like one of those games where this spot used to be A Link to the Past. I just like A Link Between Worlds more. So A Link Between Worlds gets here at number 7. Again, I can't even think of like any flaws that I don't like about the game, but it's also just like I just don't enjoy the top downs typically as much. So
Did you say this gets in over A Link to the Past?
Yep.
So you don't have A Link to the Past in your top 10?
Nope.
What?
At least it
crazy,
wasn't
man.
just me.
You're crazy. But hey, this is your list.
It is.
This is interesting.
Despite how terrible it is.
This is interesting.
Number 6.
I'm kidding.
Number 6.
I'm kidding, Nate. I love you.
This is why Vinny still has your Zelda card.
No, it's because I forgot the ending. You can't get my
That's
Zelda
it.
card because you can't take someone's Zelda card for liking other Zelda games over other Zelda games. That's just bias at that point. Skyward Sword.
That's not true, though.
It is true. We're all allowed to like
No,
games
it's
for different
not.
reasons. Yes, it is.
Link to the Past is number 1. That's just, I don't make the rules. That's just the way it is.
Well, there's no rules for what I like. So Skyward Sword at number 6.
That's a good one.
Skyward Sword I actually love. I love this game a lot. It's always kind of, ever since I played it on Wii, it's always been kind of up here, bouncing between my top 5 and just out of my top 5. If you like dungeons, that's all the game is. It's nothing but dungeons all the time. Yeah, there's flaws, of course. Like all the stuff up in the sky is kind of half baked. You can kind of see where they had this idea, and they talked about in interviews like it was supposed to be an open world game, and you could see some remnants where they probably meant for it to be, but what they wanted to do, we just didn't really have the power to do what their full vision was. So they kind of settled on making all the sections like just really, really long dungeons before the dungeon. So there was like some missed opportunity there.
This list is so whack, dude.
However,
I'm getting offended.
Skyward Sword
I'm getting
has
offended.
number 1, fun fact, it had the first orchestrated soundtrack ever in Zelda. Number 2, it has the best story, even still today, in any Zelda game. There is not a story better than it. It might have the most, you know how like I'm not a fan of Hourglass for Temple of the Ocean King. Well, one thing I don't like about this game is how many times you got to fight that big fucking foot piece of shit.
Demise.
The avocado with
Demise.
toes.
Like the demise fight was fun. Just before you got to that point, how many times you had to repeat that fight? And it's like, oh, it's a little harder every time. I'm like, no, dude, this is just as easy as the fucking first time I did it. Anyways, that part
More
I didn't like.
annoying each
That part
time.
wasn't like that part didn't take very long. The Temple of the Ocean King legitimately ate fucking time for me. Like that little, it was just a kind of a minor annoyance that I had to redo that fight.
I'm so annoyed by this. Sorry, I actually really like Skyward Sword, but
Here
let's
we
be
go.
real. Skyward
go.
Sword has the worst mechanic ever introduced in a Zelda game, period.
What's that?
Dowsing. The metal detector with the sword to find keys on every map. It is literally, it's like, oh, what if instead of exploration and puzzle solving, we just have them use a metal detector in every map? I'm sorry, dowsing is the one thing. Like I agree. I think it has some of the most exception. And spoiler alert, Skyward Sword's on my list. I just like, you have to mention that flaw because it's literally the worst mechanic ever.
It's
added
not
to
a flaw because it's optional. It's a tool you don't have to use. You can literally beat the
How?
game outside of when you first get it. When you first get it, they force you to use it. Then you don't have to use it after that. You know, dowsing just points you in the direction. You can still figure shit out without it. I don't need it to tell me where to go. It's like having a thing telling you where to burn the tree in The Legend of Zelda. You can still burn the tree without it telling me where that tree is. You don't
I didn't
need
use it
dowsing.
either. I didn't
Yeah,
use it.
dowsing is entirely optional.
Yeah.
I know the game makes you feel like it's not, but it actually is. You can literally just not use it.
I forgot
So-
about it right after, and I just didn't.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
probably because I was on pain meds from
I
my
bought-
appendectomy,
Yeah.
I forgot about it.
I think
Didn't use
I
it.
busted it out like one time after they gave it to me originally because like they make you kind of use it at first because they're teaching you how it works, and then after that you don't have to. I think I used it one time because I was getting annoyed. So I had a feeling that like I get through this certain part of the game, like God, there should have been like a heart piece or something at this point. This is weird. It's a long part of the game for me to not find a heart piece. This is fucked up. And then I used dowsing. I'm like, oh, now I feel like nope. This is like using a guide. I'm good. I don't have to. I don't need this. If I don't get it 100% the first time through, it's fine. I'm good. Anyways,
All right, well,
setting-
fair enough. I don't remember it being optional, but
Yeah.
You guys both didn't use it, so
yeah.
I didn't know though. Like it wasn't on purpose. I'll say that. I think I just
He
kind of blasted out
he
while
forgot
playing.
he forgot it was a tool that he had in his arsenal. That happens sometimes. Like how many times do you forget you could use certain items you already got? Like you just fucking forget because you're so
Yeah.
locked in it. I got my
And
sword.
if I can get past
bow,
it, if
I got
I'm,
my
if
hook
I'm not
shot.
gated,
Like there's times I forgot I had a boomerang until I came up with something. I'm like, oh, I can't do this without that thing. That's right. I forgot I had that thing. The same with like the beetle in Skyward Sword. I'm down with them. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I have this thing that I can like fly around and solve puzzles with. I totally forgot about after that first dungeon. That being said, Skyward Sword, it always bounces around here because it's got an amazing story. And to me, guys, and this is where people get usually mad, I think it has the best combat in the series. The motion control combat is fucking awesome. Anyone who bitched about it, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. Either you have all the controls or you just are unwilling to read tutorials that the game shows you how to play things. Like a certain person at GameSpot that gave it a shit review and tried to say the bow and arrow doesn't work. And then I watched him try to point at the screen like Twilight Princess and click the button and shoot at the ground, not realizing it works like Wii Sports Resort, motherfucker. Watch the fucking tutorial the game gave you when you got the item.
I
Dude, the
remember that.
controls were so great. The only thing I always wanted, and this was such, I knew when I beat the game, I'm like, I love these controls so much, and I want to see these expanded upon in a new game, and it's never gonna happen. I can just already tell people are gonna be mad that you can't waggle like you could in Twilight Princess. People are gonna be pissed that you can't just do this and win. Like you actually have to like have skill and pay attention. And constantly have to recalibrate. No, okay. If you're being lazy, your arms are at the side, and you drew your weapon, you fucked up. All you gotta do is hit one button, and it recenters for you. It's fucking not. What the fuck are we talking about?
It was fun, yeah.
Dude, I love that combat. Like when it came back, and like I tried the controls on Skyward Sword HD on Switch. Like tried using the ones where they remapped everything to the controller. I'm like, dude, this shit fucking sucks. Fuck this, dude. Back to motion. It's like that's the only way to play this game. But
I'm
thankfully, Switch
left-handed,
too.
so I couldn't play it.
Well, on Switch you can remap things, including the motion controls to the left hand for the sword.
I didn't know you could remap the motion controls, but that's why
Yeah.
I was excited for the
Ooh.
HD because then I could play button. I was
But
like,
yeah,
they
you've heard
flipped
about it.
Twilight Princess to make it motion control. Just flip this so I can play it left-handed.
So yeah, that is Skyward Sword in a nutshell for me. I also really love just even the story. I know I talked about it, but like I really enjoy the story. One of the best stories was Zelda herself, the journey she goes on. Demise, at least he's like a looming presence throughout the game, even though he's, you know, like we know about him pretty early on, not his name. I don't know if I remember his name early on. I can't remember, but we knew about this looming presence beyond Girahim, that Girahim was trying to bring somebody back. Girahim also being one of the really cool sidekicks, one of the best sidekicks a villain's ever had in Zelda. Just a lot I love about that game. And again, there's some stuff though that I'm like, okay, yeah, in hindsight, you know, that wasn't super great, but I love the combat in the game, and I'm really sad that we're never getting a Zelda game like that again. That being said, to the top 5. Majora's Mask at 5. Love the game. Best side quest of any Zelda ever. Is what it is. That alone already puts it up there. I basically 100% of this game again back in 2024 on live stream. Holds up to this day pretty well. I still have some of the control issues that I have with a game like Ocarina of Time because it's based on that, but they added more tools to your arsenal with the flips and all this stuff that you could do as well. But honestly, you know, the mass transformations, really fucking cool mechanic. I wish that would come back. And just, you know, the reward of the Fierce Deity Mask, it actually felt like a real reward. Hey, Nintendo, remember to give us real rewards for doing super tedious shit, like getting all of something? Hey, you went through the thing that 100% all the side quests. You got a really fucking cool reward, not a piece of shit in your inventory. So, like, you know, I miss when they would actually give you something pretty badass. And yeah, does it make the final fight a joke? Of course. Do I have to use it? No. That's the point. If I want to feel like a badass, I can. If I don't, I can feel like a badass by being skillful. Either way, I like the option. It's like easy mode, but I don't have to use it. So yeah, it's great. Love Majora's Mask. Don't have a ton of complaints other than just, you know, not as many dungeons as I would like. Game's a little bit shorter because of that. But I actually really enjoyed the time mechanics. Because the time mechanics, this is the first Zelda game, and honestly, maybe one of the only ones I played that felt like I was in a living world. Yeah, it was only 3 days, and it was a 3-day repeat, but the game felt alive. People had shit to do, regardless of what I was doing. They weren't just like, you know, chit-chatting in the corner, and I come back and on day 2 and they're still doing the same. No, they got chores, they got tasks, and then you would do some of the side quests and some of the shit would change. They're doing different things. And you're like, oh, dude, this is sick. Zelda really hasn't had that sense. There's been some instances of it, but not like the entire game is this way. So I absolutely love that part. All right, get to number 4. Admittedly, this is a nostalgia pick. Link's Awakening. It was my first Zelda game. And when I replayed it on Switch, beat it. I think I even beat it on live stream right here on Nintendo Prime. Holds up. Even the remake does. Really enjoy it a lot. Obviously, tons of Mario references. Really, it's just such a good game. I have so much nostalgia for it. It's so hard for me to even pick out flaws. I guess the only flaw is that it's all a dream, I guess. But then that's also kind of cool that it's all a dream. Like it's like a unique thing where like it never really happened. But yeah, and this is the game that caused a lot of debate with timeline theories back in the day as well. It was a huge point of controversy because, like, well, he's still in the ocean at the end. So what game does that lead to? Yeah, there's a huge debate over that. All right. Now we get to the pick that used to be the most controversial of all time because it was number 1 before 2017. That's number 3, The Adventure of Link. Extremely underrated game. Probably the game that requires the most skill. Like, this is your get good game. Like, if you're frustrated playing this game, you just got to get good. This is your From Software style Zelda. This is
First appearance of Dark Link.
Yeah, first appearance of Dark Link, and it's pretty badass. And yeah, we all cheesed in the corner. We know. But how many people went and tried to beat him legit without cheesing?
Did you?
Yeah. I beat him without cheesing. I've only done it once. Because it's so easy to you get frustrated. It's so easy to go to the corner and just default win. Kind of sucks that that's a thing. Stash, I think you're muted, or your mic died or something happened.
Sorry. Yeah, I turned it off. I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, you go to the right corner, you crouch down, and then you just swing your sword. You can never get hit, and you'll hit him.
How would I have known that as a kid? You know what I mean?
I found it out by accident. I was crouching, like he knocked me down. I fell into the corner. I crouched. I started swinging, and then I noticed something. He just swung and couldn't hit me. Wait a second. Keep doing shit. He can't hit me. So the first time I beat him was that, and then after that, I was like, okay, there's no way they intended that to be how you win this fight. That does not feel like it. So I went back and then did it again. And then I beat him one time ever, legit. Very hard fight. It is a very hard fight. One of the hardest end fights in all of Zelda, maybe the hardest. But it's a very unique game, obviously, because like it combined at that time. I was already into a little bit of top-down RPGs. I played like Mystic Quest. It's like top-down Final Fantasy stuff.
The American Final Fantasy.
Yeah, the American Final Fantasy. I love Mystic Quest. So, in hindsight, it's not the greatest game out there, but for the time, it felt great.
An intentionally easy Final Fantasy for the Americans.
Yeah. It wasn't hard, and it wasn't very long. But you know what? In today's world, I don't mind that. Having some games that aren't a bad deal. Nice. But yeah, no, the top-down RPG kind of world where you're walking around and running the enemies and start fights, like that was really cool. But then the fights go into this like side-scrolling thing was awesome. It's legitimately the only Zelda game we could say is an RPG. It has a full-on leveling system and experience system. It has a full-on magic system. It brought magic into the series, which we've never really seen magic fully explored since this game. We've had some magic, Ocarina of Time and all of that. We've had some magic abilities. But like this was a fully fleshed out magic system. You heal yourself with it.
You had to use it.
You had to use it to beat the game. And yeah, sure, there was some grinding to it, like there isn't any RPG. And I was used to grinding in RPGs at the time I played this game. So I really, really love the Adventure of Link to this very day. Obviously, the story is very weak because it's all in the manual. And I like the manual, but you read it and the story's over. Okay, cool. So now I play the game. It's not really over. You finish it in the game, and you do get to kiss. At least they heavily imply you are kissing Princess Zelda at the end of the game. Technically they don't show it, but
every time you turn that game on, you knew what the task was because it reminded you right when you start the game. You got to wake her up.
Yeah,
it was like a driving force the whole time.
Yep. And it does have some pretty unique aspects to the story if you read the manual. Zelda's got family, as you'll find out. They aren't just the king if you read the manual. So really, really cool. And at the time, before Skyward Sword, if you read the manual, it explained what the Legend of Zelda actually is, like the meaning of the actual legend. But that's all been retconned at this point. But at the time, that was the legend if you read the manual. Anyways, so really, really good game, really difficult game, hardest game in the series. Get good game. This is the kind of shit that it has all this bad rap, and then I watch everyone praise From Software games, and I'm like, where the fuck were you people back in the day? That's what this game was. This is 2D From Software. You guys would love this shit. It was the black sheep for so long, but it never should have been. It never should have been.
Simon's Quest, Castlevania 2, everyone, like the same people that hated Zelda 2, hated Simon's Quest, vice versa.
So hard.
Same thing. Yeah.
No, it was just very hard. The hard game.
Like it's too cryptic. It's like, no, dude, that's the design.
I don't know if I'm the only person that has it on my list, but I'm probably the only person with it in my top 3. All right. Get to the top 2. This shouldn't really shock anyone if you follow my channel. Number 2 is Breath of the Wild. I don't think much needs to really be said at this point that hasn't been said. Yeah, not a perfect Zelda game. There is no perfect Zelda game, but there is something to be said about the game that brought true exploration back that had been missing from Zelda for a while. And honestly, it's infinitely replayable to me. Other Zelda games really aren't because they're linear. And frankly, when it's linear, I know everything that's going to happen. I know the order it's going to happen in. In Zelda Breath of the Wild, every time I boot it up, I can go in a different direction every time. And I love that. That's awesome. Yeah, you might end up at the same endpoint, of course. Or maybe not. Maybe I want to go straight to Ganondorf. Make it as hard as possible. You can do that. It's fun. That doesn't change how easy the final form is, but it's the victory lap. The victory lap, as they say. I like the victory lap to have a bit more challenge. And that's why Tears of the Kingdom's number one. Because the victory lap did have more challenge and was more fun. Still wasn't hard, but it was more fun. It was a more fitting end because the beast Ganon in Breath of the Wild didn't really feel like a desperation move. It's just who Ganon is. He was a pig beast. That's who he's always been. That is his true form. The move in Tears of the Kingdom was desperation. It was a desperation move, and we all knew, because Zelda did it prior in the game, that you don't really know what's going to happen when you make that move. And that move he thought would make him a badass. It didn't really work out because there was another flying dragon around that has already been doing this for thousands of years. So it felt like a more appropriate victory lap just because, yeah, while not being super difficult, it was harder, but also felt appropriate because it was a desperation move. It was not, I'm just powering up to my true form. No, your true form is not a fucking dragon. So I liked that victory lap more. But more than that, Tears of the Kingdom, I just like Breath of the Wild. It's just, as people say, for the reasons that people don't like the game, it's just more Breath of the Wild. Yeah. Well, one, Breath of the Wild is fucking amazing. Two, it's more Breath of the Wild, but better. More to do, more stuff, more towns, more side quests, actual NPCs that interact with you and do shit throughout the game. The abilities are fucking amazing. The next open world Zelda game, it's got caves and stuff in it, which I assume it will. I don't know how I'm gonna play a game like that without the ability to just phase through the fucking floor to get out. That ability is so fucking awesome. Like, I understand that they just had it exist in the dev environment, and they're like, hey, this is actually kind of neat. We should probably just put this in the game. I'm like, yeah, it's a really fucking cool ability, but you can't bring it back because you literally said the abilities in this game are not coming back. They were for this game. And it's like, but that ability, that should become standard, like the jump button. It should just be a standard ability. Get the fuck out of some of these places because it's such a time saver to not have to have all that backtracking to get out of stuff. But it's whatever. A lot of games don't have that ability. You got to backtrack to get out. So it's not like it's be all end all. But some of those caves are quite long and complicated. It's nice to just fucking zoom the fuck out. You know what it was a replacement for? The rope. Remember the old rope? The old school games, get the fuck out of the dungeon, rope back to the entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was a replacement for.
Escape rope.
Yeah. Just get the fuck out quick. I like that. It should just be a standard ability, an item, whatever. An item use. Maybe you had to buy it instead of it just being like something you have all the time.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. But we'll see what they do with the next game with that. But no, I love the build mechanics. Everything about the game. They did all the dungeons were better than the ones, in my opinion. Better than the ones in Breath of the Wild, although some of the puzzles in some of the dungeons in Breath of the Wild were better. So the actual like dungeons I felt were better because I didn't cheese any of them. Lots of people cheese them because the game does give you, like, you're pretty fucking powerful in Tears of the Kingdom, okay? You're really fucking powerful. You could cheese a lot of the game. But I didn't because I wanted to experience the actual design of these dungeons. And when you actually do it that way, yeah. It's, I know a lot of you out there, you guys still to this day have yet to do the minecart dungeon the way they designed it. Because it's true. It gets confusing. It can get really confusing. You got to keep track of a lot of shit. But I'm telling you, the payoff for doing it that way feels so much better than just cheesing through it because you're frustrated, which a lot of you build shit, fly around, you cheese it. But yeah, I really love Tears of the Kingdom. It is, it's one of those things where a lot of people talk about how they miss like the linear games. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom makes me not want to go back to those games because, again, I don't replay games, but I keep replaying these ones. And there's a reason for that. These bring me back to what I felt made the original Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2 so great, is that open world exploration. Go wherever you want, do whatever you want to do, fuck around and find out. It makes me, honestly, it's so weird because I don't want to like trash talk the linear Zelda games because they're obviously, I feel like they've had better stories and better other stuff. Better dungeons, probably better boss fights. Although I got to give some credit, some of the boss fights, like the one blight, the Thunder Blight in Breath of the Wild, that one legit had some challenge to it. I enjoyed that fight quite a lot, actually.
That was a pretty good reskin.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that sucks is like people don't like it because the bosses look similar, but the actual battle mechanics in that fight, oh my god, it's really great.
That one was a good boss fight.
Yeah. And then the boss fights in Tears of the Kingdom, I loved all of them. And they weren't always super hard. Like I always felt the one in the minecart dungeon kind of feels like the one you're supposed to do first. Always felt that way to me. I know some people go to the sky one first and do the Colgera fight. And the Colgera fight, it's everything I wanted that one dragon fight in Twilight Princess to be. It's literally what I wanted that fight to be, but it wasn't. I wanted to fight that fucking dragon midair. I get to do this with Colgera. And then I find out I get to do it multiple times if I feel like it, which is awesome. So yeah, not the hardest fight. I had a little difficulty the first time trying to figure out the exact mechanics. And then once I got it, I was like, oh, okay. But man, it was fun. It was really, really fun. Like, it's just fun. Sometimes the boss fights don't have to be hard if they're just really fun actually doing the fight. The whole encounter is just really fun.
Nate, keep talking about Tears because I got to use the restroom, but I really don't want to miss people's list stuff because it will bother me if I miss it.
I was gonna ask if I could go next, but I'll wait for Game Bird. Only because I gotta go and I have dinner in the oven. I haven't eaten today.
You have to go. Yeah. But yeah, no. For Tears, all I could, I mean, just everything about the game. I don't want to say it's a flawless Zelda game, and I might feel different a decade from now, like I do about some of the games that are further down my list. But I have a hard time finding things in this game I just don't enjoy. The only I don't like the intro area. It could have been done better. Okay, cool. Well, I'm not there for very long, so who cares? Like, it's such a small part of the game. And to be honest, I usually wasn't a big fan of most intro areas in Zelda because they all were just tutorial fests. But the problem is Breath of the Wild opened my fucking eyes that it doesn't have to be that way. Like, there's a way to actually make it doesn't feel like a tutorial. It just feels like you're playing the game. It was such a perfect opening to a Zelda game that you're like, oh. Because what sucked with Tears of the Kingdom is I actually enjoy the opening the most of any Zelda game. You're fucking with Zelda. You'd already accomplished everything in Breath of the Wild. There's shit going down. You're trying to figure out shit from the past. Got these ruins, these ancient shit. You see the fucking Ganondorf out there fucking dead. He comes back to life. Shit's going down. The Master Sword shatters. Fucking everything's going crazy. Like, what the fuck is happening? You start the game with Link at full fucking power, which has never happened in Zelda. We've never started with Link just fucking being a badass. And then right off the bat, the big baddie in the game's like, you ain't shit. You ain't fucking shit. Oh, yeah, you hold your sword out and stop my power? Fuck you. You ain't shit. And then it's like, dude, shit just got real. And honestly, even the final fight with him, look, the bottom line is I'm just more powerful than I was the last time I fought you. It is what it is. Like, I'm in all my badassery from Breath of the Wild. Ain't good enough. You ain't shit. Then by the time you get to him in the final part of the game, you're like, oh, well, why is this a little bit easier than then? Oh, well, that was badass Breath of the Wild version. Dude, look at my fucking arm. Look at this magic I can do. I'm a huge badass now. Dude, I can fuse arrows and do crazy. I couldn't do that. Breath of the Wild Link couldn't do that. Dude, the badassery's up a notch. And that fight is still really fun. Even though people, when I did it on live stream, got mad at me because the one phase that everyone thinks is so difficult. You can just shoot arrows, right? Like, you don't have to get in his face. Like, I literally, during the fight, I remember pausing because the chat was screaming at me that I'm doing the fight wrong. And I'm like, how am I doing the fight wrong? You're supposed to get up in his face. I'm like, well, I get up in his face and he's doing all this badass crazy shit. It kind of feels like the game's telling me maybe don't get in his face. I feel like the game's telling me don't get in this guy's face. I have other attacks and abilities. Well, that's not how the fight. How do you know that's not how the fight's supposed to be done? I feel like they're trying to tell me don't do this. So I didn't do it that way. Have I done it since that way? Sure. Do I understand why people think it's more fulfilling? Sure. It is harder. But every time I do it that way, I kind of just feel like this way feels wrong to me. Because every time you fuck up and he hits you and it takes like half your fucking hearts, I sit there and I go, why would anyone do it this way when I have a bow? It's like you're intentionally choosing. Like it's like you're in a fist fight with like a bully, right? And they're like a southpaw, and you're just intentionally choosing to let them get their southpaw uppercuts smashed on you, when you could use your speed to your advantage and take them out in a different way. But you're just choosing to allow the southpaw to do what the southpaw does best. It just felt wrong to me. Like that just doesn't. The game is clearly encouraging me to back up, dodge some of his at distance attacks, and fucking pot shot his ass. I don't. And people disagree with me on it all the time, but I'm like, look, you fight it how you want to fight. That's the beauty of the game. You can do what you want. I feel like the game was telling me, don't get in this guy's fucking face. Why would I get in his face and let him do his most powerful shit? Fuck that. Anyways, it was a fun fight though. I love Tears of the Kingdom. All right, Joycey, your turn.
Okay, so I know I gave you a hard time about your list, but it's really not bad, except for the link to the past part. But I'll forgive you. Okay, get my little notes here.
Not gonna, there's a certain other game now on my list too. They're not going to give me any. But you've known for a long time about that game. It's like maybe you're done giving me flack for that one.
Nope. No, I'm teasing. I mean, you know. Okay, I won't do any hamster jokes this time.
I'm probably the only one without Ocarina of Time on my top 10. So
it's okay. It's okay. We forgive you. Real
but
quick.
I did note in my Zelda memories. It's why I'm here. Without that game, I'm not here. So
weirdest list ever. no Ocarina of Time, no Link to the Past. Just insanity. But I like it.
Stash is just reevaluating your entire like friendship right now.
When Stash gets to his list, I'm gonna be paying very close attention. There's gonna be certain games he leaves off that are gonna piss me off. So
I'm still gonna be listening. So I can't wait to hear his list either. Real quick, when y'all were talking about Link's crossbow training, the only reason I haven't played that game because I have beef with it. Because I got beef with Miyamoto. Dear Miyamoto-san. Thank you for making my favorite series. But we didn't get Twilight Princess because they wanted to sell what was the accessory? It wasn't the Super Scope. Good Lord, wrong system.
It was like that rifle attachment.
Yeah, it was something wild like that.
Wow, yeah.
It was something wild like. It wasn't it was something. It reminded me of the Super Scope, but I think it had it was a different kind of attachment. But we could have had Twilight Princess, but instead, it was the Wii Zapper Tall Show. I trust Tall Show.
Yeah. I was the Zapper. I was pretty sure that's what it was called. Yeah.
Yeah. See, we could have had Twilight Princess, which means we could have had more. We could have had more Hot Midna.
That's all I'm saying. Light gun games back to the forefront with Zelda, baby. It was fucking sick. Anyways.
But anyway, back to my list. So my list may or may not make people happy, but we'll see. So coming in at number 10 is Skyward Sword. I love Skyward Sword. I think it's the art style gives whimsical until you get to the story. For all the Z-Link fans, that was our game. That was it. That's what we got. It was great. It was a lot of love. There was bullying, and then the bully gets a great arc.
Groose.
You want to what?
I forgot to bring Groose up. I love Groose.
Oh, the Groose is loose. Groose is amazing.
Groose, baby. The Pompadour. Let's go.
But if you know me, and if you've ever had at least one or two conversations with me, y'all know the goat of that game was Girahim. Girahim is everything
100%.
Zant should have been. I feel like I don't know the entire behind the scenes, of course, but I almost wonder if they're like, let's make Zant and turn him into Prince, but he's evil. And Girahim reminds me of Prince.
That's interesting, Joycey, because I always thought Girahim was David Bowie. Like
him too. David Bowie and Prince kind of in a similar category as far as their style is concerned.
But I agree. I think Girahim is possibly one of, if not the best villains we've ever had in the series. And how he antagonizes you the whole game.
Yes,
so good.
Yes. He is completely psychotic. It's like he's like Jigsaw, but then again, he's also like Prince. So he would like totally make you pancakes after like torturing you. So yeah. So I'm digging it. Like, so yeah, that was uncomfortable. And Link was like, "Real 34 isn't a thing in here, bruh. Get away from me." Anyway, I'm sorry. This is an adult podcast. Okay. So for me at number 9, yeah, y'all catching up to that. A Link Between Worlds. Why? Because it's a link to the past, basically, but brighter. The game is actually very, very fun. Very, very, very fun. And I love the painting gimmick in that one. That's actually one I kind of wish would come back a little bit, or even come back in maybe certain scenarios. But I really like that gimmick. So what number am I on? 8. I apologize, y'all, in advance. Breath of the Wild is number 8. I know I'm a crazy woman.
That's a good spot.
But I love Breath of the Wild, and I talked to you guys earlier. The lead up to it, the hype train was great. The intro, playing that game for the first time, after so many years of, catching up and everything, was amazing. That same day, I remember I got off work early, of course, and I waited for the Amazon. This is when Amazon would actually before they got their own delivery, and they would just bring stuff and actually knock on your door. And I got my Switch, my controller, my Breath of the Wild, and everything. I took a nap, and then I woke up super late so I could stay up all night playing. So, yeah. So I felt like I was watching this new generation of Zelda fans like have their Ocarina of Time moment, and I was just happy to be a part of that, and I love that. So at number 7 is Echoes of Wisdom. I enjoyed the hell out of Echoes of Wisdom. It's not a perfect game, but I recognize it for its potential. I don't think they went as hard as they could have in Echoes of Wisdom, like they would a Link's Awakening. I felt the original, even though that's not one of my favorite Zelda games, just from a technical standpoint, I thought the original was good. The remake was amazing. And Echoes of Wisdom kind of put me in a way in that same space to love that art style. And I was like, but they just didn't go as hard as they could have on the dungeons. The dungeons were a little bit bland, I will admit. And it was a little, and I'm not talking about the art style, but I felt like the game itself was a little too fluffy for the type of lore that it drops on you. Because when you find out like who the baddie is and how he fits into this whole thing, I'm like, I'm horrified. And then of course, you have that whole horrifying scene when you realize who the baddie is. And then you have this beautiful, tearful goodbye with Tri. And it's like, I was just horrified and now I'm in tears. I don't know what to do here. But it's a really cute game. And also smoothies. I mean, come on, y'all. We all love smoothies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At number 6, the OG Zelda. OG Zelda, in my opinion, I will say, the further and further we get from the 80s, it is starting to show the wear and tear, the years, all what we know now compared to what we knew then. So, but it's still enjoyable. It's still a tough game because you can't do all the things that we can do now. You know, you can't just necessarily, well, you can pause it, but you know, there's certain things that you just can't do that you can do in games now. You're not going to be able to get, you can fast travel, but you don't always get a chance to choose where you fast travel. No, you don't get to choose where you fast travel. So yeah, so there's little things like that. And now you didn't really have a full map. You had to memorize a lot of things, which is fun. I could still sit down and play it, and I'll have the time of my life, keep me busy for about 5 hours. And but again, a lot of it is a bit of nostalgia. So I could understand somebody wouldn't probably want to pick up that OG Zelda today and play it for the first time. I do understand that. So we're going to get into the top 5. These are my fun ones. At number 5, which pushed the OG Zelda out of my top 5, is Tears of the Kingdom, aka Breath of the Wild randomizer. So I love Tears of the Kingdom because, and I'm gonna probably repeat a lot of things that Nick said. Nate, you're not Nick, you're Nate. Nate said already. Tears of the Kingdom is Breath of the Wild, but better. It really is. The exploration is still there. The wonder is still there. My favorite scene in the whole game, because in my personal opinion, well, I'm not going to say all that, but I love the very end where after you've defeated Ganon, you've had your victory lap and everything, watching Sonya and Rauru, you know, see each other for the first time and kind of float away while Link gets his arm back, and he now gets to correct that mistake of now he has to catch Zelda again, and he catches her this time. And the way the music kicks up, and after you just played Ganon and you've had this long emotional sequence, it's, oh my God, beautiful. It's just beautiful. And then of course you have the very, very, very end with Minoru, but you kind of saw that coming. My only, I guess, things that bug me about Tears of the Kingdom, well, there's a few things that bug me. One of them is the story, in my opinion, was too easy. What the twist was supposed to be, let's be honest, we figured that out probably, if you're really paying attention, if you paid attention, and the sky, you already knew who that was. As soon as you drop down title screen and everything and you see the light dragon, you're like, girl, what you do? Zelda, what did you just do? You know, you kind of know. And then after like the second cut scene, it's like, okay, so that is her. And then if you didn't even see the cut scenes, or you weren't paying attention on the island, you just noticed there's a new dragon. If you fly up to it and sit on it and, you know, pull all their parts off and everything to cook with, you just look at it. It's like, girl, I know that's you. Zelda, talk to me. Are you okay? Why are you a dragon? So you kind of already can figure out what the big twist is. Versus number 4 on my list, Ocarina of Time. Now, because I played Ocarina of Time after it had already been out for several years and everything, I wasn't necessarily surprised. I knew. Spoilers for Ocarina of Time. If you have not played Ocarina of Time, it's a big one. Turn it down. Just turn it down. Sheik is Zelda, and I knew that, but watching that unfold through the game, that's what was exciting for me. And so that's why. And so Link falls asleep, and blah, the 7 years go by, and now the world's all gone to hell, blah, 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 blah. I know that Ocarina of Time is technically a Link to the Past all over again, repackaged in a way. Link to the Past didn't have Sheik. So for me, that whole game was fun because I did not understand why Sheik was Zelda. And I understood like the impact that must have had for first time players before we got the internet and the guides and everybody knew. I said, I bet people enjoyed that. And I got to another quick story. I like all my Let's Players. And one of my favorite Let's Players, he is getting into Zelda for the first time. Played Ocarina of Time for the first time. No clue, didn't know what was going to happen. And when that big twist was revealed, he's like, no way. I mean, he had a genuine, beautiful freak out. It was beautiful to watch. And I said, okay, awesome. I feel like I have that moment now. And I mean, he's like staring at the camera, just like, why didn't anybody tell me? It's like, because you say on every single live stream and every single video, no spoilers. That's why nobody told you. So basically, number 3, one of my favorite Zelda games, period, is going to be Majora's Mask. This is also first evidence, well, not first, but some evidence already that Nintendo does not know how to make a proper sequel. Because what Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time have to do with each other than Link, I really don't know. I don't know why that's a sequel. But anyway, so I love Majora's Mask for the simple fact. Yes, little indigestion, Cartkin. Yes, I love Ryan. Sorry. But Majora's Mask, what I love about it is from the get-go, from the time you press start, the tension is building. And then you meet the masked salesman, and he's just freaky as hell, right? There's so many crazy theories about the masked salesman. And then you meet all these beautiful, sweet people, you know, of this town, this world that is going to die by this really wicked ass moon that's just staring down at it. And these are people that you emotionally connect with, you know. People have lives, people have kids, you know, they are terrified because it's about to literally be the apocalypse. There are people, you watch people go through all the stages of grief and denial and everything. The day 1, everybody's a little freaked out, but no one's really worried. Day 2, we're not worried. No, we're not worried. Day 3, everybody's like having a meltdown. Okay. It's great. Okay. It's great for story wise. So, and of course the Anju and Cafe quest is probably one of my most favorite quests in Zelda, period. It battles with Terrytown from Breath of the Wild. So those are my 1 and 2 spots. I cared about that couple. I cared that they saw each other again. I cared that they were going to spend they were going to greet the morning together. That's just heartbreak. I cry every time I play that game. You know, the dancer who lost his life and now he can't teach his students, you know, his dance. All these emotions, and I have no idea why that was rated T for teen. Or maybe I'm looking at it differently because I played it as an adult. And I was like, I totally understand these people. This is so sad and it's scary. And then you get to the very, very end of the game and you watch the credits roll and you don't get all the satisfaction, but you have some realizations like, oh my gosh, that was the butler's son. That's why it was so important that he had a race with me. And oh my gosh, Cafe and, you know, and Anju are finally getting married. And if you kept going back to the ranch, you found out there was actually a love triangle going on. Yeah, there was some drama going on with Anju and Cafe. So I love the emotion and I love the fact that Nintendo really kind of took it there. Whenever, and again, you know, I'm hanging out at Nate's live streams almost every night. So a lot of people have heard me already say this or talk about this. When I say that Nintendo can make mature games without the blood and gore, the curse words, it doesn't have to be super, super hyper realistic. Majora's Mask is it. I think even though it's very colorful and you're adventuring and questing and everything, looking at it as an adult, I'm like, these people going through some shit right now. How would I act if I was going through, if I literally saw the apocalypse about to drop on me? It was rated E. Good Lord, why is this rated E? That Majora's Mask needs a T rating. I'm sorry. That game was entirely too emotional for one human being. So we get to my last 2. So coming in at number 2, y'all already know what number 1 is anyway. Coming in at number 2 was Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess, I played that game probably about 5 or 6 times. I never played the GameCube version, but I played the Wii version and I played the Wii U version in HD. In the Wii version, I don't remember this in the HD version. I think I checked, but I don't remember. But in the Wii version, Dark Link is in there. Somebody tried to argue me down that he was not in there. You can't find, if you check it online, they'll say he's not in there. I don't know if the developers meant for this to happen, but Dark Link is in Twilight Princess. Go find them if you haven't. But anyway, I suggest looking downstairs in your house, and we'll leave it at that. But there's so many things. Like, of course, that was the game that brought me back to Zelda, brought me back to gaming all again. I loved seeing a bit of a older acting Link in a way, because he was such a bro. He was such a, I think he's roughly 17 in the game, but he was so 20 years old. I just got out on my own. I have my first studio apartment and I'm going clubbing. He kind of has that attitude, and he thinks he's a badass about everything. You know, kill a piranha plant, he's got to flash his sword before he sheaths it. I loved that about it. And for those who before Christmas and everything, that was Twilight Princess was what I based my Zelda script off of. I got it. I wrote the real sequel to Twilight Princess. Okay, I wrote the real sequel. I don't know what the hell Link's crossbow training is, but I wrote the real sequel. Anyway, I think it was what was the name of the boss in the desert, the skeleton boss. I can't remember his name now. Star Lord, favorite boss in the game, because the game gives you the best item, which is the spinner, and the spinner
Spin top.
This is great.
You are my people, except for Nate. So that's right. Stay on mute. That's what I thought
about the spinner. And
well, you are right about the spinner. I'm kidding, Nate. But the spinner didn't get any more justice until the first Hyrule Warriors, but it was a great item. I thought it was fun, just underutilized. I love, of course, hook shots, claw shots. All of that is my jam. There are certain things in the game that I was like, I felt were either underutilized or weren't done as well. But what they did do was they kind of gave us some closure about the Hero of Time. If you haven't played that or haven't played the game, you should play it. And you'll find out what happened to the Hero of Time. The wolf thing I thought was just interesting, but it was really cool in the sense that I get it. A wolf is perceived as this dark beast and everything. But of course, if you read about wolves, they go in packs, they almost work as a regular, as a regular human family in a way. So in a way, the wolf was relatable. They mate for life. They take care of their old, their wolves are just like amazing creatures. But they're also very ferocious and they will fuck you up. So there's that. And that's what I liked about some of the things I liked about Twilight Princess. I also like Twilight Princess because one of my biggest gripes with Zelda, with a lot of Nintendo games, honestly, but Zelda especially, is where is Link's parents? Where is your mama? And why are you running around the woods with a sword and saving the world? Boy, get your ass home and do some homework. I mean, I have all these kind of questions. And in Twilight Princess, that was one of the first times Link had somebody. He at least had his village. He had really good friends. He was, respected in his community. The kids loved him. The older people loved him. Everybody loved him. So that's something else that I really liked about that game. And coming in at number one, of course, is A Link to the Past. Because A Link to the Past is true greatness. It is just experiencing greatness of gaming. Okay. Around every single corner is a secret. There's always something to find. There's always a new dungeon. There's always a new enemy, a new item. Just there is no wasted space in that game. I don't feel like what I'm doing is busy work. Sometimes in certain games, certain quests make you just, like you guys were talking about padding. That's nothing in that game feels like padding. Everything feels completely intentional. Yes, the devs meant to put that bush right there. Right, even if the bush doesn't do anything, they meant to put it right there. So they meant to do every single thing that you do in that game. And then also, this was still when we were like younger, and A Link to the Past was the first game I had seen like this. So imagine for some of y'all, if you went from N64 and then you went to like a Switch. That would probably blow your mind. That's how it felt from NES to SNES. It's like, oh my God, I didn't know games could look this beautiful. Link with the pink hair, you know, due to some technical things or whatever, Link ends up with pink hair in that game, and it's beautiful. Anyway, and of course, again, that was one of my favorite games of all time. Also, the big thing, and I apologize, y'all, I'm very, very sleepy and I haven't eaten all day, which is my own fault. I'm usually way more animated. So quick story, when I played Link to the Past as a kid, after I got it for Christmas from Santa, not my parents, but Santa, I remember you get the 3 pendants and you get the Master Sword, and you go charge Hyrule Castle, and you beat Aghanim, the Fate King or whatever. And I'm like 10, and so I'm like, yeah. What? Huh? Dark World? There's okay. So what do you mean there's 9 more temples? What? So of course, because it was the first game I had really seen like this, it didn't take me into my brain like your inventory is not even a part or the way full. Of course you have more game. That kind of stuff just didn't click with me. But it was such a great moment that I have to tell you all right now that Gamebird and I are also no longer friends.
Joycey, I think A Link to the Past is a 10 out of 10 game. I'm just having fun. I actually think it's a perfect 10 out of 10.
I'm going to be climbing in your windows and snatching your people up later.
I'm sorry. I had to. I'm sorry.
Hide your kids. Hide your wife. Okay. Yeah. Joycey is really sleepy. Okay. I'm singing memes now, and I'm holding a mic that could stand on its own. But in all seriousness, it's like I said, just the. I love you, Gaber. I love all of you for the record. I do. I love you all for the record. So anyway, but yeah, so it was just like kind of mind blowing. It was such a beautiful moment for me as a child. And I distinctly remember this because yay, I accomplished something, but also what? I'm totally confused, but yay, more game, So also one of the best dungeons in that game. First of all of them are good. All of the dungeons in A Link to the Past, I can honestly say are all top tier. And that's saying something. And then I think the game, y'all are making me laugh.
Just
what part was
shit.
it? Yeah, because I'm tired as fuck. It's my own fault.
You just gotta get through this, and you're done.
I should have ate dinner. Damn it. Anyway. The best dungeon in the game, I'm sorry, is Temple. I think it's like number 3 in the Dark World, or 4. It's in the Lost Woods, and this has several different entrances, and part of it's underground, and you have to go through all these different entrances, and then you got to fall through a hole, and there's all these, and there's all these different, like, it's almost like a mystery dungeon in a way that you got to piece together until you find, the main entrance. And I've always thought that was so creative, and it kind of bugs me that we haven't had that on a bigger scale. I would love to see a dungeon like that, half underground, half above ground, have all kind of different things. In fact, I honestly thought they were going to do that in Tears of the Kingdom. In one of the trailers, I forgot, I think it was the temple in the desert that was like rising up from the dust, and I was like, do we have an underground dungeon now? We didn't, but I was hoping for one. But Nintendo should bring that back, or put in different entrances around the world to one big dungeon underground to the final baddie. That would be awesome. But yeah, it's just my favorite game, y'all. I could still sit down and play that with a big goofy ass smile in my face. I still die sometimes in A Link to the Past, knowing exactly what's going to happen. So yeah. And if anybody's knocking me in the chat, that's okay. Not everybody can be this gorgeous, honey. I understand. It takes work. I wake up every day. 'Cause yes, I woke up like this, and I'm gonna fall asleep looking just like this.
What? That's wonderful. All right. Well, thank you, Joyce, for that list. I know you got to go to bed.
It was
It's
nice
always
meeting
nice
you,
hearing
Greek
your explanation.
and Tiger Time. I love you both. I'm sorry I didn't get to talk to you more.
Great to
Oh,
meet you
good.
too.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you.
What were you trying to say, Nate? I'm sorry. What were you trying to
You know,
say?
it doesn't matter. It's the link to my ass. That's all that matters at this point.
I'm coming in your window and I'm snatching your people up next. Let me go get something to eat. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for having me on,
Thanks,
guys.
Joycey.
It's always fun. Next
Bye,
big
Joycey.
Zelda
Good night.
topic, I will crash again.
Thanks for your list.
Thank you.
Night, guys.
Yeah.
Night.
All right. After that, man, that was wild.
Cracks me up.
Geek
I
Apprentice.
was also gonna ask if I could go next because
Yeah,
the
yeah,
reason
I
I
know.
left for so long earlier is because my
I
son
know.
is getting sick and he threw up. So
I literally was gonna have you go next. I figured you were gonna have to leave. So
I appreciate that.
I can read the room sometimes. I'm pretty good at that. All right, Geek Apprentice, your turn.
I'm like, I love being here, but also I
Also,
can't stay
yeah,
awake.
you have responsibilities. You
That
got
too.
it.
Yes, for sure. So I do need to clarify a couple things before I get into my list, and that is I have only finished, meaning like beginning to final boss, 9 Zelda games. There are plenty that I have started, gotten a lot of the way through, or if you're counting non-canon games, there might be a couple there, but the 3 main ones that I think are the big kickers of like, oh my gosh, why haven't you played this? And I actually made a video like a couple weeks ago about this as well, but like why I haven't played the Zelda games I haven't played. Some of them are very stupid reasons, like I just don't want to. And then some of them are like, I just don't have access to it, or I didn't have access to it when it was a thing. Anyway, but I think the 3 main kickers is the fact that I have not finished Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, and A Link to the Past. A Link to the Past, I have started multiple times and I just can't get myself to finish. And I'll say this too, all 3 games, I would argue are objectively good games. Like, I don't question. I'm like, these are great games. They're just not for me. And then Twilight Princess, it's not even the beginning tutorial area. It's the same as A Link to the Past. I'm like, I don't know why. I just can't get myself to finish. Majora's Mask, it's the 3-day cycle, which I think, again, objectively, is really cool. But my brain just gets overwhelmed. It's probably nowhere near as difficult as my brain is thinking it is. But that's what my brain is doing. But I did have to put at least one of those in number 10, and I decided to put Majora's Mask at number 10 because I have childhood memories attached to that. Because it came out so shortly after Ocarina of Time, I did watch one of my brothers play it. There's actually a fun memory that I'm forgetting his name, but the twin sisters that learned the dance, my brother and I would mimic that dance for fun. Like my mom would
Yeah,
hold
I
down the
used to do
button
that
and then we
too.
would just mimic the I'm like 5 years old. He's like 9. It was hilarious.
It's
But
actually my favorite mask in the game is the one
so
that lets you
funny.
dance like that. It's so good.
So funny. I should say I have defeated the final boss because I didn't play through the whole game. It was because my brother, I must have been like 6 or 7. My brother, the second one, he had, why am I blanking on the giant, not the
You
Giant's
were
Max. What's the name of the mask? Fierce Deity.
Oh, Fierce Deity.
And he was like, I bet you could do the final boss with this mask on. I was like 6 or 7 and 7, maybe 7, 8. I'm not doing that on purpose. I'm a teacher. I'm so sick of hearing it too. A dance teacher.
I've been
And
cool with it since the South Park episode. Once that happened, I'm like, all right, I'm fine with this now.
but he was like, try it. So I did defeat Majora by using the Fierce Deity's mask. So I think objectively it's a fantastic game. I just have not been able to get myself to sit and finish it. And any Zelda game I'm not willing to finish, I love watching other people play it. And because I was the youngest of 3, that was a lot of my gaming experience when I was younger. So I think it's very comforting for me to watch others play it too. And it's just as satisfying. Well, it's a different satisfying, but yeah. Number 9, I have Minish Cap, which I only completed a couple of years ago. I love that game. The music is amazing. I'm not a huge fan of 2D or top-down Zelda. That's usually not my go-to. That doesn't mean they're bad. They're just not my go-to. and I finally had access to it with the NSO, played it on stream. And that's another thing. A lot of these games I don't want to play unless I can stream it, which is why I haven't played Spirit Tracks yet. I would want to be able to stream it because it's like playing with a friend on the couch next to you. So I want to be able to discuss it with someone as I'm going through it. So that's part of why. Beautiful game. I love the Minish music. I love the story. I was hesitant at first. I was like, I really think I'm only going to like Zelda games where Ganondorf is the villain. Wrong. I liked Vati a lot. Great game. Number 8, I'm surprised I put this so low, but Link's Awakening. That was another one that like I would dabble. I had my own Game Boy Color. I'm not sure why. I probably had some Barbie game on there. Lord only knows. But I would dabble around in that and love the music, but I didn't finish it until the Switch edition. Funny enough, my mom hates that art style, which is why she won't play Echoes of Wisdom. And I'm like, what? I love this. I love this so much. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say on that. Oh, well, I will say, so it's such a weird game. Like when I learned about the development of Link's Awakening, I was like, this really was just like, I don't know, do this. I don't know, do that. And it worked. It was so great. Telltale Heights, that music is so good. If you listen to the Taylor Davis cover, she's a violinist. Oh, it's so good. The music is just amazing. I also love Mabe Village. That music is really, really nice.
Yes.
Number 7, I have A Link Between Worlds. I played this on the 3DS shortly after I got back into Zelda, after I played Breath of the Wild, or I was in the middle of playing Breath of the Wild. I saved up. The 3DS had been out for a while at this point, but I saved up and bought one from eBay so I could play Animal Crossing because I didn't realize there was another Animal Crossing. And I love those games. So I got that and I was like, what is this game? It's kind of cute looking. I love the wall art merging mechanic. That was so fun. It just brought a whole new level to the puzzles that I absolutely adored. It was so good. And to me, the fact that I finished that makes me feel like, well, it's like I finished A Link to the Past, but I didn't. It's close enough. It's not. Obviously, it's not the same thing. The music, oh my gosh. Most of my main things with Zelda games is just, oh my gosh, I love the music. Oh my gosh, I love the music. Especially like as a dancer, like being able to hear music and like visualize so fully, not even necessarily a dance, but I am going to get to that with a different one though. Ugh, I could go on forever about music. I won't. Number 6 is Echoes of Wisdom. So I've come to realize that, and I'm sure most people understand this, I don't know why it took me so long, is that a lot of our favorites tend to be directly tied to what we were going through when we played it. That is definitely a huge part of it. Like I mentioned before, Echoes of Wisdom came out 10 days after I gave birth to my son. And I could have played it on my own. My mom stayed with us for a little bit, which was such a huge help. So like I could have gotten the game and played it. And especially looking back now, I did not understand fully how simple the newborn phase is compared to toddler. He sleeps. That's what he does. He just sleeps. He wasn't colicky, so it was much easier than what most people have had to deal with. But that was one of like my first, well, it was my first new Zelda game after having a kid. And every time I played it, I kept thinking, you know, one day my son could be playing this. I wonder what his first Zelda game is going to be. And like my husband and I talked about that a lot. We play very different video games, but the one we both love is Zelda games for sure. And we've talked about that so many days. Oh my gosh, which should it be Wind Waker? Like that's a nice one to jump into, but Ocarina of Time is just so good. But also maybe Breath of the Wild, or maybe it should just be whichever one is the newest one at the time. You know, and we realize it's going to end up being organic. Like what happens. We're not going to force Ocarina of Time on him. We might force Wind Waker. Because I don't think I could bear it if my son grows up and goes, Ocarina of Time's janky and I don't like it. I'll be like, you're disowned now. I can't. Or worse is if he says, I like it, but only the 3DS version. That's even worse. You can't. I hate the 3DS version. That's a different controversy.
Wow.
But I loved Echoes of Wisdom. I was hesitant because I was like, look, I am a stubborn old school girl. You play as Link and no one else. That is who you play as. And the concept of the game mechanic, I was like, maybe. I loved it. It much like the wall merging in A Link Between Worlds, it just opened up so many different doors. And especially coming off of having such a stoic Link in previous the Wild Era games, and I love the Wild Era games, having a character that was emoting even just a little bit with Zelda and had this relationship with Tri was just so adorable. I mean, we still had a stoic Link, just you weren't playing as him. And I thought it was handled really well, and I'm trying so hard to get my mom to play it, because I think for someone who doesn't do combat very well, she would really, really like this game. And she's good at puzzles. She's incredibly smart. And she just won't do it because of the art style, which is sad. I don't think any of the dungeons stand out to me or the music, except for Elden Volcano, the Elden Temple. I'm blanking on the name. But the one with the Gorons. That one had great, great music. It all had great music. It's just none of it stood out enough, but I think I need to play it again. Top 5. This is hard because other than my number 1, 2 through 5 are constantly changing places. Sometimes it just depends on which one I've talked about most recently. Which one have I watched someone play most recently? Which one have I played most recently? And I'm like, oh wait, this game's fantastic. I forgot. It needs to be higher. So right now, as of this moment, it could change in 24 hours. Number 5 is Skyward Sword. I didn't play it until the HD version. Like I said, I was left-handed, and so I didn't have a desire to play it because I was like, well, I struggle with and I've met plenty of people who are like, I'm left-handed, and I had 0 issues with the motion controls. I'm like, sorry, I couldn't. I just couldn't do it. I wasn't deterred by Fi. I wasn't deterred by the sky being open and kind of empty. Like, none of that bothered me. It was just, I can't do the motion controls left-handed. I would totally be open to trying it if it was made for left-handed. Which now I know I apparently could try. So, but getting to finally play it, I was like, this story. Oh my gosh. I completely understand why Link is stoic in the Wild Era games. I do. But Expressive Link is so good. And I made a video recently about, like, it was kind of a joke video, but like, who could Link's Valentine's be in each Zelda game? And I was like, this is the only game where I'm like, oh yeah, the game is full on telling you that they like each other. And I mean, there's a song that's literally called the romance song for them. So I'm like, but it's so cute. The story is so riveting. As mentioned before, the fully orchestrated music is just, oh, it's so good. And I do like the gameplay. The only thing I struggle with, and this is a me problem, it's just me. I hate the Silent Realm so much. My heart rate can't take the Silent Realm. I had way too many close calls in the Silent Realm. I can't do it. I hate those so much, but I recognize that it's kind of good gameplay. I don't know. That's usually a main thing with me in games, is like, I recognize why this is good. I just can't do it. Number 4, oh gosh, this one gets flipped with number 2 all the time. Right now is Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was Wii U, Zelda Wii U, when I first learned about it. I was not there for the entirety of the hype train. I was just getting back into it. But I distinctly remember it was Christmas of 2017. I had been talking to my mom about it, and I had been getting back into Zelda, and like, we would play like the odd N64 GameCube game as a family every now and again. We would play Mario Kart. We would play Mario Party 5 specifically. Randomly, we would have marathons of who could get furthest in Banjo-Kazooie in an hour. We would do all 3 save files, and whoever could get the furthest in an hour with Banjo-Kazooie was the winner. And when I was really young, my mom and I would team up on the 3rd file, and each of my brothers had the other one. And we didn't have, cell phones that had a timer on them. We didn't have cell phones at all. So we had to use the microwave timer. And sometimes we would like purposely cook something, which, I mean, you can't set a microwave for an hour. That's too long. But like, that's like something that we would do. And it was so fun. But my mom for Christmas saved up, and she got a used Wii U, because the Switch was out, but we couldn't afford that. She got a used Wii U and got Breath of the Wild, and we sat down in our tiny little apartment that we were living in at the time we were on tough times for a while there, but it makes you appreciate your games a lot more because of how expensive they can be. And she was like, well, what is this game? Like, I know it's Zelda, but like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. I've watched a bunch of stuff. It's open world. You can go wherever you want. And I was like, I'm going to try and be as linear as possible because I need a guide. I'm getting better about not needing a guide. But you come out to the Great Plateau. Obviously, that massive scene, and my mom's looking and she goes, is that the whole map? Do you get to explore all of that? I was like, yeah. And she was like, that's huge. That's going to take you forever. It's going to take you like 2 years to finish this game. And I was like, no, it'll take me 2 years to complete it, not finish it. There's a difference. I walked down to the side. I talked to the old man. And at that point, I think I was already spoiled and knew it was the king. And there are subtle ways that you could figure that out anyway. And I grab a stick and I'm like, oh, I can go beat up that bokoblin. Like, it's a red bokoblin. It looks like it's pretty easy, right? It one-shot killed me. And like, the game over screen for Breath of the Wild. And I'm just sitting there with my controller. And my mom and I are both just staring. She was like, isn't that an easy enemy? I'm like, yes. She was like, and it one-shot killed you. I'm like, yes, it did. And she was like, oh, this is that kind of game. And I was like, I'm going to die a lot. And I have an irrational fear of dying in video games. Not in real life. Don't care about that. I hate dying in video games, specifically. Don't know why that is. I think because of older games, like losing so much progress. Whereas like now, that's not as much of an issue. But adored this game, getting into it. It, like I mentioned before, opened up so many doors to what I do now. Like I never could have imagined I'd be on like other people's podcasts getting to talk about Zelda. Like what? That's insane. And yet here we are. So, like I said, it flips with the other Wild Era game. Just depends on the day. Wind Waker's number 3. Wind Waker, it was the origin story of me realizing how obsessed I would become. Maybe not obsessed, but how much I adore and love Celtic and Irish music. Oh my gosh. That title thing, that title screen, my husband and I both were like, oh, that is like the best. It's so good. And the art style is great. My eldest brother, he missed out. That's his problem. But like those graphics still hold up today. The whole tingle tuner, messing with my brother, he loved that. He did not love that. We love that. The story is great. And like, I know story is not always their focus. Like it's a secondary 3/4 thought. And I get that. They make sure the gameplay is fun. And I appreciate that. But I do love a good story. And even something as simple as Link is trying to save his little sister. I'm the little sister. I love that. And I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. Of course, my brother's like, yeah, sure, whatever. And I'm like, you'd protect me. You would.
I actually think, I think you make a really good point. I think there's something really sweet about that being Link's kind of purpose in that game.
Yeah.
But I feel like people sleep on the story on that game. I actually think it's one of the best. Obviously, it's not as dialogue heavy as Skyward Sword is, but I actually think it's one of the best stories of the entire series. When you dig into like the motivations of Ganondorf,
There's so
and
much
like
there. Yeah.
just like the history and what happened to this world is one of the most fascinating and sad, almost like sad as well.
Yes.
So,
coincidentally, also has an expressive Link.
Yeah.
He meows in this game. How fun. But like that intro, giving the backstory, and it's got that like medieval Renaissance music. Oh, it's so good. I'm obsessed with the music. It's so good. But yes, like that, like this is the one time where I'm like sympathizing with Ganondorf. I'm like, oh,
absolutely.
That kind of does suck. You still are evil and disgusting, but also there's more of a motivation other than, well, you're Ganondorf, so obviously you're evil. It's like, no, there's a reason why you're like this.
It's more of the gray, like it's more of a gray villain where it's like you sympathize with the motives. Love that.
It's so good. And Tetra's arc, and I go back and forth. Some days I'm like, wow, she becomes Zelda and she disappears. And then other days I'm like, well, no, duh. She has just to be protected, just to be hidden away. And, the king being a big gray area, King Daphnis, because he's like, but him owning up to him, being like, I made a huge mistake and I'm going to fix it. And also, people talk about it's a childish game. I'm sorry. How do we defeat Ganondorf? We stab him in the head. It's a little dark. Also, I find these redeads way scarier than Ocarina of Time because of the screen. I don't. It's like a banshee. I can't. Oh, I purposely avoid it. It scares me.
Well, and they're like
I love
cannibals too, which is like creepy.
Yeah, and like it's like, for being so colorful, you're terrifying. Honestly, like I actually am not a huge fan of all the dungeon music, but that's saying something for a game that has. It's like, it's not that it's bad music. It's just, well, in a game with this many great soundtracks or pieces in them, I guess I have to dislike something somewhat. Yeah, I absolutely love Wind Waker. Number 2 is Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is the first Zelda game I was on the hype train from start to finish. And I didn't realize how much fun the hype train was. Like, I wanted the game. But even after I had the game, I was like, I kind of missed the waiting period. I missed the theorizing. I missed the talking with people and watching the trailers. And I go back and forth on like, do I wish I hadn't seen all the trailers because I felt like I was spoiled a little bit on some things. Am I going to watch all trailers for the next 3D Zelda? I don't know. And I remember that my reaction to the E3 2019 announcement trailer for sequel to Breath of the Wild was my first video that took off. I am not someone that over exaggerates or goes crazy for my reactions. The closest I had was when they announced the Link's Awakening remake, because I had been saying for years, just to myself, I wasn't really doing much, like, man, why don't we have Link's Awakening? I feel like that game's underrated. But that one, I was a part of that podcast, the Highland Games cast, and the 3 of them had gone to E3, and I didn't feel comfortable, because it takes me a long time to get comfortable with other people. I didn't feel comfortable yet just flying out to California from Florida on my own. I was like, I'm not there yet, but it was okay. And actually, funny enough, in their video right at the end, someone's like, someone needs to check on Geek and see if she's okay. Because they had just announced Banjo-Kazooie in Smash. I don't play Smash, but to me, that immediately said, I'm going to get to play Banjo on the Switch someday. And I won't have to do the N64 because we didn't have the Xbox that played it. I think one of my brothers did though. But seeing that trailer, I lost it, and I was still living at home. So whenever I recorded something in my room, everyone's like, "Oh, you're always so quiet." In my old videos, I'm like, "It's because I didn't want my family to hear me. Like, I wasn't doing anything bad. It was just like, I'm a little embarrassed. I don't want them to know I make videos." And then I found out years later, oh, half my family watches it, and I'm like, what? Why? You don't even know what I'm talking about. And they're like, it's just so fun. It's fascinating. And I'm like, okay, fantastic. Good thing I've never said anything bad. No, I wouldn't. I love my family. But I
don't have them watch this show.
I'm the most tame one in the family. I don't think no, my grandmother's not. I think most of them would be like, they'd be like, how are you doing?
Grandmother would think about that intro is what I want to know. That's the tone for the show.
Brothers wouldn't care. My brothers would not care at the slightest. I think my mom would be like, huh, interesting. Anyway, moving on. I'm the one that's like, I don't even use swear words. I actually, and I hope this doesn't come across bad, I posted in my Discord like, hey guys, I'm going to be on this podcast. And then during the intro, bless you, during the intro, I went, just FYI guys, this isn't PG like my stuff.
No. We're not PG stuff. I dropped an F-bomb earlier.
I think the intro is PG.
Look,
am I missing something here?
The intro's PG for me.
I'm such a stick in the mud. Like, I will full on, I'm a stick in the mud. Y'all's PG is my PG is y'all's G.
Your PG might be like what I'm willing to let a 2-year-old watch.
Yeah. And I fully acknowledge that.
That's okay, though. I've always done that. That's okay.
Yeah, most of my family would just be like, "Oh, that's interesting." Anyway, moving on. They wouldn't care. My grandmother would be like, but she's the only one that's as like straightforward as I am on that stuff. That's just me. But
That's funny.
Yeah, I watched Tears of the Kingdom develop from start to finish. I don't remember what I was saying before that. Oh crap. Mom brain. I can't make two thoughts go together. I was talking about my family. Oh, my reaction to Tears of the Kingdom. I was sobbing, like practically hyperventilating. As soon as like they got to Doug Bowser, I was like basically in my head, like, shut up. I don't care. Like pause. And I'm like, I've never just like cried on a stream, and I felt a little ridiculous at first. But then of course I'm looking at my chat and they're all like, no, we're right there with you. I'm like, I freaking love Breath of the Wild and I get another. As much as I don't like how we get the story, I love the story. I cried when Zelda was going to become a dragon, and I feel bad. I did not see it coming. I don't know if I just wasn't paying attention. But most of my time playing Zelda, or Tears of the Kingdom specifically, would be like 8 hours straight. This was clearly before I had a child. It would be 8 hours straight till like 4 or 5 in the morning. So I think I just wasn't functioning. I would just be like, I've opened up like 7 areas of the depths now. I've been in darkness for hours. Oh my gosh. And freaking out about like every little thing. But I love the story. Freaked out when Ganon swallowed the tear. But like it was mentioning earlier, yeah, the last part of Breath of the Wild, it's like, you're so easy. That was fun. Anyway, whereas this one, that last phase, even if it's easy, felt earned. It felt justified. When you drive your master sword into his skull, into the tear, it's so satisfying. You're like, yes, finally you're gone. I'm so done with you. And I was lucky enough to have followed the geoglyphs in order. I followed Impa because my mom saw them out of order. I know so many people who saw them out of order, and I'm like, that's probably confusing, or at least take some of the fun out of like the hype going up and down, I suppose. But thankfully I followed through to that cave, and I had the wherewithal to take a picture and look at the geoglyphs in order. So just overall, like, I have such fond memories of being able to watch Tears of the Kingdom develop from start to finish. And again, that's when my channel grew a lot more, and I was like, this is crazy. So this is what people have been doing for years, you know, but they had like friend groups that they talked to, and I'm just now getting back into it, which was really crazy. Shocker of shockers, my number one, for anyone that knows me, is Ocarina of Time. Is there nostalgia bias? Yeah, obviously. And I have no shame in that whatsoever. I was not privileged to be born in time to understand the jump from A Link to the Past to Ocarina of Time. I can appreciate it. But part of me wishes, like, man, I wish I really understood how massive of a jump this was. Again, I can appreciate it. And personal opinion, I think Zelda's jump to 3D was better than Mario's jump to 3D. Still a good game. Can't stand the camera at all. Mostly Ocarina of Time. The story's great. The music's great. The dungeons are great. The progression is great. The nostalgia is great. Are there flaws? Yes. The only thing I will give the 3DS version is being able to equip the iron boots. That was very helpful. But I just have such fond memories of watching this game. Such fond memories of, like, this is so stupid, but I can laugh about it now. I think I was in early high school, and I was at my church's youth group, which honestly kind of sucked. It was pretty cliquey, so a bunch of us left and did our own thing. We were like, we're not even learning anything, and I hate this.
It was like youth group.
Yeah, pretty much. And they're like, why'd you leave? I was made fun of for actually knowing things, and I was really annoyed. Anyway, I was like, then why are we here? But whatever. But there was a guy there I had a major crush on. Major crush on. Super nice dude. And he and his best friend, and the best friend was nice to me too. They were like some of the only people. There was like maybe 5 or 6 people that I felt like I got along with. And I'm like, I get it. I'm weird. I'm different. That's fine. That's why I'm leaving. But they were talking about Zelda, and I don't know which Zelda game they were talking about because I had been out of it for so long. But I knew Ocarina of Time. And I was like, oh, which Zelda game? And they're talking. I was like, I don't know that one, but I love Wind Waker and Ocarina of Time. And the best friend, not in a mean way, was kind of like, no, you don't. And I'm like, yes, I do, actually. I love those games. And they're like, no, you don't. I'm like, I don't know why I would lie about this. And I was like, fine, test me. And so the guy I had a crush on, he was like, could you like name the music? And I was like, yeah, if anything, I would probably be better than that than actually playing the game. But so they got out their phones and they just like started playing random songs from Ocarina of Time. And I would name all of them within 2 seconds. Oh, Kokiri Forest. Oh, the Forest Temple, Fire Temple, Deku. Anyway, I would name one of those. And they'd be like, who's Sheik? I'm like, Zelda. You know, I'm putting all this information out there. And they're like, dude, you're a girl and you actually know things. And I'm like, yeah. It's okay. It was never reciprocated, but that's okay because my husband's better. But
Heck yeah.
yeah, 14-year-old me being like, oh, I'm going to win over my crush with my Zelda knowledge. And at the most, he was like, oh, cool. And then moved on. I was like, dang it. I really thought I had it in the bag with that. So, yeah, that's my list. You can tell I'm getting tired. And so I'm like, music is everything great. But yeah, Ocarina of Time will always be my favorite, if for no other reason than nostalgia.
Thank you.
Awesome. I'm guessing you got to head out now then?
Yeah.
No.
It's almost 1 where I am, and I have work tomorrow, and I have a feeling my baby is going to be waking up a lot. So, and my husband works at like 5 a.m., so I don't want to put that on him.
No, you're good. Thank you. Here, do you want to go ahead and preview anything that's coming up that you got going on?
Sure. Yes. So again, thank you so much for having me. My schedule's always weird, so I'm glad I was able to come on. Like I mentioned previously, I have a bunch of old videos that from like 2021 that I tweaked a little bit, each of them for the 40th anniversary of Zelda. They're a series of videos on like top 5 forest dungeon themes, top 5 fire dungeon themes, things like that. So the next one will be Friday, and then the next Monday, Wednesday, and Friday as well. I also stream on Fridays and Sundays. If I end up getting any sicker, because I'm a little sick right now, but not that much, I may not stream, but I usually stream on Friday nights, and it's usually a Zelda game of some kind. And then on Sunday, I play Mario Party Jamboree with some friends. But apparently this Sunday, we might be playing Four Swords Adventures, which I've never played.
Cool.
So,
Very cool.
because I've always been like, ew, multiplayer Zelda. But everyone says the same thing. If you play with people who love Zelda, you'll probably like it.
It's
And I'm
fun.
like, okay.
That game's a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's it for me. Eventually, I'll probably have other videos about Animal Crossing and Hunger Games, especially with the new Hunger Games film coming out this year, but mostly Zelda.
Very nice. All right. Well, have a good night then. And
Yes, thank you
Great
so
to have
much.
you on.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Geek, thanks for coming on tonight, and thank you for an awesome Zelda list. I love how everyone's list has been way different from each other so far too.
Yes.
Very cool to see that.
Very big testament to how amazing the series is. That it's not all the same, frankly. So thank you again for having me on. It was good talking with you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
See ya.
Hey.
Bye-bye.
Tiger.
Hey. Time for the best list on this podcast.
Yeah,
baby.
right. We'll see about that.
This is facts, not feelings, Game Bird. All right.
Okay. So it'll look just like mine then.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So here we go. Number 10 is Skyward Sword. I really liked Skyward Sword. The story is great. One of my favorite soundtracks in the series. Really like Skyloft. I'm a sucker for an island, and floating island even better. Hey, I love the loft wings. They're such a cool little animal addition too. I feel like I was a huge fan of the Wii motion controls too. I was one of the defenders of that. Thought that was a really cool system. I liked how they mixed it up with Demise, but in terms of Skyward Sword, really what everyone else has said too. Like the dungeons were really fun. The world building was great. The Zelda and Link connection was cool. It was cool to see them interact like that in a way they never had before. So yeah, that's really my shtick on Skyward Sword. Now, number 9, I don't think this game has been said yet. So this here is The Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Seasons.
It's good.
Heck yeah. Specifically seasons, you know, it was one of those things where when my cousin and I found out these games existed, it was like, oh my gosh, Zelda's doing the Pokemon thing. Like, this is so cool. We each can buy our own and then kind of play off of each other and see what the differences are. And it turns out this was, to me, even cooler because, you know, in Pokemon, usually it's like, there's like three different types of Pokemon. It's really the only difference. But these were like completely different games. And I just remember specifically this game was so hard. Like it's kind of fetch quest mania, I feel like, is the critique of the game. Same thing with Link's Awakening, like a lot of fetch quest, but I really loved it in this game because I loved the wacky, weird characters you meet.
Yeah.
The time travel aspect. It just was so fun and weird. And like the final boss in Seasons was, I can't remember his name, but it was like a huge knight of some sort. And you end up going to a tower and fighting him. I can't remember the name. But yeah, it was just, honestly, there was somewhat of an interesting story too. Because like the beginning of these games start out and everything's kind of peaceful. Like there's a little bit of a prologue. Like I think it was Seasons where you start out, everybody's dancing, there's music everywhere. And then it turns out Impa isn't really Impa. And it's a complete betrayal. And it gets kind of crazy from there. So really cool games, fun dungeons in both Seasons and Ages. I do like in Ages how they take you to that island and take away everything. And you meet the crazy little blue guys. I can't remember what they're called. You kind of explore that civilization. That was cool. But for me, I was always the one with Seasons. So that's the one I'm going to pick here. But I want to shout those games out there. So good. Number 8 is Breath of the Wild. Joycey had hers at 8 as well, and kind of said, you know, don't attack me, but you know, I feel pretty good about Breath of the Wild being here. It's, I mean, it was higher before Tears of the Kingdom came out for sure, and I do want to separate them in terms of comparing them. Like when I'm evaluating them like this, they should exist on their own, but like in terms of, for me, a lot of this list was like, if I were to play these games today, what would I get the most out of, and what would I connect with the most? And if we're talking like the first hour to 3 hours of the game, Breath of the Wild would probably be number 1 on my list. But I think that, you know, after the Great Plateau, again, it's number 8 on my list, so I really like it, but it just is a little empty for me in terms of what Tears of the Kingdom showed was a more vibrant, interactive world. And
I agree.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I can't forget that about Breath of the Wild. But again, such an amazing game. If I ever kind of like Prime was saying, with all the tough stuff that's been going on in his life, like going on the Great Plateau and walking around and just like seeing the old man just kind of doing different things. Like maybe he'll be lighting a fire in the forest there. Maybe he'll be cutting down a tree by his lodge. And I just think that what the Great Plateau does is so special that even though the rest of the game to me doesn't hold up as much as it did when I first played it, I think that it just sets a really beautiful foundation. And like just listening to the birds on the Great Plateau, the way it just kind of empowers you from the start it's so good. So that's number 8 for me. And then number 7, I had Link's Awakening. So like I said, I just remember like trying to play it on car trips or whatever, and like any single ray of sunlight coming in and totally making it so that I couldn't play the game. But I remember thinking it was so cool. And again, I'm a sucker for water. I'm a sucker for islands. Whenever Thunderstash talks about water graphics, I'm right there with you. And you know, Link's Awakening specifically here, it's not because of the water graphics. They are still cool, but I love games that take place just around water on an island.
Yeah.
Like I like it when it's present.
I like that too.
It just speaks to some kind of adventure. So Just the little shipwreck scene in the beginning. Just even that little bit did a lot for me at the time to be like, oh, this is crazy. This is so cool. Link stranded on an island, Castaway style.
Even in Zelda 1, like when you get the raft, that was like such a cool moment because now you can travel on water. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's something about just being able to, be around water. So this game was, just cool finding out how crazy the ending gets. And I thought the dungeons were really fun. And again, I enjoy the fetch quest aspect of these kind of older 2D Zelda games because it helped naturally introduce you to so many weird characters. And like whether it was the monkey on the beach or any of the other cool, weird, interesting characters in Link's Awakening, I just always enjoyed like trying to find out who I'm supposed to take what to next. It required a cool attention to detail that I just always valued. So on top of, like I said, I really like the weird stuff and like Majora's Mask. And so this was a funky game. It's like Chain Chomp. What's going on with that? What's up with these Mario things? Love this game. Love that they got weird and wacky, and also really love the remake too. I love that style and was glad to see that. It gave me hope for the Oracle games, to be honest. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. So number 6 is Twilight Princess. So this was a list that, again, is ever evolving. I think this could easily be like number 3 on my list if you ask me like in a week. Because, again, different Zelda games, different emotions. Today, for whatever reason, Twilight Princess, when I made this list, wasn't at number 3. But tonight's number 6. So really love the game, though. I loved the contrast from Wind Waker to Twilight Princess. And like you said, Gamebird, too, I always loved seeing the different art styles as they evolved, too. And this was such a cool jump from Toon Link to this more kind of mature coming-of-age Link who, I don't know, kind of, like Joyce was saying, too, I love how he kind of was a figurehead in the village and kind of made Link feel more real and more like a little like hometown hero that's leaving his village and setting off on this quest. And on top of the wolf stuff, really fun. I love the final boss fight. Snow Peak Ruins is one of my favorite Zelda dungeons ever. Again, everyone mentioned the spin top too. The wolf was awesome. The Twilight stuff was really weirdly dark and depressing with the dead Hyrulean soldiers and just kind of how they're floating around. I don't know. This game's a cool one. Midna was awesome. And that's what I got for that. And at number 5, this is Ocarina of Time. So, I actually recently replayed this game, and it was just as fun as I remembered playing it. I probably replayed it 3 or 4 times now. Probably the last time I did it was high school or college. And it was just as fun as any of those other times. The camera stuff is obviously, I just don't find any of that to be a big deal. And part of that, I think, is because I grew up with it. So it's like, I have that, I'm fine with it. That's just a part of the process. It's a part of the charm. But I don't know, everything about this game is just really special. And the second you hit Hyrule Field, and I'm forgetting the name of the owl right now, but once he talks to you and it's a special kind of adventurous feeling that kind of hits you as a player there. And not too many games have really replicated that for me quite in that way. And even though Hyrule Field, there's not a lot going on. It's just kind of flat and there's a couple trees and stuff, and at nighttime, obviously it gets crazy.
It's Kapora Gabora. Love that name.
Kapora Gabora, yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's a great one, yeah.
Yeah.
Hyrule Field, just walking around that, you can feel the amount of to me at the time, and I still think even now, the depth of options of where you can go. And even though you can't access all these places, you can just see it all though. And you can see the mountain in the background, Death Mountain. You can see that in the background. And there's little cool aspects of what they do to kind of make you feel like there's always another adventure just kind of waiting ahead of you. And I don't know. Ocarina of Time is obviously a special game. Although the first time I played it, I remember getting stuck on the final boss fight because I didn't have enough magic or something. I can't remember how I got stuck, but somehow I didn't actually beat it the first time I played it. I'm not holding that against it here, but yeah, great game. Also, this game had some fun little mask quests too, even though it wasn't Majora's Mask. Like it did have some fun little mask quests where again, you were meeting cool characters through the fetch quest system. So heck yeah. Number 4, not number 1. Sorry, Joycey. A Link to the Past. Still a great game. Obviously, number 4 is pretty darn good. And I love this game. Again, me and my cousin would do the little speed running challenges between him and I. Like we'd play it at the same time. Whether we were on the phone or like next to each other, we'd play it at the same time and just try to see who could beat it fastest. And yeah, we had this game down to a T. Like it was so fun to go through it. And obviously, I think one of the greatest Zelda openings of all time. It's just so beautiful. And you meet your uncle, it's kind of like, oh wow, this is interesting. Like Link has a family member finally, and then he's gone immediately. And just, it is kind of tragic. And I don't know. I love the adventure. Just even that beginning rainy adventure to the castle is such an iconic journey you go on as Link. But yeah, obviously great gameplay. The graphics still hold up. Like this is such a beautiful looking game. And even to this day, it's so killer. So that's number 4 for me. And number 3 is Majora's Mask. This is a game that, again, I think depending on my particular mood or what's been happening, maybe how much tragedy I've experienced in any given week, this could easily swap with Ocarina of Time. I think overall, though, I would tend to put Majora's Mask over Ocarina of Time because I like how weird it is. And you guys have said it tonight, too, like amazing side quests and just the best characters in any Zelda game in terms of just how you get to know them and how you kind of, I don't know, it really feels like there's an evolution where they're strangers and then in a way they kind of become like a comfort to the impending moon. And it's just like they kind of become a community. And to weave that into a time mechanic and all of that taking place in this little town is just, I don't know. It's crazy. And it's really impressive. When you think about like people complaining about Legend ZA in that city and how there's no life there, but what they did with Majora's Mask and giving Clocktown like all of this life and just these characters that are full of interesting stories and tragedy and grief, like everybody's been talking about, on top of, again, another great beginning. Like the opening cutscene from Majora's Mask is like, it's still like, I can picture it. It's still haunting. I remember, this could have been a nightmare. Maybe this didn't really happen, but because I played this as a kid. So it was like Skull Kid was terrifying. And I remember after Skull Kid and Link interact, there's a line of dialogue where Skull Kid is saying something. And if you just leave it on that line of dialogue, he'll just keep laughing that same laugh. And it's like, that is ingrained into my head. And it was terrifying as a kid, but I also was like, this is so cool. Also, one of my favorite soundtracks in Zelda, the Song of Healing, the first time I heard that.
Good.
It's so good. Yeah. Like when you first get into that area with the Happy Mask Salesman, the Song of Healing is playing, is like, all right, you got to put the controller down moment. It's just like, I got to listen to this because this makes me feel like an emotion that I can't even describe, and that's a special thing. So yeah, Majora's Mask dungeons are fun too. Number 2, I kind of foreshadowed this one. The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker is, it'll always be a special game to me. no matter what. This one's, I mean, yeah, you can talk about the Triforce quest and all that stuff where maybe it doesn't hold up in terms of valuing the player's time, but I don't know. To me, even the Triforce quest, like I could listen to the Great Sea theme all day. Like that's one of those songs that I could just
One of the best.
It really is, man. Like
It's one of the best. Dude.
It's
so
insane.
good.
Again, it kind of like the Song of Healing, like it evokes a different type of emotion though, where it's like, I don't know, just like potential adventure. It's just like the perfect sound. Like the first time you hit the ocean, it's so good. But yeah, I really love this game. I think that Outside Island, probably besides the Great Plateau, is probably my favorite starting area in any Zelda game. I love that little spot. I love how you can swim off and just kind of explore a little bit. Not too far, obviously, but I just love the little village there. There's so many cool things you can interact with in that little town, little island, and obviously the creepy forest that's up top is also cool. Yeah, I thought that this was, again, it hit me at just the perfect time where it was like, I want to experience this adventure over and over and over again. And the amount of times I've replayed this game is pretty unreal. So, and along with that, my connection to growing up on an island. This will always be in my top 3. I can't imagine it slipping out. And then number 1, I want to give an honorable mention to Minish Cap. That was one that was a tough leave off. It was a real close call between Skyward Sword and Minish Cap, but yeah, just wanted to shout that out. So yeah, number 1, Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it's just so good. I don't know. I told you guys the story about how, I was joking a little bit about jeopardizing my relationship, but there were a couple times where where it got kind of feisty. But it was a game that literally, like, I must have had multiple days where I played over 12 hours. I'm like, I don't have that kind of time. I don't even know where I was finding that time. I but I was finding it. It was happening somehow. I think just like playing it docked, taking it off, playing it, falling asleep, probably waking up again and playing it, like that sort of thing. Like this game had me that way. Not too many games have ever had me just so hooked that I need to keep playing it. Like I can't stop. There's always a cool new adventure to find. Love the characters that they added into this. Just so many good touches of bringing the world to life. The side quests were a lot more interesting than Breath of the Wild, I thought. I loved even just like having the little guys where you could build stuff for them, just scattered around. Like those little touches that they added really, really gave this version of Hyrule a lot more life. On top of the final boss fight being really awesome. The actual boss fights, like Prime was saying, they added variety to them, which was something that you kind of hinted at, Game Bird. The reskinning was something that I noticed, and I was like, man, one of my favorite things about Zelda is the unique bosses and how I kind of fight those and manage those. And yeah, the fights were different. They weren't copy and paste actual fight mechanics, but I loved seeing the designs, just like you were talking about with the art style in general. I love to see the boss designs, and like in Twilight Princess, those are some of my favorite boss designs. And I'm glad that they brought that into Tears of the Kingdom, because I think that these boss designs were great. Boss fights were interesting, and they tied into kind of the dungeon and the theme of it pretty well and interestingly. Yeah, the depths I loved. The Gleeoks coming back, that's a little thing, but that was such a cool little callback to some tough times on the NES. But yeah, that's really the definitive list here.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's a great list. A lot of variety.
I love seeing on the last 2 lists Wind Waker up high. Makes me happy. What did Geek have it at? She had it at 3, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Very
I think
cool.
something like that.
Yeah, I was glad to see that too.
All right, Stash or Gamebird, who wants to fight for it?
I think I need to go because I need to go. I need to like go to bed.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, yeah.
'Cause I feel like shit.
Yeah, we're ending after the top 10s anyways.
Yeah,
I already made that
I
decision.
figured.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll just preface this by the way that this is a very hard list to do.
Absolutely.
It was
I
took me
wouldn't-
hours actually.
Yeah. I wouldn't do this on my channel. Like I wouldn't do this in a video. I've been asked to do this in a video like several times, and I'm like, no, I'm good.
The podcast special.
Yeah, it's podcast special. The thing is that I've played all of them, and like I truly love all of them. So to be like, okay, I have to exclude some, kind of sucks. So
Mhm.
It
it
hurts.
just makes it hard.
It
Yeah.
does. Yeah, it really hurts.
Yeah. So with that said, the first one. So number 10 is the reason I'm wearing this shirt tonight.
There it
It's
is.
the adventure of Link. I love this game so much.
Yes. Someone else has it top 10. I love it.
Of course. Yeah. Dude, I love this game for everything it is, and I love this game for all the reasons people hate it. Like I love it for those reasons even more, you know? Like the fact that it's really hard, it's cryptic, it's this, it's that. It's like, yeah, that's the Legend of Zelda, bro. Like if you grew up with it in the 80s, that's how it was. It was known to be very, very hard. And you have to like talk to people and find hints and make your own maps like we used to do back in the day, where you would draw your own maps on how to get around. So I adore that game. I love the music too. The great temple theme. Obviously the overworld theme, the town theme is excellent. Every time I play this game, I just have a ton of memories that I'm flooded with.
Mhm.
I do love the combat. The magic system is excellent, as mentioned before, and you have to use it. And I love that there's RPG elements in it. So a lot of great stuff there. Number 9. I'm gonna go with Wind Waker. And again, love this game. When it was first revealed, most people were crapping on it. If you guys remember that, I was not one of those people. Because again, I literally said I trust Nintendo. You know, how many years ago was this? 24 years ago?
Oh
Yep.
my God, has it been that long?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's depressing.
Yeah, I know. But
That
I
is
still
really
trust
depressing.
Nintendo. So
That's a lot of shit in the perspective.
I know, dude. It's hard to believe.
God.
Right? Was it 24 or was it 23?
Yeah, it's 2002. So it's like
yeah.
24 at the end of the year.
24. Yeah. 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 That's wild. And again, I have really good memories of, being on my own for the first time, first apartment, and playing this right after graduating. It was really cool. And also to be able to play it like on a brand new CRT. It was a CRT flat screen. That was the time we were in with the progressive scan. That was badass. And I had it on surround sound because it was, I can play it as loud as I want. It's my place. No one's going to tell me to turn it down. So little things like that just made it really special. And of course, with Wind Waker, the Great Sea theme, you'll hear it in a lot of my videos as background music because I absolutely adore it. It's excellent. So there's so many things I love about it. Number 8, I'm going to go with Link's Awakening. And look, I was there for the original in 93. I was there day 1 for DX for Game Boy Color. And of course, there day 1 for the remake. And so, yeah, I've played 3 iterations of it. Loved it every time. It's tough because I could have put the Oracle games in there too, because I love them. And again, you guys know I have those sealed. Oracle of Ages and Seasons factory sealed, because I bought them in high school. They're sealed. And then I bought another set to actually play. And again, like, I adore these games. There's elements of the Oracle games I like more than Link's Awakening. But ultimately, Link's Awakening, I think, excels with like things like the music and the charm.
Yeah.
It's just got a lot of charm to it.
Mhm.
But Aegis has really good combat and puzzles and seasons, so it's tough. But again, you can't put every game on here. Number 7, Skyward Sword. The dungeons. Love them. And again, I have memories attached to this. As an adult, to get time off like that is it's just not something that's going to happen where you get a runway like that to actually play a game from beginning to end unbothered by anyone. You're recovering from surgery. People shouldn't be blowing your phone up. They know that. You literally get peace and quiet, no stress, nothing to worry about. All you got to do is take care of yourself and enjoy the experience and rest when you're recovering. And so that was a really special moment, because I didn't think I was going to get that gift. And I kind of look at it as a gift. I didn't think I was going to get that chance. And most people probably would not look at recovering from surgery as a gift, but it really felt that way. Number 6 is Twilight Princess. Love this game. I mean, I think I really just love everything about it. It could be higher. It really could. I remember, obviously, when we had the Space World demo, and it was the realistic Zelda, and then, of course, we got Wind Waker, and people were upset. But then after that, it was E3 2005, when Reggie was on stage. It was at the end of the conference. And he said, and we have one more world we want to show you. Take a glimpse into. And, the lighting fades. And the music hits. And that was when the classic IGN scene with, like, I think Pierre Schneider and I think Matt Casamassina, some of those guys were like crying in the crowd because they were so excited. That's the reaction meme. That was just so special. And then the next year at E3 2006, they showed like the full trailer, and it had such a great mix on there. The music on it was awesome. And that was when they handed out the GameCube disc, right? With the preview on there. Or was it the DS? Do you guys remember that? At E3, they handed out either it was the GameCube
I feel like it was
with the
the
trailer
DS,
or the DS. I forget. It was so odd, though, that it was the
yeah,
DS.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think, yeah.
But it
I
was
feel like
really
it was
cool.
the DS. Yeah.
And then, of course, I remember saying this back then. Before it, and again, this was before it was even announced. I remember telling everyone that to not buy a GameCube right now. Wait and buy a Wii, because I bet you anything Twilight Princess will be a launch title, and it will launch on both GameCube and Wii. They're like, no way. Why? That would never happen. I'm like, watch, it's going to happen. Sure as shit it did. And then that became the thing that they've consistently done ever since, right? Number 5, I'm going to go Breath of the Wild. Again, first open world Zelda. I think I've shown you guys my map that I have that I printed out.
Yeah, that's sick.
At Kinko's or whatever. Kinko's Copies or FedEx. I forget which one it was. But yeah, that was really fun to use that map and just go through the game old school. And again, this game just has like that Zelda 1 feeling of open worldness where you actually do need to kind of make a map, make sure you hit all those shrines. But love that game. But I love Tears of the Kingdom more, which is number 4. Because again, it's the same engine. It's bigger, but it's bigger and it's better. And there's more to do. So that's kind of easy one when it comes to those two. Number 3 is The Legend of Zelda for NES. And look, I've went back and replayed this. I did a video on my channel. Actually, I played the unofficial Super Nintendo port of Zelda 1 on my analog Super NT in HD. It was totally badass, and it had a fully orchestrated soundtrack added to the game. It's like, dude, no better way to experience Zelda 1. And they used the overworld theme from the Legend of Zelda cartoon in the game. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the overworld theme or like the heroic theme from the Zelda cartoon. It's really good. Like, really good. They put it in the game, and that's the overworld theme. I'm like, holy shit, this is so cool. So, love that. And look, one thing that people don't talk about with this game, you could literally play this game like every year. And you're only going to spend X amount of hours. This is a game you can revisit like the rest of your life and play through it. And there's something to be said for that, because a lot of these other games are massive and you cannot do that. But I could literally spend half a day and beat Zelda right now. I can beat it quick. And some of these games, like I look at on my list, like, man, I haven't revisited these in a long time because I don't have time to do it. But I do for some of these other Zelda games, like Zelda 1. And honestly, I still think everything holds up excellent.
Yeah, it does.
I adore that game. Number 2 is Link to the Past. You know, I've said this a million times. My 1 and 2 are really tough because my favorite 2D Zelda is A Link to the Past. And I played it, I think like 2 years ago. And I played the unreleased Super Nintendo CD version. And it has like 130 fully orchestrated tracks in the game. So all the music is fully orchestrated. And it did a couple other quality of life things to it that you don't even notice, but when you read about it and then you see it, like you appreciate it. But playing that game with a fully orchestrated soundtrack on the analog Super NT, so it's in full HD, upscaled, and then playing it on surround sound, and I played it on my 130-inch projector. That was badass. Like that's as close as it can get to like re-experiencing a game again. You know, like at a later age, even though I've played it so many times, it felt like almost like the first time again when you factor all those things in. So that was quite special. And again, that game is aged like a fine wine. It's aged like, 80s and 90s Disney animation. The art style is just beautiful. And seeing it in HD today is just, it's never going to go out of style. The light and dark world. I mean, there's just so much brilliance to this game, dude. So much. And Joycey touched on a lot of that too. And I agree with everything she said. But my number 1 is Ocarina of Time. And again, those two could be interchanged easily, but they're not. I always keep Ocarina of Time the first, and I'll never forget picking up my gold cartridge, the collector's edition, and taking that home and popping it in for the first time and experiencing the shift from 2D to 3D. I'll never forget that. I can like literally envision everything. Where I was sitting in front of the TV, experiencing it for the first time, seeing. I remember, I'm sure you guys did this too, but when you first turn it on, you just let the video play.
The title screen.
The title screen
The
intro.
music, yeah.
Yeah, and it has a few
Absolutely.
different variations to it. I think there's like 4.
Yep. That and Wind Waker, I let those run for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta let it run because it's like
Yep.
the moment's finally here. We're
Yeah.
finally doing this. It's been so many years from
Mhm.
Link to the Past, and the hype was just absolutely insane. It was just such a special moment. Everything about that game hit for me. Everything. It, like with Link to the Past, we had the light and dark world, and of course with Green of Time, you had the time travel, which you guys all know. I always talk about how much I love time travel. From TV shows, movies, video games. If it's got time travel, man, I'm hyped. I love that element. And then for you to put it in my favorite IP, my favorite game, I'm like, this is perfect. Yeah. So obviously, I really want the Ocarina of Time remake. We all know that. We've all talked about it here. But this game's just very special for me. I was in 8th grade. Was 13 years old. It was a fun time. That's a fun age, right? It was the Attitude Era. Monday Night Raw. Never missed an episode. We all used to watch wrestling a ton back in the day. During that time, it was a good time. And staying home from school for a week, and my brother John was staying with us during that time, so he watched me play. And again, he was the one who watched me beat Zelda 1. It was just such a great memory. So that's my list. That's my top 10. And look, I want to give honorable mention to Majora's Mask. That's not a title I expected to not make it into it, but again, it's tough. It's tough to get them all in there. Majora's,
Yeah, it is.
Majora's Mask and what do you call it? The Oracle games. I would have liked to have gotten those in. I'm okay with the DS games being outside of that. And the other one I would have really liked to get in, and I had it in there, and I'm like, I want to put Zelda 2 in there because I really love that game, but it was A Link Between Worlds. I really wanted to get that into the top 10. That and Majora's Mask caught some strays. That wasn't intended. It was just more or less like, yeah, I feel handcuffed with these other titles. I really can't move the other ones. Like, this sucks. This is why I don't make a video. Just too much planning. It's too much. It's just shit, man. They're all amazing, except for the CDI games. Those aren't real. All right, look, I have to go. I want to hear more, but I gotta get sleep. I think I got a fever.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, all good.
Your thing.
You guys know where to find me. Thunderstash Gaming, YouTube. And then I have a review already scheduled. It's already uploaded to YouTube. It's going up on Friday. You'll see what it is. And then I have a review that should go up tomorrow as long as I don't feel like absolute hell in the morning. I just have to put my B-roll footage together, but the reviews record it. And then Demon Tides. Almost done with that game. That comes out tomorrow. It's a long game. Are you guys familiar with this? Demon Tides?
I'm not. No.
I picked
Check
it up.
it out.
I picked it up in our league.
Yeah, the inspiration is Mario and Zelda.
Yeah.
And again, have we ever really seen a game that says that's set out to be like, I want to take all the great things about Mario and Zelda and mash it up?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's bold in that sense for sure, but yeah, I have a great time with it. So that's coming up,
Sweet.
and then there's so many more. The list is long of what's coming up. What's crazy is I was talking to Michaela about it. This is the shortest month, obviously February, and I feel like I might publish the most reviews this month of any month ever.
There you go.
Yeah, it's nuts.
That
but I got
could be why you're getting sick because you're not sleeping.
Of course, exactly. That's probably why. Yeah, I'm not getting much sleep because I'm trying to. You know, I gotta beat last year's total.
Right.
All right, guys. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah. Later.
Feel better, man.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you
man.
too. Hope you feel better.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Good night.
See you, man.
Greenberg, go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through mine quick. I'm not gonna do a big story for all of them. I have a couple bullet points for each game. Number 10 for me is the original Legend of Zelda. This was my first video game of all time. I think this game has great dungeons, great bosses. It's filled with secrets and exploration, and I think it really set the bar for adventure games in general. Number 9, Skyward Sword. I really love this game. It's one that I think is deeply flawed in a lot of ways, but some bullet points that I really love about it is it's a Metroidvania Zelda game, which is really, really neat. It heavily focuses on story. Girahim is one of the best villains in the series. I think it has some of the best dungeons in the entire series. The Ancient Cistern, especially, I think is my personal favorite dungeon of all time. What was I going to say? Last thing. Anyways, I don't want to take up too much time. Amazing dungeons. Oh yeah, there's no torch lighting puzzles or block pushing puzzles in the game. All the puzzles in these dungeons were very original. Next up, number 8, Twilight Princess. This is a game that when Twilight Princess came out, I was bummed out on it. I was not that hyped. For me, it felt like a huge step down from Wind Waker, but it's a game that's grown on me a lot over the years. And while there's still a lot of things I really don't like about this game, some of the highlights is it has some of the best bosses in the whole series. I love the dual hook shot or dual claw shot and the spin top are two of the greatest items in the series. Some very memorable Ganondorf moments, and I really liked the horseback combat.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. Number 7, Link's Awakening. I just adore this game. I had so much fun playing this on my Game Boy Color when I was a kid. I love how quirky it was, how it incorporated enemies from Mario like Chain Chomp and Goombas. And I think the dream concept in the moral dilemma in this game was amazing. It was kind of like the save the world versus like erasing the world. And it was just very, very awesome. The Eagle Tower, especially, I think is such a cool and challenging dungeon. Number 6, A Link Between Worlds. I think the paint style merging with the wall was just a brilliant mechanic. I think it made puzzles and exploration that much more unique and exciting. I think the ending of the game was fantastic. It had a nice twist to it, and it was a really cool modern take on A Link to the Past that didn't really just copy it, but really expanded on everything that A Link to the Past did. Great ending, great music. There's like acoustic in like the overworld theme. I think is really cool. Number 5, Tears of the Kingdom. I feel like Tears of the Kingdom, it feels like they took the vision behind Breath of the Wild and fully realized it. They fully realized that open air concept. I think the scope is insane between the Sky Islands, Hyrule, and the depths. I think there's just endless imagination with the fusion system. Ascend is GOAT. It's a GOAT ability, period. And what an incredible start, just how cinematic, and it just throws you into like shit hitting the fan immediately. Just a really wild way to start it. And lastly, on Tears of the Kingdom, that journey to the Wind Temple is one of the most memorable moments in a Zelda game for me. It was like Zelda turned Mario, and was just this epic journey up to the clouds to this temple that was just so memorable. Okay, real quick. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 are interchangeable on any given day, because these 3 games, it's a triple tie. I had to force myself into 3 separate numbers, but these are a triple tie that these games are so important to me. They're all 10 out of 10 games for me. But I just went with my gut on this one, but again, it could change tomorrow. Number 4, Majora's Mask. It's the darkest and moodiest entry in the whole series. I think the time control mechanic in it was absolutely brilliant with the 3-day Groundhog's Day style system. Way ahead of its time. Best side quests in the series. NPCs were on a schedule. They were the first time I ever really truly cared about NPCs in the Zelda game. Fierce Deity Link, so cool, wanted more of it. And secrets galore in this game, like all the different masks, all the different things that were there to discover, was just what an experience. There's so much more, if we had more time, that I'd love to say about this entry in particular. The last thing I'll end, to introduce one of my favorite characters of the entire Zelda series. I know Nate's a fan of this one, Tingle. I know a lot of people laugh when I say it or when Nate says it, but I truly love the character. It's not just a joke character to me. I hope he makes a triumphant return in a future entry. He's just that good. Like Nate said, play the Tingle games. Tingle freaking rules. Number 3, this was so difficult to put in the number 3 spot because this game is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. It's a perfect Legend of Zelda game, period. That's A Link to the Past, my friends. The light world, dark world, the amazing items, the incredible music in this game, the incredible dungeons, the memorable bosses, and just an unbelievable open world design in the 16-bit era. That's just like, this game's flawless. You could re-release this game today with just HD 2D. I mean, you could keep the graphics, the game's stunning, but re-release it in HD 2D with a fully orchestrated soundtrack. It's a masterpiece still. Number 2, Ocarina of Time. Listen, this game is so special. Some of the best music in the entire series, in my opinion. So many memorable tracks, introducing time travel, switching between young Link and adult Link. So freaking cool. Seeing the changes between the future and the past. It's a perfect hero's journey story. It has some of the best dungeons in the series. The Forest Temple, for me, is easily one of my favorites. I also love the Spirit Temple, introducing the Mirror Shield where you can reflect light to solve puzzles. Some of the bosses are just so incredible and so iconic. And I just really love the rags to riches feelings of starting off as a child and growing up and just being this like hero with all these tools under your belt. Just really cool. Ocarina of Time. There's so much to say. Again, I'm powering through these compared to everyone else. But if we ever talk to Zelda again about our favorite games, I would love to go into more detail. Number 1, you guys all know my favorite, Wind Waker. It's my favorite Zelda of all time. This one I'm going to spend a little bit more time on just because I want to get into some of the reasons why this game means so much to me. I think it's the most timeless art style of the series. I think this game is stunning. It's absolutely beautiful. And when it came out, to me, it felt so. I know a lot of people knocked it for not having a mature look, but it just felt so next gen and advanced to me compared to anything else that was out at the time. It's my favorite Link in the series, the most expressive, the most animated. I think it's the best combat in a Zelda game. Yes, the combat was easy, but it was thrilling. It introduced an incredible quick time parry system that against certain enemies, like the dark nuts, you'd roll around them and you had to parry to remove the armor from the enemy so that you could actually cause them damage. Really cool stuff like that. You were able to use your grapple to pull items from enemies, and you were able to train to learn that spin that went on for like 2 minutes long. Just such a cool combat system that made me feel like a badass when I was playing. It also felt like the first true open world Zelda game. Setting sail, seeing just like the horizon, that feeling of I can go anywhere, was just really epic. It introduced 2 new races to the series that have become iconic staples, both the Koroks and the Rito. Which are fan favorite staples of the series. I think it has, I mentioned this when Geek was here earlier, it has one of, in my opinion, probably the second best story of the entire series. If you really dig into the characters and their stories and the lore of this game, it is heavy, it is tragic. And Ganondorf, it's my most favorite version of him, very sad and nostalgic, but a morally gray. He's more like a Magneto than like I'm just evil and I want to destroy everything. And I really appreciate that. Again, Tingle, Return to Tingle. Gotta love the Tingle. Great sea song that was mentioned. The Big Octo. I'll never forget sailing, minding my own business, and the Big Octo just launches out of the ocean. And it's an epic open world boss out of nowhere firing cannons from the King of Red Lions. Such an epic moment. A lot of these moments you don't hear people talk about when they talk about Wind Waker, but these are things that made this game so special. Another one that was just really cool to me, the Forsaken Fortress. I love how your sister goes missing, you sail for the fortress, it becomes a stealth game, hiding in barrels, scaling walls. You make your way to the top and you lose and you get thrown out of that place, and you have to build your skill set and meet new friends along the way before you're finally ready to make that attempt to go back and save your sister. Ganondorf has scenes throughout the title. You feel the villain antagonizing you. Yeah, I just love this game. I love the sploosh battleship guy. It's it introduced Beetle, another great character. Yeah, I love this game. I love the Celtic music. And yeah, that's my list, guys.
Did you know Breath of the Wild on there? Is that?
There's no Breath of the Wild on my top 10. And real quick, I'll give a reason for that, because I know that's divisive. When Breath of the Wild came out, I loved it. I thought it was the greatest thing ever. In hindsight now, going back to it, I feel like I was able to take off the rose-tinted glasses. I really feel Breath of the Wild is the most important game of the last generation. And what that game has done for open world games and exploration is unbelievable. And this game is going to be important for years and years to come. I also think the game has the best tutorial. I think the Great Plateau is peak. I can't think of a better tutorial in any game, period. That being said, there's just so many elements of the game that fall flat when I look back or when I try and go back. For me, it has the worst villain in the series. Calamity Gallon's is boring. It's a storm. I mean, they describe it's a storm. There's like no interesting motive or anything. And yeah, you might I just like that it's a storm of hate. Cool. If the main villain of Zelda is an earthquake, unless we stabilize the crust, I don't know. Just not that. I don't know. Just not that exciting. The music is the least memorable in the entire series. How many songs can you hum from that game? You know what I mean? I think the champions are just not that interesting. They feel very tropey, cliche characters. I think the divine beasts are terrible. They're just not good replacements for dungeons. I think the bosses were very weak in that game, bar a couple. A lot of them were reskins. I don't like the weapon breaking system. I think that was a bummer. I would have felt better about it if the Master Sword was the perfect weapon. But since the Master Sword would end up on a cooldown for 10 minutes after you do a fight or two, really bummed me out. And I don't know, there's just something a little bit sterile. I think the story's weak in it, and I really appreciate what it does. And without it, we wouldn't have Tears of the Kingdom. But ultimately, my final feelings on Breath of the Wild is Breath of the Wild feels like this insane proof of concept that was brilliant. And Tears of the Kingdom feels like the game that they took the proof of concept and they built a feature-rich, substantive game out of it with more interesting dungeons, way better bosses, and more interesting and more compelling storyline. And yeah, I don't know. I juggled Breath of the Wild in the 10 spot with the OG Legend of Zelda, but at the end of the day, I don't know. It just didn't quite make the cut. So I still love the game.
And this is why we're not best friends. All right.
Wait, we're not?
That's what it is, man.
All right.
That's news to me.
I'll run through mine. I'll run through mine real quick.
just ripped his nipples off there. He's like,
Right.
what the fuck just happened? All right. Yeah, Eric, run through yours quick.
Yeah, I only have 7 because
I played
that's
7.
pretty much the only games that I've played. And yeah, so this one, number 7, could move up. I have to go back and play it again. I never really understood the concept when I was playing it to begin with. But now that I've played more of the other game, I understand it. That's Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. All right, and then after
Like the
that,
spin-offs on here, baby. Let's
Yep.
go.
Oh yeah, because I haven't played a whole lot of the main lines. After that is Triforce Heroes. I liked being able to pick people up and throw them off the map, and then taunt them.
That game is so fun.
Then at 5, Echoes of Wisdom. I've been having a lot of. I haven't quite finished that one yet, but I was having a lot of fun when I was playing it. Number 3. Sorry, Jesus, I don't know what the hell number I'm on. Number 3, the game I'm currently playing and almost done with is Age of Imprisonment again, which now lead me back to Age of Calamity, which I now understand how it works. Number 2, Breath of the Wild, and number 1, Tears of the Kingdom. Done.
All right, there we go. It's funny. Tulsa's like, most of these are titles Nate tomorrow. No. Only Triforce Heroes. And that was, he was helping me with a walkthrough back in the day on Zelda Informer. All the rest of the stuff, I borrow him those games. He owns Breath of the Wild. He owns Tears of the Kingdom. He owns Age of Calamity. He owns Age of Imprisonment. He owns that stuff. He bought that on his own. Don't be
I technically have bought Skyward Sword too.
I
but
could borrow
haven't
him.
played it.
I could borrow him Link's Awakening. I have other Zelda games on my. I can borrow him if he wants. He just never asked.
Yeah.
So
I've technically bought Skyward Sword, but I haven't played it.
you'll get around to it someday.
I'll get around to it eventually. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to the super chats we have quick here. Rapid fire these bad boys. We got Demonic Brawler saying, "Hey, Nintendo, let's get Pokemon Coliseum Gale of Darkness on NSO as soon as possible."
Yeah,
that's
great games. Yeah.
Dude, it's kind of funny too. This guy in the chat said Eric's favorite 3D Mario is Mario Kart. He's played like every 3D Mario. Eric's a huge Mario fan. So just because he hasn't played as many Zelda, he's only into Zelda. Well, he got into it because of me. Now he's into it on his own.
Oh, I mean, Breath of the Wild was my first full playthrough of a
Yeah.
Zelda game,
and he loved it. And so
yeah.
he's good at
I'm
how to
kind of
play.
back tracing.
Yeah, he's working on it.
Yeah.
He has been playing it for like 35 years.
I
Like the rest
don't
of
have
us.
much time to game.
Yeah,
So.
there's that too. All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, Demar Brawler says bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL hits. Got to keep it the streak alive on that one. Heck yeah. Demonic Brawler comes in here, says The Legend of Zelda is the GOAT of all video game franchises. Definitely agree with that. I don't know about other people.
Yeah, it's gotta be that Mario or Final Fantasy for me. But yeah, I think it is.
It is mine. I don't know about Gamer. What's your favorite franchise?
Zelda's my favorite franchise of all time.
There we go.
Yeah.
And for Eric, it's probably Mario, or is it a different one?
It's probably a tie between Zelda and Mario.
Well, Mario, I just say because you've played.
I've played a lot more.
A majority of
Yeah,
the Mario games.
obviously.
Yeah.
But no, I've
But you enjoy
Freaking-
now that
oh,
you're
yeah.
into Zelda, you
Yeah.
really enjoy it
Absolutely.
just like you do Mario.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's just a late bloomer, guys. It's okay. We had 5 gifted members from Demonic Brawler over to Game Bird Classic.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Sweet.
Thank you, brother.
Then he just gifted me 1. You know, he only did all those other super chats on my channel, but he only gifted me 1. Anyway, thank you, man. He also gifted Thunderstash 1 as well.
There you go.
Demonic Brawler also said, I want to go to Karaoke Village.
Yes.
Dude, that needs to be in the game now. That needs to be in a Zelda game. Someone needs to make Karaoke Village. It's on the opposite side of Kakariko Village.
Is that the Dark Worlds version?
The Dark World version. Everyone instead of the guy sitting there playing the Song of Storm, everyone's got to sing. And it's got to be all just dark and depressing music that we're singing. All right, Demonic Brawler again coming in hot. Here's a serious note. I've never played Twilight Princess, and I had a GameCube, but not that game. And I had to sell my console to pay a bill. I never got a Wii or a Wii U. So my hype for Twilight Princess HD, I'm going to say potential Twilight Princess HD. We don't know if it's actually going to come back. On Switch 2 is on another level. Yeah, we didn't get into any predictions, but the bottom line is they're not going to announce anything Zelda this week anyway. So we'll have time later this year to get into some Zelda 40th predictions. And our other topics that we're going to do. We'll do them in another show. I knew this topic with the top 10 thing was going to take forever because we're so passionate about Zelda. That's the thing. Like everyone on the show loves Zelda. So like no one was going to be short besides Eric, who hasn't just played enough of them. But no one else, I knew literally no one else would be short because we love this shit too much, you know? But it's all okay. I was totally fine with the whole episode being just the top 10s would have been fine with me. Anyways, True Dude says, I personally never really gave Zelda a chance growing up until Breath of the Wild. Kind of like an Eric. He just experienced it a little vicariously, but not enough to make him want to buy it himself. Then he had Ocarina of Time on N64, but I didn't know how to do anything. But now I have all the games and you can't wait for the next one.
Very nice.
Hell yeah, man. That's what I like to hear. New fans growing from Breath of the Wild.
Yep.
We're talking about. Wink Demand. For the next big Zelda game, I'm picturing an expansive Termina map. A magical lockdown with more streets and areas in the depths of Termina.
Dude.
I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love it. I would love it.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
That would be
If
sick.
there's ever a day where we get a remake of Majora's Mask, oh my god.
Yeah, we're hoping for a remake. And this guy's like, yeah, the next big expansive game, let's make it in Termina. Like, oh, shit. I don't think they're going to go to Termina. It would be interesting to see if they do go outside of Hyrule at all. Like, I got a feeling they're just going to reimagine Hyrule all over again. But I would prefer if they try to go to a new land or a land adjacent. They've done it in other Zelda games. They've just never done it in an open world one like this. So it would be really nice to see them go to an adjacent land or something. Or if it's Hyrule, let's go to New Hyrule where everything changed. There's no Lake Hylia. There's none of that shit. It's New Hyrule. You know, like it's a new place with new things to discover, not going to the same. And I understand they're going to change up the landmarks, going to change up the landscape, but I get all that. It's not going to look like Breath of the Wild. But that's not the point. The point is I would like to just see, not know what I'm going to find. You know what I mean? Not know. Have it be all new stuff to figure out. But we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do.
They need to do some Atlantis type stuff because there was not really any underwater stuff in the last couple games. I'd love to see them do something like really cool underwater city
section. Yeah.
It'd be so cool.
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he starts Bama for the 5. Go to gaming, just dropping some, kicking it old school there. Look out, those get shot down pretty often in that game. Go to gaming. That says you've been killing it with the reviews lately. So that's heading off the stash because he's crushing the reviews. Gamer's been crushing the collabs. Couple back-to-back collab videos.
Those are fun.
I wasn't in either one, but that's my fault. So,
You were invited to both.
I don't remember the second invite, but I figured it looks like a follow-up to the first one, and I fucked up the first one, so I'm not even going to say anything. You might have invited me. I don't know. I don't care.
I did. Yeah.
I'm the one. It's all my fault. He's not at fault for any of it. I've been in other collab videos with him. Life, man. It's insane right now. All right, Demonic Brawler. Can we get the Triforce back in the next 3D Zelda? We'll see. Maybe that's one of the ideas that Fujibayashi had. Like, hey, let's recenter to the Triforce. Maybe redo a Triforce origin story. I have no idea. They don't mind retconning shit. So, we'll retelling the origin story. Maybe that's something they want to go and retcon Skyward Sword, retcon Ocarina of Time. They don't give a shit. We know they don't give a shit about doing that. So it's gonna piss people off, but then also for newer players, it actually is kind of nice for them. So
Yeah. They might do the Quad Force in the next one.
Quad Force.
And it just looks like ripped golden legs.
The quad father.
That's what Nash Weedle was saying.
All right. Dwyer says, I want a real life replica of the gold horror.
Yes. Yes.
Dude, I bet you someone on Etsy's made one.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh my god. We should use that for the next Game Awards trophy.
Oh god, yes.
Because Birdman, you don't know. There's a trophy already headed to your house, but it's not a golden.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, because you won the
Dang
last
it.
one. Because you won the last one. It's not a golden
really
poop,
hoping-
but you gotta make that
I'm
this
really
one.
hoping for some shit.
I gotta find a golden shit trophy. Head out for this.
The problem is it's going to get violently competitive if
No,
golden
here's the
shit
thing.
is on the line.
The year that it's the golden shit is going to end up being the year that I win for some reason. 'Cause I have to have a trophy that's a piece of shit.
But I'd be
I haven't
jealous
won
of
yet.
that.
I haven't won a single trophy yet for the buddies, but Eric's got one, Stash has got one, you've got one. I don't got shit. I haven't won one yet. So it's bullshit.
Oops, wrong one.
I see some
They
golden
got
poop.
it.
There it is. You guys
There
ever
it
play
is.
Blue Dragon?
35.
Yeah, on Xbox. Back
Yeah. That one of those like King Pooh was like a golden shit. It's like a
Yep.
big, like one of the most difficult bosses in the game.
Steak dropping in 99 center on someone's channel, not mine. We got the Polito Dojo saying Aghanim is so Zelda's Emperor Palpatine. Unlimited power. Yes. Yes. And I couldn't agree more with Michael Guban saying Tears of the Kingdom is number one.
Yep.
Yes.
Also,
Everyone else disagreed except for like
Nope.
you.
Yeah.
And Eric.
Yeah.
But everyone else that's got it was like, no, it's not number one. It's fine.
Hey, I prefaced. Listen, Tears of the Kingdom is my number 5. My top 5 are all 10 out of 10 masterpieces. It literally, this is a top 10 list. All these games.
yeah, I agree with mine too.
It's
Yeah.
like Stash said. I wish I could put them all in there. It's my favorite series of all time.
Tall Show was looking up the Golden Poo. So I can confirm it's on Etsy. Yeah, they just decided to show it. You think we're gonna hide Golden Poo from the crowd? Come on, dude. If it's good enough, if Nintendo thinks it's good for E10, it's good for whatever the fuck rating this show is.
Hell yeah.
Definitely
Maybe it'll be
a
next.
rated teen. Probably, I don't know how many swear words got dropped today. It might be because remember you only get like 3, and then it's rated R at that point.
Yeah.
The intro is family friendly, though. I specifically designed it that way.
I will
Tell
say
me one part that's not.
my children do love the intro.
Yeah, see?
They
Tell me
have
one part in
to
that intro that's not kid friendly.
But they love it for all the inappropriate reasons.
What part? What are you even talking about?
They see the pelvic thrust and they said, "Is Gamer doing the
Okay.
wiener dance?"
Okay, hold up.
Okay,
So, by itself, the pelvic thrust could be inappropriate. In order to balance that, I added laser beams, so it's like for kids, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's called it's a balancing act. No, it doesn't. No, it makes it kid friendly.
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants? Or are you just happy to see me? I don't know.
It was a Joy-Con. You just couldn't see that part because I was off screen.
But it says, or are you just happy to see me? That is not a reference to a Joy-Con.
I kind of loses it all there. Yeah.
The
Well, I
milk,
hadn't really thought about that part.
the foaming milk, and I just look. I love all of it. Okay, the intro is great, and I literally can't wait for version 2.0 someday because it's going to happen, and it's going to probably be even more wild. My favorite part, no pelvises were harmed to making this video. My favorite part is when people comment after the show and they say things like, "That is the worst podcast intro ever," and then everyone's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? That is fucking awesome."
Right?
I'm just like, yes.
Don't even have to step in.
Look,
If everybody else just does
obviously
it for them.
everyone's not
Yeah.
gonna like our humor. I don't care. We are who
Or
we
they're
are.
just or they don't like the podcast and they're mad that they liked the intro.
The one,
Or
Yeah.
maybe they're jealous of Stash with the shirt unbuttoned.
It could
Yeah.
be the unbuttoned shirt. Yeah.
the one person commented how the intro didn't fit the style of the podcast. I'm like, what the hell are you talking
You haven't
about?
watched enough episodes.
You haven't
I
watched
think
It's
that might
all
have been
unhinged.
that might have been a tamer episode.
Yeah.
You got to watch some of the episodes. They
all
get quite,
unhinged.
they get quite kind of unhinged. Tonight didn't get quite as unhinged. There was a little bit in the beginning between me and Joycey, but it didn't really get that unhinged. And again, as one of our guests explained, she's really innocent. She doesn't do that kind of stuff, but her family does. So I was being a little polite, being respectful of the guests that we have. Like, there's going to be some episodes like when we have certain people on that we're not going to like go full NintenByte on them. We gotta ease them in a little bit. You know, we gotta make sure they're comfortable. Or if this was an episode with like Favlam, Nick with no K, and I don't even fucking know. Throw in HMK, dude. All bets.
N64 Josh.
Dude, N64 Josh. He hasn't been on in a while, dude. Dude. If it's just a show with N64 Josh Favlam and our crew, dude, the F bombs are gonna be flying. The sex jokes are gonna be flying. There might be live pelvic thrusts going on. I have no fucking idea. You never know what's gonna fucking happen when that crew gets together. All you gotta do is come out to PAX West sometime and meet us in person.
Right.
It's a little wild. Eric, dream streams, you know. And
Why not?
You have Kiefer
Why
tossing out this kind of stuff. This is the show, guys. We have a lot of fun. We obviously talk gaming. We're all passionate about it, but we're friends all hanging out, having fun. And, you know, we try to ease in some of the newer guests, but it's kind of funny because they come in. And I'm always kind of afraid when the show got a little raunchy. And I'm like, oh, they're never coming back on. Then after the show, they're like, I didn't know your show was like that. It was fun. I'm like, what? Yes. Because no other, there's not another Nintendo podcast that's like this. We're the only ones. And it's awesome.
Well, it used to be a little raunchier, didn't it, with the previous co-host?
Jake Randall.
Randall, Jake Randall.
There was some moments. I wasn't every show.
No.
But the thing is, he basically had like the same 3 jokes.
Yeah.
And they would just get repeated by everyone.
Yeah.
Right.
But I will say there was one episode when he wanted to show everyone how you're supposed to give it to her good. And he got up, he put the leg up, he licked the fingers, he went down, and he started doing the thrusting live on the podcast. And we're just sitting here like, confident man. That is a confident man right now. All right. So that was probably the wildest he ever really got on the show in terms of actions.
Yeah.
But there were a few wild conversations. Look, he liked sex. That's from talking to Jay.
Hell yeah. Join the club.
That's what it is. Join the club. Exactly. Like, whatever.
It's a pretty good time.
Everyone in the world loves sex, but a lot of us do. That's what it is.
His 2 favorite things in the world are hunting pre-orders and sex.
When Joycey J woke up, I'll just cuss everyone out next time and tell titty jokes. I woke up to type this. I mean, dude, we're the kind of show because if $100 super chat comes in, I'd take a shot out of this live and say nothing. So, like, just so people understand, like, we can be a raunchy show, but we're also seriously talking about gaming at the same time. So we don't always swing that direction, but it happens. Titanic, anyone?
Titanic,
dude, that was a thing for like an hour on the show.
Yes, it was.
So every time I see people, it doesn't fit the vibe. I'm like, you're just not watching enough episodes because there's a wide variance of how the episodes go. And more often,
or it's just an assumption that like, oh, it's a Nintendo podcast.
Oh
and
yeah,
probably
it'd be family friendly.
Yeah,
kitty, blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, you haven't seen shit. You just haven't seen shit. It is what it is. And dude, what's really funny too is because like on Stash's channel, he doesn't have like the skits. He's like super serious reviewer, super nice in all his comments. Comes on this show, starts dropping the fucking jokes, and you're like, I wonder what his audience thinks when they see of him. Like, we know from in person, oh yeah, this is who Stash is, but like he doesn't show that side of him on his channel outside of the podcast. So I always wonder, like, for me, guys, you guys have seen me do way worse shit than happens on this podcast on my live streams. And I've had a few things in videos. You see Gamebird having his comedy skits at times on his channel that can go pretty much like that intro does. It's pretty fucking great. So like Eric is just here. So pretty much anything associated with me or the podcast associates with him. So it's like Stash is the only one that I'm like, I don't know how his viewers feel.
I've done some stupid shit on your live streams. So
well, you had a dab once, but I'm trying to think of anything you've done stupider than that. Because that wasn't even that bad. You just hated dabbing.
Yeah.
What else? Name one stupid thing you've done.
Oh God.
Most of the time you destroy me, so that's not stupid. That's smart.
There's that, but no, I've had to run around the block in shorts in the winter and then do a snow angel.
It wasn't on the show though.
No. I said on your live streams.
No, that was a punishment.
Yeah.
I
said a lot of dumb shit on your live streams.
In the middle of winter,
yeah,
he had to run around in your shorts or your boxers. I can't remember what it was. He had to run around the block, and I was following him in the car, live streaming it from my phone.
You did didn't you do? I wasn't on for this. I wasn't a host at the time. Didn't you do like no, didn't you eat Carolina Reaper or something like that?
I've done mayo and pickle juice mixed together.
Okay, never mind.
You did the hot chip challenge with the stale chip.
Challenge with the stale chip.
Yeah,
I've done a hot chip challenge with the normal chip.
Yeah, the spice doesn't get him.
I've done the
he laughs. He laughs. Yeah. The spice.
We've done
in both of the
hot ones challenge.
Both of us have done all the spicy stuff. Mm-hmm. There's not a spicy thing he's done I haven't done. Obviously it hits me harder. Like, I did what pepper was it? Guys, what pepper was it? It was hotter than a mango habanero. I can't remember what it was. There was one pepper I did on a
was
show.
It ghost pepper?
Might have been ghost.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. There's a pepper that I did on stream because I lost a bet. This was like a long time ago, though. So, anyways,
yeah.
All right. So
either way,
we're gonna call it there, guys.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Go check out our guests. Obviously, we had the Geek Apprentice on. Links down in the description for that. We had Joycey J. She got a link to her X account down there, formerly Twitter. For some reason, we still have to say formerly Twitter. Like, what was it about? 7 years?
Say X. I just say Twitter.
Oh, I say Twitter too. Some people say Twitter. Some people say X. I just don't understand why we say formerly. We know what you're talking about at this point, but whatever.
Like it's Prince.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
X, formerly known as Twitter.
And then we got Tiger Time.
Yeah.
Going on.
I stream Monday nights. Been streaming Final Fantasy VII. That's been the original. That's been fun. Might start doing streaming Friday nights as well. And I usually put out a video or two a week. My latest one was about Super Mario Galaxy. And the next one, which is a classic, probably my favorite 3D Mario. That's for another time. But the next video is going to be about why I hate fast travel.
Okay. I get it.
There it is.
All right.
It is.
There we go. Go check out Tiger Time. Obviously, be sure to check out Stash. I don't even know what his schedule is. He's got so many reviews dropping all the time. Just check in like every other
channel daily.
Yeah,
he's been popping off lately.
Every week there's going to be like 5 videos, and it might all be in one day because of embargoes. So, Gamebird, you got anything cooking?
Yeah. Well, first I just dropped yesterday the biggest collab video I've ever done before. With 8 wonderful Nintendo content creators, people like Nintendo Land, Botox Games, Thunderstash, Sky Swords Alyssa, who you guys know as a guest on the show, Mike Odyssey, Paul Gale Network. I'm trying to think of, I want to make sure I don't leave anyone out. N64 Josh. Anyways, it's me and 8 other creators, and we sound off on like our top 2 to 3 predictions for the first mainline direct of 2026. Now, some people in the comments tried to pull a gotcha with like Nash Weedle was wrong. There's no February direct. But the fact of the matter is, no one says anything about a February direct in the entire video. And when I set it up, I say that a direct is looming on the horizon, and I thought it would be fun to go bigger and better and get everyone to predict their top 3 predictions for the first direct of the year. So
whenever
go ahead and check it out, guys. We had a crazy YouTube outage. I put a lot of hard work. It's my longest video I've ever done. and it like flat. I end up getting decent views on it, but no joke, I couldn't believe it. But my views were shooting up faster than any video I've ever done, ever on YouTube. And then halfway through the day, it flatlined when YouTube went out.
Yeah.
It climbed a little bit, but it flatlined.
Yep. I had a video that was on pace to do 20,000, and then it just. Now I still got the 14, but it's like, dude, maybe it would have been higher, man. That YouTube outage, that really sucked for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's a bummer. But if you guys haven't watched it, check it out. And then I am working on, this is one I've mentioned a couple times on the show. I just got to work out scheduling because this is one that does invite or require me to have guests on. But I'm putting together a show that I hope to do an episode once a month of this show. It's called Super Game and Tell. And basically what it is once a month, I'll have a guest on the channel for Super Game and Tell, and we'll prepare 3 items from our video game collection. It could be newer stuff. It could be old stuff from like the NES and SNES days. And we do a back and forth show and tell talking about our items. I plan to have Thunderstash on. I know Bo I talked to about it is interested. If you're Prime, this goes to you too, Eric, or even you, Tiger Time. If you guys collect anything physical or you have anything gaming Nintendo related that would work for a show and tell, anyone and everyone's welcome. I'd love to have a huge thing of guests that I could cycle through. Oh, Sky Swords Alyssa, I talked to about it. She's interested. I know she's got a bunch of Zelda stuff. So that's something I'm working on. I just right before or last month, I think I finished a fun little intro of it, kind of like a retro intro that should be really fun. And then I've got some discussion videos in the works and reviews in the works. But busy. I'm my goal is to do at least twice as much content this year as I did last year, or hopefully more than that. But trying to get stuff done.
All right,
that's my rant.
There you go. Well, guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. Daily news, rumors, leaks, all that kind of stuff. Do our live streams pretty often, Q&As. One thing I had thought about, and I'll just throw it at you. I'll talk about this some more behind the scenes. If we ever have like slow times, we always can come up with a billion topics. There's always stuff to talk about. But what about an episode where it's just the core 4, and we just do a straight up Q&A with the audience?
Dude,
good.
That sounds awesome.
They can super chat their questions in or not, but that would be let the audience drive a show for just one episode. Just see how it goes. That's something to do. I already do Q&As all the time, but we don't do it as a podcast, and I don't want to make it like guys, our podcast is just a Q&A show. No. It's like a special thing, once or twice a year.
That would have been a cool thing to plan after the 100th episode. I love that idea. I think that's a really fun idea. I think everyone in the community would really like it too. The community surrounding this podcast is exceptional, exceptional.
So we'll talk more about behind the scenes, and if there's a episode that feels right in the future to maybe put that on at some point this year. Just something that crossed my mind about an hour ago. I was like, you know what? We do always do the question at the end of every show, which you guys can continue to still do, and we'll still keep answering. But obviously, you see, we kind of rapid fire those. You don't really spend time on them a lot. But a proper Q&A would be different. If it's a topic that requires, obviously, that. If it's just, what's your favorite toppings on pizza? Well, I don't think we're going to be talking about that for an hour. I'm just going to throw that up there.
You never know.
It's not a debate. It's just what's your favorite.
Another fun.
Everybody says no. So
I love pineapple.
Another fun one would be to do this one's a lot more work, but I think it would be pretty funny to do the video submission questions. They mail in videos of the audience mails in videos of them. You know how they do on some talk shows and stuff. I think that would be so we play the video with the question and then we answer it. Someone awkwardly in a empty room. Hi, this one's for Eric. We know you don't like socks, but
right.
If you had to wear one, what brand would you choose?
Hollow. I'm dead serious.
How do you know that?
It's the alpaca fiber ones.
Oh, of course, alpaca fiber.
alpaca socks. That's awesome.
They're
I
fucking
don't
awesome.
wear socks, but when I do, they're made from real, authentic alpaca.
Yep. Baby alpaca fur. Damn straight.
Baby ones.
Yeah.
That
I'm
baby.
dead serious.
Baby, I know you're being serious. It just gets worse the
Baby
more you
alpaca?
baby
That's
alpaca.
brutal.
I'm gonna say it gets worse the more you talk. I know he's being serious. That's the best part. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. You can check out the podcast, everywhere podcasts are heard. Check out the if you think the show is too long, that's great. We have clips. Gonna be some pretty long clips.
Oh, this one's gonna be long clips.
Yeah, this is gonna be some pretty long. The top 10 is gonna be a long clip. But hey, at least there'll be a couple clips out of this one. You guys are awesome. Be sure to check out the Clips channel. Be sure to check out everywhere podcasts are heard, audio podcasts. As always, we do appreciate if you guys, even if you don't really listen to the audio version, you're just here live every week or just on demand on YouTube. I would appreciate if you do happen to have like Apple Podcasts or whatever other one, Spotify or whatever. It would be awesome if you guys would go and at least look up our show and drop a review, whether you like or don't like the show.
I do want to try this once. Radio show that I've listened to, sports radio show. They have people go out in the review of the podcast on Apple Podcasts or wherever. They have them put their favorite wrestler. So put your favorite Nintendo character.
There we go.
There you go. Just put that
favorite Nintendo character in the review.
So you don't even have to come up with anything.
We'll see if it goes nuts. Maybe we'll read some of them off if it goes crazy.
Yeah, right.
Or wrestler.
Oh, so
Or
1-star review, but their favorite character is it's Tingle. Well, shit. I will ask if you actually do think it's a 1-star, please give it a 1-star. But
yeah,
if you legitimately don't do troll reviews, that actually will hurt the show.
Yes, please. Yeah.
If you really enjoy the show, but you're trolling, don't
please
troll with the character you pick or the comment you leave. Don't troll with the star rating.
Right.
Because we don't need to be like a 1-star show. I don't think that's the kind of maybe we are a 1-star show. I don't know.
Looked.
Dude, I don't.
Yeah.
I think we were 4.5 last time. But who the fuck knows? We only have like 10 reviews, so it's not like there's a huge pool of reviews. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. Don't ask me who the guests are because I didn't bother to look it up. Later, everyone.
Bye.